Welcome back to the show. I am your nerdy host, Annie, and with me this week I have Spurksnake. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. And whether you are a filthy casual, a hardened pro, or a mobile gamer, join us as we rant, rave, and ramble about games that we like and sometimes games that we don't like. But as always, we are here to ask the question, what's this game?
Undertale.
Undertale, released by Toby Fox in 2015. So we're coming up on now 11 years that this game has been out. A little bit, actually just 10 years, 10-year anniversary. You know, I'm missing the dates. I literally just had it on the screen and I can't do simple math. But I digress. 10-year anniversary just came out, and the sort of sequel, sister, twin, parallel game, Deltarune, is also out. It just released its 4th chapter. Not complete yet, so go ahead and check out Deltarune if you're a fan of Undertale. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. Undertale is a pretty interesting game. It's pretty simple on its surface. It is a it's a westernized JRPG where you walk through an underground and you can fight monsters, or the twist is most monsters can be dealt with by conversation, playing mini games, and all sorts of other stuff like that. The combat itself is a bunch of different mini games where you have to dodge and basically play different little bullet hell mini games for each of the enemies. It's totally unique in my opinion. I've never seen a game done like Undertale before or since that literally hasn't been ripping off Undertale. The only other game that I could even come close to saying is a series called Shin Megami Tensei, where you go through and kind of the same thing. You can kill monsters, or you can like have a tea date with them, and then they'll be your best friend, and then you don't have to fight them. Toby Fox quite literally took inspiration from that and another game, Earthbound, and then made his own Earthbound mod, and then went and made his whole full-fledged game with a whopping 90+ endings. So the game is one of those games that is heavily based on what you choose to do or not do. So as the game starts out, you play as a character that you get to name. You start out with, the character name, and you get to choose the fallen child. Actually, the game, before you even do that, starts with a classic, like, pre-title screen intro cutscene. Like in old PlayStation days, or on the GameCube, or on Xbox, where you just kind of leave the game on a title screen, and then it'd play like a cutscene, like, from the game, or it would show, like, just a bunch of gameplays to get you kind of, like, hyped up to actually want to play the game before you started playing the game. This game has a sort of, lets you know what the story is. There was monsters and humans living together, and then one day the humans were like, yeah, we don't like you monsters anymore. And then they started a war because they were worried that monsters were going to steal human souls, because human souls are powerful enough to persist after death, but monsters can absorb human souls. So humans are like, no absorbing of our souls, and trapped them in a mountain. And fast forward a bunch of years later, and some kids fell down in there, and, well, here we are. So what was your initial impression going into this game?
Well, I think I mentioned it right away to you. I was like, this is exactly like Earthbound. That's what I saw. And I'm going to chastise you a little bit because my age is actually beneficial here. There is so many games that I see that Toby Fox took influence from. There's not just like Shin Megami or Earthbound. There's a lot of little things from so many different styles of games, specifically some Konami JRPGs that I play. And we keep saying JRPGs. This one's really more of a traditional RPG, where the JRPG is like the 3-person party, where you got like your main character, the magic person, and then like whatever rogue or whatever the third slot usually is. Like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's deceptively shallow at first. And I really like one of the things that gave it away for it to being a deeper game was the file size. Because had it been 40 or so megabytes, I would have been like, okay, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just like an old Super Nintendo role-playing game. You just kind of do this thing. But it grows, and you got to work for the story, which sometimes can be a put off for me. But after seeing more of it recently, It's definitely got a hold of me now. You know, I grew to like it over time versus, and this will go back to something else that you and I are covering. It just kind of starts out exactly like something else, and you see how he's trying to make it his own, but then it turns into something completely different later on, even if it was still inspired by a lot of things that are very familiar to old school gamers like myself.
Something I find particularly interesting and charming about this game is you don't like, if you're not like going through and talking to everybody and getting everything, you're really not going to understand or know what's going on until the end, where they literally are like, exposition, exposition, exposition. You're like, huh, okay. So I need to play another run? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, interesting, cool. And I like a game that not only encourages you, but kind of makes you play another playthrough. And on top of that, I appreciate above all else when you want to play another playthrough. When it's not just like, oh, so now I have to do New Game Plus because then I get the bonus armor and then I can use the superpowers because the bonus armor has superpowers. Why couldn't I? Whatever. And so I like games where it's like, oh, okay, so like on this next playthrough, what if I kill this guy instead of this guy? Or what if I don't kill anybody? What if I kill everybody? There is that sort of replayability in this game because there is that many different endings. Now, I will revise my statement saying there is 90 plus variant endings. There is only really 3 endings to the game, and if you want to get more specific, there's only like 3.5. And the half, I mean, is if you complete one of the endings of the game, it permanently changes your save file. So unless you delete your save file completely, the other 3 endings. Sorry, let me revise it. If you do one of the 3 endings, it changes all 3 endings if you do a playthrough again forever. So no matter what, your save file is changed. So you can do playthrough 1 or playthrough 2, and there's no like real permanent consequences. In fact, the second version or the second playthrough allows you to reset the whole game and literally have basically no consequences. So the third playthrough, because of that, I would definitively consider there only to be 3 endings of the game, unless you do the third ending, and then there's a variant of those 3 endings, in which case it's not really the ending. So the game is very fascinating and makes you want to go through all of these playthroughs, or at least, if you don't have the time, go watch somebody else do a video of it or read, a breakdown or a walkthrough or something like that, because it is really fascinating to see the butterfly effect in this game.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about it, leading up to this episode, the videos did start to show up, and I had to avoid like lore stuff or speculation or things like that. I didn't want to know anything else about it except for what I talked to you about. Because really, at first, I had like some initial background information, like I've heard Undertale, and I told you, I think I told you I knew about, like, okay, I know like the true ending is a pacifist ending. Like that's all I really kind of knew. Like how much when we were talking to White Chocolate, he was like, yeah, I heard some stuff, but now it kind of that's exactly what happened to me. And so I pushed it away. And I didn't want to play it because I was like, because immediately I know I'm going to go want to try to do the pacifist ending, get the true ending, and I'll make another point here, and then be done with it. What we were doing earlier, you and I, where I'm just kind of sitting and hanging out and you're playing, that was couch co-op for me back in the day. I would be sitting with my best friend playing these types of games, and we would get a guide. And, when we would get stuck, flip open the guide. And then eventually it became like a navigator pilot situation where we're just kind of like piloting our way through this game and getting this cool story. Wild Arms comes to mind for PlayStation 1. Very fun game, really good story. And intricate, you got to go around and talk to people. I'm not like that. I just want to get to the end. I don't really think to talk to NPCs a lot because of earlier games where they and the memes, they just repeat the same thing over and over, and it's like I don't give a crap what you got to say. This changes here, and specifically in some cases, time is very important, and repetition is very important.
Yes, absolutely. It is a recurring theme in the game of how determined you are to stick with it and go through it. And it was really interesting for you to talk to me about your, like, I wouldn't necessarily say distaste, but your feeling of abrasiveness for the game, where you're like, I don't feel like I'm getting a lot out of it yet. And it's like,
Right.
it's partially intentional and it's partially because of the developer. Toby Fox is simultaneously a mad genius and a blubbering idiot. So it's very impressive on how he can make things work with like shoestrings and bubble gum, and you're like, wow, this is a really fucking nice bridge. And he's like, please don't look under it. So
Yes, I understand.
a good example is if you dive into it, every single piece of text, every single letter in the game that is considered text is stored in one file, and the game constantly references and stacks itself into this text file and is constantly using just one item as an instance, and it's just like looping itself, and it's just an unnecessarily long string in the background running because he didn't know a different way to do it. And it doesn't, you don't need to have a perfectly shiny, polishy game where you can like look under the hood and see whichever way the wire is running and being like, wow, it's very nice. You have it color coded and I can see everything. Awesome. Wow, this is a really nice organized repository. Wow, awesome. That is beautifully compiled code. Doesn't need to. If you can get your game running and have enough... Undertale objectively is a shitty looking game and is not very fun to play for the most part. And yet somehow I have over 100 hours in this game, and I am more than happy to go play another playthrough of it again and see what other things I can toy around with, what other pieces of dialogue I can fish out of it, because that's the type of game it is. And it's fascinating to me that despite the fact that the name of the game is just do it over and over and over, it never felt boring repetition. It felt like, okay, I just got to get through this next part, and then boom, I'm going to get the result I want. It's good. Yeah, sweet.
It wasn't boring at all. It was frustrating repetition. It was like because I told you it wasn't. I felt like I was working too hard, and the game does relent to that. If you do die a bunch of times at a mini game, I feel like it does ease up, or gives you an easier, slower version of a game. That could just be in my head. I could have actually gotten a little skilled, and it was easier after 50 times in a row. But I am going to disagree with you about what you said. I don't think it looks shitty at all. I don't. I think it looks exactly like it's supposed to. It's borderline 8-bit. It's not quite like a Super Nintendo game. It's somewhere between Nintendo and Super Nintendo, in my opinion, which doesn't bother me. I'm not a hater on minimalist pixel art.
There is
the way it's put together. But one complaint I will make is the long fucking hallways. That is something that is in every one of those types of games, and this dude didn't have to do that to me, and he did it anyway.
Okay, I'm going to do something we don't normally do on the show, and I'm going to present something.
Ooh, fancy. Also,
application window.
Sorry, I missed if you did the intro.
Yeah.
I was fixing my curtain door on my...
I'm sorry, but this objectively is a horrible sprite.
I love it. I think it's great.
It's bad on purpose, though. Like, I don't, like, there's... The reason I know it's on purpose is because the game does have some fantastic art, and the game's primary artist is Temmie Chang, and I follow Temmie Chang outside of the game because she's a fantastic artist, and she does great sprite work, and fantastic background, set pieces, all of it. The game has a lot of character flavor in a fantastic art direction. it takes a lot of ingredients and makes it some more than its parts. This is not an example of it. This is the main character sprite, and it looks fucking awful. You have to look at this guy the entire fucking game. This is your character, and you never get a different facial expression. You're just this fat, weird kid with a striped shirt.
Hey.
No, he is fat. If you turn to the side, if I get a side sprite version, your belly is literally distended like Joey C. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, it's a child. It's baby fat. You still get a little bit of time. It's not like he's 30 and went to the. But no, I get what you're saying. Yes, comparatively speaking, and I think that's kind of great because that's technically the human character, which looks the worst out of all of them. So to your point, that was the idea behind Tomb Raider. Like, I remember somebody making the point saying, look, you're going to have to stare at the back of this character the whole entire time. It might as well be something nice to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
get your point, 110%. You're like, ugh, brown hair, silly striped shirt. And slow walker, you slow walking short leg child with your chubby butt.
I don't understand. You brought it up, but I don't understand the reason for the long hallways and stuff like that, because generally the long hallways don't even have monster encounters. There's except for one hallway in the game, there is no dialogue. There's nothing going on in these long hallways. And they start from the first fucking room in the entire game. It's honestly my only actual gripe about the game. Like, I have little like saying the art doesn't the art looks like shit. It looks like shit in a really, really charming way. I won't budge on that. It doesn't look great, but it's charming and beautiful. Like I said, that's basically my one gripe. I'll move on from that. The game opens up when you, the main character, wake up from falling down in a hole after climbing this mountain that the monsters were sealed in. And you walk into the first room after waking up, and you encounter a little flower. And the flower tells you, hey, welcome to the underground, It's a little place where you can make friends and stuff like that, and teaches you a little bit, kind of like a tiny little bit of a tutorial about the mechanics that you can move around, and you have to, well, he doesn't tell you that you have to dodge around. He actually tells you to collect his attacks. He shoots out little friendliness pellets, and then he's like, collect as many as you can. And then as soon as you get hit by one, you start taking damage. He almost one-shots you and starts laughing at you because you're an idiot. He tells you that it's kill or be killed down here. And that kind of... Sorry, that was distracting me behind me.
Yes.
The game opens up immediately with Flowey being like, well, this is the type of game it is. People might lie to you. It's like, fuck it. Okay. So I don't know if I can even trust the tutorial mechanics. Good to know. After he pranks you, he lines up a kill shot. He fills up the entire screen with a bunch of bullets, and he's about to kill you before a little fireball comes and hits him and knocks him off the screen. I would say presumably killing him, but you'd have to be stupid to really think that.
Yes, I agree. It's obvious that that's not what's happening. It's more along the lines of knocking him off screen. Just kind of swatting away.
Yeah.
Later in the episode, when we get more into lore stuff, I think I got questions about that because I feel like there's a little bit of a loophole there. But at the same time, I think I might have just answered my own question working it out. Yeah, the opening is great because it is. It's like, hey, these are love bullets, basically, and if you do dodge them because you're suspicious, he gets very upset with you right away, and he's like, well, "Stop that," and it's like, and then you get the circle one ensconced where you can't dodge it, and you get one shot, and then Toriel does come to save the day. Nice little fireball, knocked him out of the way. Come with me, my child, and wants to take you home and keep you as a pet.
Yeah, basically. She lets you know that you're the first person to fall down here in a long time, immediately letting you know that you're not the first, but the first in a long time. She takes you through the ruins and teaches you that the underground is filled with puzzles, partially because monsters don't have a lot of other things to do except for make puzzles and traps, and B, so they can catch humans. It's not told you why you want to collect humans yet, but that is sort of the deal. You go through the underground, and it's literally a tutorial. Tutorial teaches you that there's buttons to hit, and sometimes there's stuff behind pillars. It's very video game tutorial shit. And if you didn't notice, Toriel's name is a play on tutorial. So, good on you, Toby Fox, for that stupid joke.
There's a couple of silly jokes like that.
I love the sense of humor in this game because it's never really like too in your face. It's never like consistently trying to be quippy and shit like that. You have funny characters and you have funny moments, but generally the game takes itself seriously.
Except for right in the beginning. Well, after the tutorial part, I think.
I would blame Papyrus for that. He's he's completely serious in being serious, being not serious. So it's not like he's just being lol xd random. That's just his character, and he is just a weirdo.
I know, very very good character, by the way. Oh, real quick before we move, this is the first part where you experience the long hallway. All right, I'm gonna leave you here, and then Toriel runs away.
Yep, I want to see if you can make it all the way to the end of the hallway by yourself. I'm sorry I have to do this. And then she jets to the other side of the hallway, and then you have to just walk. It's just a 10-second, maybe 20-second long hallway, just for no reason. The game just pads itself. I think it's kind of good because you could take out like 5 of these hallways. But in some areas, they would be really, really short if they didn't have these hallways because there's only a couple of like main rooms to them. Waterfall comes to my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there are liminal spaces between a lot of the areas in Waterfall.
After you catch up with her, she tells you that she's going to leave you again and give you her, well, a backup phone. She gives you a cell phone. And then immediately leaves, and you immediately leave too, because what are you going to do? Just stand here all day? I don't think so. I'm going to go explore. And as you walk around the ruins, you're encountering different mobs, and Toriel has taught you that you don't have to fight mobs. Maybe, you could just have a friendly chat with them. So at this point, you, the player, can decide to experiment on how you want to play the game. Do you want to just beat up some mobs and gain some levels, or do you want to just avoid fights, like get into the fight and immediately flee, or are you going to want to try to play their little mini games and spare them and get some gold off of them? So like there's different ways to approach it depending on what you want out of your playthrough. Like, if you level up, obviously fighting monsters and bosses will be easier later on. But if you just run from every fight, then you won't have any gold. So, it's something to think about. Regardless of how you proceed, you make it through the ruins, and Toriel calls you, asking if you want a cinnamon or a butterscotch pie. And interestingly, it's not butterscotch, it's actually buttercup, which is apparently a toxic flower. So I did learn that today.
Yes, I did learn a little bit about that. There is more to the buttercup butterscotch thing that I didn't know. And to your point, like, you can play as a pacifist, and it makes it harder on you in certain ways, like not having gold or gaining any extra hit points to stay alive longer.
Right, because leveling up gives you more health. So, I mean, yeah.
Right. So, and you can't buy better equipment because you can at a certain point, but like you don't get as much to do there are things that are too expensive to unlock, and you'll never save up for that college fund just fleeing or mercying everybody.
Right. So there are in that alone is incentives to try different playthroughs, because like in the last area of the game, there is a key that costs 600 gold. And if you have presumably been spending your gold on healing items and new defensive toys to keep you alive on all these fights, that you're not, if you're doing a semi or full pacifist run, then you can't just kill these mobs, so you need to be able to live through their hits. So somehow, if you didn't save up 600 gold, then you're going to need to do a different playthrough and maybe kill a couple guys and get some gold from them. Maybe a boss mob, because they're worth a bunch of gold. So, something to think about. But after you make it through that section, Toriel meets back up with you, and she takes you to her home, which is a nice little cute home in the underground. And she lets you know that soon there will be pie ready, but right now it's too hot. So you can explore around the house. It is separated into basically 2 wings. It's got the left wing, which is where the living room, dining room, and kitchen is, and the right wing, which has 3 bedrooms in it. Then there is, in the center of the house, the entrance and exit, and a stairway downstairs. You can't go downstairs right now. Toriel tells you it's dangerous and dark down there, so she drags you back upstairs, and you can walk around, explore, and interact with all the stuff in the house, get a little bit of info about Toriel and how she lives and what she's into. You can take a nap, and if you decide to take a nap, you sleep long enough for the pie to be cooled off. So you will get a piece of the cinnamon butterscotch or butterscotch cinnamon pie, whichever one you decide to answer her with. After that, you go talk to her for a bit more, and she tries to ramble your ears off, and you bring up the question of, hey, how do I get home? She ignores you until you persist on it and tells you, well, this is your home. And you keep persisting on it, and she says, I have to be right back. And then she leaves, and you walk around, and you don't see her, so you're like, all right, fuck it, let's sneak downstairs. And you go downstairs, now that she's not going to drag you up there, and it turns out she's already down there. She's at the end of the hallway that you couldn't reach, and she tells you, nope, go back upstairs. Be a good kid, because the main character is genderless, even though everybody calls the main character a guy. Well, who cares? Whatever.
I think things default to generic guy most of the time.
I showed y'all the sprite. That didn't look like a girl to me. So, just saying. Who am I to talk?
It did to me, though. See, that's what's kind of strange. Like,
what is it? The ugly bob haircut?
Well, yeah, I think so. I think it's like the shoulder bob. Here, I'll give you. It was very popular back in the day, that haircut. There's another one.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a girly kind of haircut to me, but at the same time, I had hair like that too. I didn't show my face isn't in there, but my hair was right to there because I was growing it out. And it's just it's a matter of perception. You know what I mean? It is a very androgynous sprite. It can go either way.
Well, if the kid was an adult, we'd be able to tell because it would have tits. So we don't know. Unfortunate. So you go down, you chase Toriel to the end of the hallway, and there's a door down there where she's like, "This leads to the rest of the underground. People have left out of it, and they've never returned, and I don't want to lose another person, so I'm going to destroy it." And you say, "No, I want to leave." She says, "Fuck it. Prove you're able to." And then she enacts a fight with you. And again, this is kind of a culmination of the end of the tutorial to tell you, the player, on sometimes if you want the good ending, you really gotta stick through it, and you're gonna have to tank a lot of crap. Because Toriel really wants you to stay down there with her, and she will unleash an onslaught of magic on you, absolutely wrecking your health until you get real low, in which case she kind of relents on her attacks. Like, the attacks seem to kind of just lazily kind of dodge out of your way, as if she doesn't really want to hit you. Which kind of makes sense. Why would she want to kill the child she's trying to keep down there and keep safe? So, it is actually possible to have Toriel kill you, and then you get a really rare sprite of her being like, Like
Really, I tried.
it,
It was
it is
dodging me. Like I was
super
like
hard,
going.
but you can have
Okay,
her
because
kill
I was
you.
really trying. I was really trying to get that to see if something would happen. Because that's so my initial playthrough. Because you asked earlier, like my initial playthrough, I was like, me, and then you just brought it up another point. It's either cinnamon butterscotch or butterscotch cinnamon, depending on how you answer. There are so many fine little details like that that I know my younger self wouldn't even bothered to notice. So I'm glad I am playing this as a little more mindful adult. So good. I just it's so worth it to look into the details for this game. 100%.
And this is where you specifically started to notice that the game is a little bit more than it seems. Because you went through this fight and you didn't just persist through it, and you zeroed her health bar. You killed Toriel, and once you left, you're like, I don't feel good about that. So you restarted your game. And as you go through the underground, things are already different immediately. The first interaction with Flowey, he already says a couple of different things. Like, it seems like he's like, huh, this is weird. Okay. Anyway, and then goes on. And as you talk to Toriel, she says, it's peculiar. It's like when I first saw you, it's like we were already old friends. And then once you get to the option where she asks you if you want cinnamon or butterscotch, she's like, wait, let me guess. You prefer this one, don't you? I'm just a lucky guess, I guess. You can tell her no and change your option, but she will guess the one you just picked. So the game is sticky. It's remembering some things.
Right. There are things that persist throughout a retelling. When I killed Toriel initially, Flowey chastised me. Oh, I saw what you did. We all know what you did, but you felt remorse and you restarted, so you get a pass. So that was like it. If you did it again, I see that now I'm already thinking. Let me do that twice in a row just to see what Flowey's gonna yell at me. Oh, you did it twice now, because it might. I don't know. I gotta go find it. It pulls you back with a what if. There's a lot of what ifs, and I like that.
It's absolutely tantalizing with that. So you made it back through, and once you get tutorial again, you literally just pacifist your way through it, or you beat her and kill her. Another option is to get her super close to weakness, and then she kind of gives up. But it's really hard because considering the amount of damage you do is a little inconsistent. You have like a damage range, and it depends on where you hit in the attack. Whenever you, the player, are attacking, you get like a gauge on screen, and the attack goes from right to left. And the goal is to hit a bullseye in the middle of the meter. And the further away from the bullseye you get on either side, the less damage you do. So even if you hit it smack dab in the middle and get like a critical, your critical even has a range of a couple of points. So if you're trying to get her really low, it's risky because you're playing with fire here. You're playing with somebody's life.
Yes.
So
And
it's not advisable, in my opinion, if you're trying to do a pacifist run, to go through pacifism by getting people to like 1 HP and then be like, I'm scared, please don't kill me.
I deliberately avoided that afterwards because, specifically with Toriel, it seems like the closer you get to 0 on her health bar, the more damage you're actually putting in. When you first attack, it's like maybe between 50 and 100. But by the time she's below half, you're doing 1,000. And if you're trying to pull something off there, it's going to be very difficult. Very difficult.
Presuming you did what both of us did, and you just kind of lived through it, because even if you have killed mobs and leveled up until this point, you have no real reason to kill Toriel, and if you do, you're kind of a jerk. So why kill Toriel? So you just live through it, and eventually she's like, okay, I mean, I don't know how strong you are, but clearly you're able to dodge and you're not violent. So who knows? Maybe you can handle yourself out there. And she lets you go. Because really, who is she to keep you there? And you leave, and for whatever shenanigans reason, it's a one-way door. Once the door closes, the hinges don't go the other way, and you can't open it back up. There's no door handle on the other side, whatever. Who cares? It's a magic door. You leave, and now you're out into the actual underground. You're not into the ruins anymore. A little bit of lore before we leave the ruins. The ruins are where the monsters initially set up whenever they're forced into the underground, and then they dug and expanded out into the underground, kind of making more areas and discovering caverns that were already there and making use of them and stuff like that. So the monsters are kind of resourceful in that way. Why they made this door to the rest of the underground a one-way, I don't know. I'm not a monster engineer. I'm not a civil engineer. Not my business.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. That's what I mean. Like, there's just a couple of choices that are you're like, I think that's specifically because of lore reasons. That needs to be that way. They can only come out of the ruins and not go back in.
Exactly.
I don't know why.
Yeah, why? It doesn't make sense to me. But I'm not a monster king.
Yeah, that's true.
Before we move on from the underground, is there anything you want to mention, bring up, ask, discuss, theorize? We're going to do this a little bit differently since there's so many branching things in Undertale. I don't necessarily want to go back.
Right, and I understand, and that's just it. Like, I was already like, oh, okay, what happens if you do this or that? And right in the tutorial, like, you can do a couple of things. Like I mentioned, my first time through, I was figuring out the game, and yeah, I killed her, and I was like, oh, I felt bad. I did. I was like, oh, I didn't really want to do that, but I don't know how the game works yet. It takes more than one playthrough to understand what's kind of going on. There's just in this section, there's cursory lore, very vague. The preamble video doesn't give you a lot, except there was a human monster war. It doesn't tell you why. It doesn't tell you why there's ruins. What got ruined? You know, like what's going on? And it's very interesting. So, this section is kind of boring but necessary. You know, like you got to get through it. It's walking you from point A to point B. Puzzles, switches on the wall, hidden things. Be aware. And setting it up. You get told right away by a frogget, though. You can mercy right away. You don't have to kill us. So it is initially telling you to do a pacifist kind of mercy run. Please don't kill us ish. You know, we're here. But you ultimately get to make that choice. And depending on who you are as a person, and your history and experiences is going to dictate how you do that. I didn't want to kill anybody initially because I knew of a pacifist ending, but to be honest, I probably would have killed half of the people and fled from what I couldn't defeat. And so I got to play that playthrough to see what I get.
My very first playthrough when this came out and the game hadn't already been entirely fleshed out and had years of fans to tell you every possible scenario and everything like that. The first time I played through it, because I had heard about the developer and knew who he was beforehand, I had knew what kind of game he was making. He was making a Shin Megami Tensei-like game where you don't have to kill monsters. There is another way to win. And I was like, that seems interesting, so I will try out this mechanic. And it even tells you, like, in the store page, you know, like, you know, that you can talk your way out of fights and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, that's cool. You know, I like RPGs where you... Fallout does it great, where there's like a big boss and that, you know, a tough fight coming up, and depending on what choices you've made and how good you built up your character, you can just be like, is this really worth it? You'd be like, nah. Here, just go in the loot room. It's fine. You'd be like, sweet.
Yep.
And you don't have to fight the boss because you worked harder in a different way instead of being good at combat. So I was like, okay, well, this game allows me to do that sort of stuff. I'm going to try. There were a couple of mobs where I killed because I was like, you know, I don't have enough HP, so I want to level up and get some more health. And then I was like, I mean, I hope it wasn't important. There's random mobs. I mean, it was just like a random frog and a random ball of slime and a, just if there were like
pilot dreadlocks or whatever that
yeah,
thing is.
like I never went and killed like the dog enemies or like the the more humanoid like people enemies, and not to dehumanize the other monsters, but I mean, one of them is literally just mold. It's just
Yes.
it's just a jiggly ball of mold, and it's like, I don't know, does that? It can't talk. It doesn't have any dialogue. It just wiggles. That's all it does. I don't know, what's the difference between that and like a fish? I don't know. So as a player, I was just like, okay, I'll kill these ones and grind these mobs and get some levels from these mobs and leave everybody else kind of alone. And that's kind of how I played it. And the bosses a lot harder. I was like, okay, I really want to figure out how to get the. For me, it was like the bonus ending for all of the bosses. You could just go and beat on them with a stick until they die, sure. But I can do that in any RPG. And this RPG allows me to do these other weird, silly endings. So I'm going to try that. And because of that, that's how I went into the game. Just being like, well, this game is different, so I'm going to do the different thing.
It encourages that. And as we move forward, we'll get more into why it encourages that. But the ruins, first underground section, very neat, very basic. And I think it gives you enough to entice you to keep going. Like, it doesn't tell you exactly what's going on. And this is where, like, when I initially we were talking, it comes off as very shallow. And I'm that guy. Or, well, as a kid, I would have just ran through it and been like, meh. And then somebody like you would have had to have come along and be like, no, dude, you missed like 80% of this game. You know that, right? And I would have been like, yeah, what? No, I'm too smart for that. And then we would sit for hours in front of the TV. It's why I like gaming. And this is a perfect game to have a friend to go over it with. You need to be able to work out some of this. I'm sorry, I gotta digress.
No, that's
otherwise we'll get.
You're absolutely right. And don't feel like you have to cut those conversations short, because this podcast isn't just talking about the game. It's talking about why we like games and what we like about them. So, don't feel like you have to just cut that short. Those are the good bits.
It very much made me nostalgic for that time, though. Like, I'm kind of got away from playing RPGs, other than what we have played before. Like first person, third person stuff. Not the old school 2D side scroller. Suikoden was one of the ones that I really liked early on. You have to you get 108 characters you can potentially recruit and build a base and upgrade your castle and stuff. It was really neat. So this game, like, it really, at first it was like, it's a little shallow, but then I was like, wait a minute, there has to be more. And there was a whole lot more, especially later on. And I think Toby Fox did a fine job doing some graphical effects too, which I think we'll talk about here in a little.
I don't often like to stroke my ego because I have enough of it, but I know it was also a little bit different when it comes from me, and you're hearing me being like, no, I fucking love this game, and you're like, yeah, but what? There has to be. Why is Anne so obsessed with it? What is the thing that is making her interested in this game besides just the silly skeleton character? It's like, what is the intrigue of this game? And I'm glad you stuck through with it, because
being friends. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because like you it's word of mouth from somebody that it has played a lot of games, and is like, yeah, but this one's a little bit different. This one's good.
Yeah, you're good. There's something here that I'm going to enjoy. You know me well enough that just give it the effort, dude, and you'll get out of it what I'm telling you you're going to get out of it. And yeah, definitely, I trust you for that. So you haven't led me astray so far. Even though I will say that this game did make me probably more frustrated than anything else we've talked about. That's probably more on me than anything.
It is partially a skill issue. The game has some really tight timings on some attacks. A great example is there is a boss where you have to stand still and block their attacks, and they are throwing attacks at you sometimes at 4 directions at once. So you're basically playing DDR against this boss, and you have to go ding, 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 and perfect block all these attacks. Otherwise, you're going to get like 11 damage per attack, and you're going to get wrecked in 3 hits. So, you really have to get good in some of these fights, because even if you go and play and you're like, okay, I'm just going to eat items and tank all the way through this fight, you only have like 8 inventory slots. And even if you have the item that you can use twice, that's only 16 healing items. Most fights are longer than 16 turns. So at some point, you're going to have to start dodging these attacks, because you just don't have enough health unless you're going to go in, kill a bunch of enemies, and level up and get a lot of health. So
Right.
You either need to get good at killing and farming, which is the boring part of RPGs, or you need to get good at dodging and fighting bosses, which is, again, one of the hard parts of RPGs. So
that's straight up practice. That's just consistent practice, getting good at. Because you made a point to let me know, like, to pay attention to the mini games. They're in the same order for the most part every single time. So yeah, you can, as long as you get good at pattern memorization, which I'm not as good as I used to be, but I tanked through some, and I was skilled through others, and it paid off, man. It really paid off.
When you leave the underground, you're in yet another long hallway in a forest, and you start walking down it, and you get the feeling that you're kind of being stalked. You see a shadow go behind you, a tree branch breaks, and as you get up to a bridge, the shadow approaches you and tells you to turn around, and then sticks out its hand, and you shake the hand, and it turns out it's one of those, like, shocky electrical fart buzzer thingies. So, you get pranked by a silly skeleton man. And this is immediately where the game kind of changes tone into, like, silly Undertale version. The game was kind of serious-ish at the beginning. And once you meet the Sands, immediately he pranks you, and like I said, you shake his hand and you go with the fart button, and I don't know how to explain the scene in any interesting way, because that's all that happens. He just goes, and then he's like, "Hey, I'm Sans. Nice to meet you. I'm supposed to be out here hunting for humans, and I don't really feel like it, honestly. But guess what? My brother, he loves hunting humans. So let's go meet him." And you're just like, "Okay, sure, why not?" And if you just follow Sans to the next little room. Going forward, we're going to assume that you're playing a pacifist neutral route. As I mentioned, there's three like endings. No matter what, your first playthrough is ending 1. You can't really do anything to not get ending 1 on your first playthrough unless you get ending 3, in which, like I said, ending 3 permanently changes everything. So we're assuming you're doing ending 1 for this, which is the neutral route. You can kill whoever you want, you can spare whoever you want, and nothing changes. So, Sans walks you up to Papyrus, and before he gets there, he's like, "Quick, hide behind that conveniently shaped lamp." And it's another one of these, like, the game at this point is just being like, here's some silly shit, here's some silly shit, here's some silly shit. And you either like it or it gets really tiring. There is, from my opinion and people I've talked to, there's no real in between. You either like the charm or you're like, this is fucking cringe. Can I get to the next area?
Really? Wow. No, I found it hilarious. I love it. I know what it is. It's a tonal misdirect. It's taking you from that semi-serious tutorial that we just went through, where it ended with that fight where you can either mercy or kill Toriel and go through that. Right to this, and it's a low tone. He talks way down here. He's like, "Hey, how you doing? What's going on?" So immediately it goes to a lower register, a punny comedy. There is a right in the middle of all of this, so it's so good.
And he'll turn and like wink at the camera. He's a little bit of a cocksucker, but you like him.
And Papyrus, just I think I mentioned to you, it's like Cobra Commander or Starscream, where he's like the second bad guy in command.
But he's also an idiot somehow. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. How did he get there? Where He's the number 2. He's number 1 henchman, but he just and in this case, is a spaghetti chef. Sorry to spoilers. Hold on, we'll get there.
He wants to be a member of the Royal Guard, and as such is tasked with doing what the Royal Guard does, which is capturing humans and bringing them to the king. Papyrus wants to catch the next human that comes to the underground because he's been basically all but promised a seat on the Royal Guard if he can prove himself good enough to capture a human. Everybody knows that he won't be able to do it, which is why they promised him the seat, because it's an impossible task, basically. So he makes himself some custom armor, and he goes around all through the ruins up until the first town, making all sorts of traps and patrolling, looking for humans. And he is super eager to test them out and meet a human and prove that he is the great Papyrus. Fortunately, the first time you meet him, you are hiding behind a lamp, and he does not see you, because that lamp is literally sprite perfect to your weird, fat, distorted body, and it's an amazing hiding spot. So Papyrus leaves, and Sans is like, whew, that's close. Be careful, because he really wants to catch him. But if he does, just, I don't know, maybe humor him, because, he's not a bad guy. He's just, he's just kind of silly. And so you go through a couple of shenanigans with Papyrus. You finally meet him, and again, it's just them being silly. It's that anime scene where, like, your eyes lock on with somebody else, and then it just does, like, 40 cuts between both eyes, and they start getting closer and closer and closer and closer. So when you meet Papyrus, him and Sans just, like, turn, until they just become, like, a glitch version of their sprite and start spinning around, and then they're just like, Sans? Is that a human? And then he's like, I, the great Papyrus, will make you go through all of my traps, and I will prove to you that I am great, and I deserve to be on the Royal Guard. So you go through one of his traps, is like an electric maze that's invisible, but he's an idiot and walked through the maze and showed you the exact path, so you can just go and just walk out of it. There's another trap with a bunch of... Go ahead.
He left his prints in the snow. You follow his footprints in the snow, so he's not the... go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, exactly. He accidentally gave you the solution to the puzzle because he's like, my puzzle only works if you're holding this orb. So here. And he walks through the entire puzzle, hands you the orb, and then walks all the way back through it, and you're just like, okay. And just walk on those footsteps, no problem.
That's what I mean, like...
It's like that Metal Gear Solid scene where the girl is in the land with all the landmines, and she goes through the room and leaves all those footsteps, and you're like, oh, I'm supposed to just follow the footsteps, no problem. No, I'm just gonna just boop, 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 boop. It's a funny puzzle because it's completely pointless and worthless. You just you defeat all of his puzzles easily. There's one where you have to, it's not even an obstacle, but yet it's out there as a puzzle. You have to push a snowball into a golf hole. You can completely skip that entire puzzle, and that's how effective that puzzle is. You literally don't even have to play the puzzle. You just walk to the next room.
I got the purple flag, and I got 2 gold out of that. I was very proud of myself.
Ooh. Don't spend it all in one place.
Exactly. Like, it does shrink. The snowball shrinks down, and the better you do. I have yet to get 3 gold. I know there's going to be, like, if you get it without it shrinking at all, it's got to be, like, the best you can get.
I don't remember how many gold you get out of it. Even the best ending is still disappointing. You're just like, okay.
Yes, exactly. Cool. And that's what you just said. That's kind of an overarching thing. Even the best ending can be disappointing, or the best quote, what you're supposed to get. Oh, and the crossword puzzle. I mean, we got. Well, you're gonna get into that. I think there's more puzzles coming.
Yeah, he's got one more that's actually a little bit tricky, where there are like pressure plates on the floor, and you have to press all of the pressure plates one time. If you press them a second time, it invalidates them, and pressing it a third time completely makes it wrong. So you have to do all of them one time without double stepping on them. The first one is easy. The second one's pretty easy. The third one's kind of challenging. And the fourth one is difficult because it's on ice. But the third one that's challenging, for no explanation, no reason at all, Papyrus has an emergency deactivation switch standing near him, and you can just go up to a tree and just go boop, and just turn off the whole puzzle. Why that's there? I don't know. But whenever I was streaming it, I used it because I have prior game knowledge, and I just walked up and was like, I did try it once or twice to beat the puzzle, and I was like, fuck it, and just turned off the puzzle and just went to the next room.
I had finished that puzzle and then watched you play it on stream because I was like, all right, I'm well past where you're at. I can watch you do the early part. And I was like, wait a minute. Because I enjoyed those puzzles, actually. I liked the EXO puzzle where you got to cross them once. And I was very proud of myself. And then I watched you go flip a switch. I was like, that's not fair. Like you had just said.
It's there for no reason. Yeah, if you, the player, were frustrated and just walked around and like start clicking on things, you would find that eventually. Why it's there, I don't know. Loophole Lady says, it sounds like a cheat code. No, it would be different if I used an actual cheat code, which I did use earlier today. I decided, screw this, I'm just going to give myself unlimited HP. I'm going to be a cheater. I've already beaten the game enough times. I have over 100 hours. I can cheat now.
And fair, like I agree. I don't like to use any type of outside help like that. But after a certain point, you're like, I need it. Especially with what you were doing earlier, you were helping me see something. Well, both of us really, because it gets ridiculously difficult during some times, and you have to. I was talking about pattern memorization. It's very much a rhythm game, in some of those mini games, and the attacking is very much a rhythm game. You got to time it. You got to hit 1, 2, 3, boom, 4. You got it. There's no way I wouldn't have been able. No way I would have been able to see, what in my opinion is probably some of the best story out of the entire game.
Yes, because that third playthrough that we were just talking about it's easier than the other two up until a point. The hardest route is the pacifist route, where you don't kill anyone and you become friends with everybody, because you have to put the most effort into it. It's easy to murder everybody up until a certain point. You will run into somebody who is tougher than you, meaner than you, and way more experienced than you. And they're going to put you in your fucking place. Just like in real life. I'm sure you can beat a lot of people until you meet that one motherfucker who's going to kick your ass.
That was one lesson I learned early in life, that it is a circle. You are somewhere in a circle. There's a guy in front of you that's going to kick your ass, but there's a guy right behind you that is just slightly less tough than you are. So, I hate saying it like this, but knowing your place is very important. But also know you can change your place if you need to, depending on, like you said, you can talk your way out of things. Violence and smashing isn't always the answer.
No, but the answer for this particular thing is to just be persistent, and you can get through his puzzles. Because even if you wanted to at this point, you can't engage in combat to get rid of these two skeletons, because you have to get through their traps and shit first. So
yes.
Papyrus is watching you defeat his puzzles handily, and then you come across one where he's like, Sans, I told you to put out a puzzle. Initiate your puzzle. And he's like, all right, here it is. And it's an empty room, and there's a piece of paper on it. And he's like, where's the puzzle? And Sans like, it's right there. It is so dastardly, they will never be able to ignore it or just walk through it. So you walk over, obviously curious, it's a piece of paper on the floor. You just go over, interact with the piece of paper, expecting some sort of something to happen, and it's just a crudely drawn word search puzzle with like a happy fridge guy and a bunch of words. Well, I say that, except one of them, I'm sure you've seen a word search in your life before. Sometimes the row at the top is just gibberish. It's like the top of your keyboard. So it's just Q, W, E, R, T, I, O, U, P, and then just a bunch of letters. One of the word searches is just that jumble of letters. So it's a nonsensical word search on top of it.
You're like, yeah, you've seen a word search. There is one next to the table, or not next, on the table next to my bed. I like to do word searches often. Typically when I'm listening to a podcast or an audiobook is when I'm kind of just like, trying to fill all the ADD bubbles in my head to just get everything moving. So I was like, ooh, a word search. I was like looking forward to actually, this is not a point and click game.
No.
Everybody to understand. But I grabbed my mouse like I'm going to draw on it like it's MS Paint or something. I'm like, ooh, cool. And then it was like, no, you don't get to do this, because Papyrus immediately gets upset. This is too easy. Number one.
I just like you though. I was on stream. The word search came up, and I was like, "Oh fuck, chat. Okay, shit, fuck. Okay, all right, we're gonna crack this." And I literally sat there and made sure I found every single word. And even though you can't draw them, I made sure to circle my mouse around and be like, "Okay, there's the word cigar. There's cigarettes. There's cordiopio. Okay, there's freeze. There's chill. You know, I made sure to get every single word, and I'm like, all right, sweet. And then it legitimately took me 5 or 6 minutes, you know, maybe longer. And then I put down the word search, and like you said, Papyrus is like, that didn't do anything. What do you mean? And I was like, hey, it worked way better than your other traps. That one I literally just turned off and pressed a button and instantly won. Okay, like I'm just saying, right. Out of the puzzles so far, this has been the most effective.
Yeah, well, and that's it. It distracted you for the longest time, and you were standing there.
Right. If Undyne would have came by, she could have just impaled me with a spear while I was looking at that stupid puzzle.
Oh, we'll get to Undyne. Holy, that was a great character. But this exchange between Papyrus and Sans, I got what's over there now. Down here, down there. I got my joke down there. Seago UI. Suge, I don't know how to say it. But like I sided with Papyrus. There's like a little back and forth, and it was like what type of puzzle's harder? And
Crosswords or junior jumbles?
Yes, and I was like, well, the junior jumbles, of course, the hardest puzzle. He's like, he agrees with me. He felt super happy about it.
I agreed with Sans. I was like, look, I don't even know what a junior jumble is. I stopped and legitimately solved this word search. Okay, the word search way better. And then Papyrus is like, see, I knew the word jumbles were harder. That's why they prefer the word searches.
Yeah.
It's like, dang it.
Conversely, Sans is happy. He's like, oh, that was nice of you to side with my brother to, like, you know, kind of throw him a bone, but you know, that kind of thing. So replayability is like through the roof because you know I like story, and now I got it. It just dawned on me that it's a choose your own adventure sort of story.
Mm-hmm.
Pick this choice and go to this bit of dialogue. And I like jokes, and some of them in here are really good. Some of them aren't so funny because we'll get to it. It's a joke to me, but it's not a joke. It was killing me.
We have 2 quick more puzzles before we're through the dungeon of puzzles, and the one we get right before the end is actually a really insane fucking puzzle. Like, it's actually insane. So Papyrus leads you to a room where it looks like it's a disco floor that's been turned off. And then he tells you, okay, so this game was created by the great Dr. Alphys, who's the royal scientist, and here's the rules. This color does this, this color does this, this color does this one does this. If this color does this, it interacts with this one doesn't this one doesn't do with this one does with this one only works with this one and this one. This one doesn't do anything, and this one's perfectly fine. Got it? You got all the rules? All right. Now I'm going to randomly generate a puzzle that's never been seen before. And he turns on the machine. All the tiles on the floor become random colors, all the colors he just listed, with all the different effects that he just mentioned. And then, because it's a completely random puzzle, any possibility of combination is possible. So the entire room becomes all pink tiles, which are perfectly safe and do nothing. And so you're just like, yes. Oh, okay. I win with luck. If you would have rolled literally any other puzzle in the universe, it probably would have been a puzzle, but you rolled the one where it's all pink tiles, so I could just walk straight to the end.
Basically a rolled out carpet for you to go from one side to the other. It's just like the easiest thing you could ever do.
And what's funny is
fact, those tiles do what they say.
They do, exactly. They do that, and this puzzle does come back in the game. So you really probably should have wrote down all those rules I just mentioned. Because there's going to be a time where you're going to need to know those rules.
Another subtle, quick joke where they do that. Like he literally lists like 8 to 10 colors with different effects. And there are chaining effects. Or ones that don't do anything. You know, like it's funny.
A good example is there's green tiles that are slippery, and you know you slip on them. There's the blue tile, which is watery and has piranhas. If you jump in the water tile, the piranhas will bite you. But if you step on a yellow tile before you go in there, you'll smell like lemons. Piranhas hate lemons. It's like,
Right. Yes, that's right.
okay, so don't slip into it, don't walk into it, and if I do, I have to make sure I use yellow. Got it. Okay, that's one rule.
Yes, exactly. It's very much a logic puzzle at a certain point. You're like, ugh. Silly game.
But it's funny because it comes back so far later on that the game even references, you remember all the rules, right? It's like, oh, no.
Yes, exactly.
Why would I remember this?
No, yeah. There's no way unless you
wrote it down in a
finding
notebook and it was sitting right next to you up until that point, and you're like, holy shit, the tile puzzles. Here it go. Okay, cool. Okay, red does this, pink does that. Got it. Okay, good. I got it.
And even still, you got to be pretty good.
Because there's a time limit at that point. So, yeah, it's not only difficult, it's timed. So, stupid game. It's a really nice callback for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
So you make it through that puzzle with just pure luck. You just make it through that puzzle, and Papyrus, he is so blown away by it. He doesn't say anything. He just literally just spins out of the room. He just goes from one side all the way to the other and just spins out of the room. And Sans is like, well, that was interesting. And you move on to the last and final puzzle, which is just a bridge full of just death machines. There's a cannon, a spear launcher, a spike ball, a flamethrower, like a bomb, a ravenous dog. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of things, and he's like, they're just going to activate. It's going to swing, swipe, swish, splash, stab, and you're going to be absolutely eviscerated. Actually, it seems like this is too easy. Never mind. And he retracts the whole trap, and he's like, I'll deal with you a different way.
Yeah, that was one of the things that kind of made me laugh. Like he had me. He could have just waited for me to cross the bridge and cut the rope, and I would have fell and plunged to my snowy death. But he changed his mind and decided to show some mercy. And I was like, what? I was waiting to see some attack too, because there was a bunch of. I think it's either 6 or 8. 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. You're definitely going to get your comeuppance for solving all those puzzles.
It's funny because this whole time these two guys are their goal is to capture you. The one is too lazy and the other one is too incompetent. So together, neither of them are doing anything at all to stop you, and you just kind of go do right through the puzzles and everything.
Exactly. Papyrus is too stupid because his puzzles aren't smart enough to defeat you, even though he has plenty of source material. And Sans, I don't know if it's necessarily lazy or boredom. Like, he's waiting to see what plays out. But I think we'll get into the more deeper lore here shortly.
Yeah, it's almost like he is just not going to do anything one way or the other for whatever reason. So you make it past that, and you finally get into Snowden, and it's the first town you come across. There's a library, a bar. There's the inn. There's a bunch of different restaurant stuff you can't go in, but it's a town. It's set up for Christmas. The Christmas tree is up, and people are getting ready. So it gives you a little bit of idea of when it's happening in game. It's at least in their Winterfest period, whatever time of the year that is. It's their Winterfest area. So there's a couple of little tiny, I don't know, wouldn't really call them Easter eggs or anything like that, but there's a couple of things that are here that are worthy of noting. There's a little monster kid in town that notes that you're the only other kid, and you must be a kid because all kids wear striped shirts. That's just a fact.
I love it.
Oh, Snowden. Yes, snowed in. You're snowed in.
It's all one word, Snowden, yes. Like the name, actually, I think. I thought that was quite charming as well. It's like, oh, it's a little snowed in town. And yeah, there's nice little buildings, a couple homes, a nice little fast travel igloo in the town because we complain about having to walk so far. And something that you don't know what it is right away. You just walk north a little bit, and there's a nice river and a fishing pole and a nice note on it. And later on, there's other things that are there. It's nice.
Yeah, right up by that little dock or whatever it is, there is a. I don't necessarily want to call him a werewolf because I assume he doesn't have a human form, but there is a like anthro wolf
He does
man.
have a name. Yes, I know. Yeah, that was the first mystery to me. Like, what is this guy doing? Because he's just hurling chunks of frozen ice cubes into the river, which then goes all the way to the other end. Like you see where ice chunks fall off
Oh, so you did find the
in a
end of the
certain
path?
spot. Yes, and I'm
Now that you
curious.
found it,
I don't.
what is it for? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. I didn't
It
know. I don't know.
The ice blocks
Sorry,
are
I don't
coming
mean
all the
to.
way from Snowdon on a series of water and conveyor belts leading all the way to the
Hmm.
core. And the core is a
Hmm.
huge machine in Hotland, which is at the core of the underground,
Hmm.
and it is needed to cool off its coolant.
Okay, that's what
It's
it's
literally
labeling there.
dropping
All right,
big ice cubes into a bath of cooling water to cool down whatever the core is.
got it. Got it.
And there's only
Okay.
one place in the underground to get that ice from, so it just goes on a long ass delivery instead of somebody carrying it. Goes on a series of conveyor belts, and who who mines it and who gets it and who shapes it before the Wolfman chucks it on there? Who knows? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. It comes out of
But
a
it's nice that
building
it does
and
have a
works its way in.
satisfying and realistic conclusion. That's being
Yes,
delivered
that's
literally all the way across the world to the other side of it so it can cool off a generator so the rest of the underground can have power.
um yeah, I that was one of the things on this last playthrough that I just did that I had to do was track where is this ice going? Because initially I thought it was like it will sort of right. It is melting and creating steam. I thought it was doing something because there's like this part you have to cross where these chunks of snow are falling down the waterfall. And I thought it was specifically for that, but it turns out it's not. Because I was walking around the core and I was like, whoa, they make it all the way here and it just goes off a conveyor belt and falls. And I was like, well, where the hell is it falling to? So it led from one mystery to another for me. This game tends to do that.
And what I find particularly interesting about that one is there is no story, there is no real dialogue, there is no purpose to that happening or being in the game or no reward for experiencing it other than just being like, huh, where does that go?
Right. And well, and that's the thing. There are a lot of little you said Easter eggs. There's a lot of little hidden things around. Um where younger me would not have clicked on a bunch of stuff. I was deliberately then clicking on a bunch of stuff to see what I could find. And I was mildly successful. I know I'm missing things or not thinking of where to go.
I won't cover all of them,
Oh,
but a good example of the type of like flavor and little things that you have to look around and experience yourself is in Snowden. There's a door that you can't get in or anything like that, but you knock on it and you go knock 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 knock, and the person behind the door, instead of answering the door or just having no dialogue, is like, "Oh, that is a lovely knock. Maybe if I don't answer the door, I'll get to hear it again." And then you knock on the door, knock knock knock, and he's like, "Oh, it's so beautiful." And then that's just it.
yeah, he
Just
loves
every
it.
time you knock on it, he's just like, "Oh, thank you." And he never answers the door because he doesn't want to see who's knocking. He only wants to hear the knock. And that is the end of that tiny little storyline. This man just likes your knock and won't answer the door because he prefers you knocking.
There's also I don't know if it's a rock or something else that has a mustache on it. You can talk to him. Like, oh, you've come a long way. You know, he just like has a nice little conversation. Yeah, there's little bits flavor that just kind of make the game much like those didn't need to be put in there. Could have just been nothing. You know, you could have just knocked on the door. Oh, I wonder who that is. Knock on the door. Oh, I wonder who that is. You know what I mean? Like the added text does make it feel more lived in.
Speaking of feeling lived in, again, we're assuming that you're going through and sparing as many people as you can logistically. Once you get to the bar in town, you'll notice it's pretty poppin' and popular. You've fought 4 encounters, 5 total different dog enemies. And if you didn't kill any of those dogs, then they'll all be chilling in the bar and enjoying their time off, playing poker, like that famous painting. And it's nice to, just get to hang out with them and chill with them. You have a dog who is like blind and is obsessed. Well, he's like motion blind. He only sees things that are moving. So he's very excitable on that one. There's one dog that just loves to be pet and his neck just keeps getting longer and longer like a freakazoid giraffe. There's a really, really buff dog. And then there are two dogs that are like a couple.
Yes. No. We smell something. You gotta let them sniff you out.
Show your smell.
By rolling around in the dirt. Yeah. That was a good one too. Yes. Show your smell. You trick them by rolling around in the dirt, and you smell like a puppy. Yay.
You smell like a weird puppy. Yay.
And that was one of the things that I did different from you early on, that you were like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. I threw the stick and they run away. They just go away. You don't even fight them. You don't go through any of that dialogue or anything. They just they go chase a stick, which I think is the weapon you start with.
It's just a default thing. Like as soon as you fall into the underground, you already have a stick. I guess your character was playing with it on the mountain, or they found it in the flower bed when they woke up. But either way, that's your starting weapon. And because I immediately changed it to the toy knife, which you find in the tutorial, I didn't realize that I had a stick I could throw at these dogs. And just, there is multiple ways to beat fights, including some secret ways. There is a boss later on in the game that in the tutorial, if you buy an item in the tutorial, don't use that item, put it in your safe all the way until you get to this boss, and then equip it to your character, and then use that item on the first turn. You can skip the entire boss fight. That's just a weird, you figured it out just by trying. This character is a spider, and I have a spider donut. Well, what happens if I eat the spider donut? And then, the boss is like, oh, wow, cool. I didn't know you were cool. Have a good day. And you can completely bypass the entire fight, which, kind of robs yourself of the cool fight. But it's interesting that you can just completely just be like, nope.
That is what I will get to it more as we get more in revealing it. And I know we should have some slides maybe. I think about it. Logistic stuff. I would like to show you Snowden. We can. There's always some screen caps. It's.
I got it. You go ahead and talk. I'll pull it up.
He didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? Like, that was a contingency later on. Oh, you know what? If you buy this donut in stage 1, later on in stage 3 or further than that, you can use it to figure something out. But it robs you from part of the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to hear Moffat's dialogue or see any of the attacks. There's some nice Christmas music and stuff. Yeah, it's Snowden. It's a very charming small town. Ooh, there's Grizzlebees.
Yeah, just nice that. And then how do I just remove it without actually removing it? There. Cool. I figured it out. So now if I need to pull up another reference, I can do that.
Awesome. Yes, that will help.
Sounds like you can miss so much. I want to see the felt poker dogs in the bar. Okay, I got that.
I wish I had those. There is a set. There's like 5 different in that dogs playing poker motif. There's like a bunch of them. I used to know the artist's name who did it as well. That's cool. There they are playing cards. Boom. And the 2 that want you to show your smell are the ones with the black hood and axes down there in the bottom corner. The one all the way to the left with the eyes, he's the one who's paranoid. I heard you ring that bell. I saw something here. And the other one in the top with the big armor he's the excitable dog you get to pet. Very nice.
I really like them because they're just a random group of dogs that were apparently good enough to get into the Royal Guard, but Papyrus somehow isn't. So they are just as inept, yet somehow succeeded at something well enough to be actually incorporated into the Royal Guard. They work for the king. Papyrus does not.
Well, they're dogs. They have loyalty to the king, right? Like that's
I guess
And
that makes
Papyrus just kind of
sense.
showed up. Papyrus showed up and is applying for an assistant manager job. He needs to work at it harder than that.
He needs to rise through the ranks.
Yes.
So yep, after you finish up messing around, talking to people in town, you pass by Sans and Papyrus's house. You can't get in there, but you pass by it and you get to the end of Snowden, where you finally encounter Papyrus, and he's like, okay, you made it past all my traps, you made it through town, but this is as far as you go. I'm bringing you in. And initiates the first real boss fight of the game. If you for whatever reason are enough of a threat because of what you've killed and so far up until then, Sans will talk to you before you encounter Papyrus and being like, hey, could you take it easy on him? Would be nice. But that's just if Sans is worried that you're not gonna, play along and be nice. If you've been kind of a jerk so far, he just says, hey, don't fuck with my brother, please. But
Yeah,
anyway,
basically, he's
start the
sticking up
fight.
for his brother.
Right. You start the fight, and he warns you that he has a special attack, and other bosses have their own version of a special attack. So, beware, because they're just letting you know in the future, it's not just going to be all simple little silly boss fights. Bosses or mob fights. Bosses have special mechanics. Get ready for it. So you go through the fight, and he throws some bones at you. You dodge a little bit, and then he initiates his special attack. And he hits you with a bone that you can't dodge, and it turns you blue. Now, instead of your heart, which is red throughout the screen, and you can kind of like work it around freely, you get turned blue, and you're sad and heavy. So you drop down to the bottom of the screen. And now it literally changes the mechanics of the fight. And now it's no longer a free space bullet hell. It becomes a jumping minigame where you have to press up and move left and right and jump over the bones and stuff like that. So it's no longer him throwing them out of every direction. It only comes from left to right and on the bottom of the screen. So it is kind of easy to dodge, but it's not anything you've experienced so far because it's literally just a complete change to the game mechanics. Nice that the game kind of mixes it up. The tutorial didn't warn you about that. Nothing so far has warned you that these bosses are going to be able to do wacky things. But Papyrus leads it and lets you know that even though that was his special attack, that's not his special attack. And he warns you that in a couple of turns, he's going to unleash his special attack on you. So you go through and you keep dodging his attacks. And if you happen to actually die in this fight, it is the only time in the game where you aren't killed. He's the only enemy that doesn't kill you. He captures you. That's his job. So once you get low enough, he captures you and drags you to his shed, which has no security, no lock, nothing watching you. You just wake up in there with a dog bowl and some dog food, and you just walk right out, and then walk right back to Papyrus and be like, I'm back. He's like, ah, crap, you escaped. And then you start the fight again, which is kind of interesting. I had to just, out of curiosity, figure out what happens if you lose to Papyrus, because he's the only one that really wants to defeat you so far.
Yeah, I lost twice deliberately, and he puts you in the. He's like, "Oh, I upgraded the security," and I put camera. And he doesn't upgrade the security. He's lying to you. You just get put back in the kennel area, and then walk back over. And for the third fight, he relents and says that, I can't even really defeat you, ish, because you keep escaping, and I must be a little inferior, but we can be friends. Like you can befriend him here now, like after the fight. And like you said, if you do defeat him, he's hard on himself. Oh, I can't even defeat a lowly human like you. And then you get your chance to either mercy or murder, which potentially could be. I mean, you saw his brother. Seems pretty chill for the most part. Those are the guys you want to worry about sometimes, I think.
Yeah, they have that fire inside them that they have to quell at all times.
Yes.
So, if you don't go through that secret beating him route of beating or losing repeatedly and him taking pity on you, you tank through enough of his attacks that he finally unleashes his special attack. Except, unfortunately, a dog seems to have stolen his special attack. And it's just a dog in the corner of the attack box. Like it would normally be coming to attack you, except it's just chomping on a little bone. And Papyrus no longer has a special attack. So he got fucked out of that. I don't know what the boss dog was going to do. I don't know what his super bone attack was going to be. No clue, because his attacks are pretty, interesting. Maybe it was like one really big bone that you can't dodge. Who knows? But there is the end of it where he's like, okay, well, I don't have that, so I'm going to just use a regular attack. And he unleashes a whole bunch of bones at you. And at the very end, it's a bunch of bones on skateboards, spelling out like Hollywood sign style, "cool dude." And
yes, that was great.
The funny part of the fight is that like there's a point where it seems like I don't know where I'm going with that. The fight is really interesting because it seems like he's trying to really beat you, and then he just goes into Papyrus chick where he's just throwing words at you on skateboards, and his dog is eating his attack and stuff. And it's like, can you take anything seriously, dude? The correct way to mercy him,
going sideways,
besides just tanking all of his fights until he gives up, is you can flirt with him and throw him off his guard and compliment him and ask him on a date. So after you do mercy him, he's like, all right, well, if you want that date, come on over to my house. You can immediately go on a date with him and hang out with him. You get to explore him and Sansa's house, except for Sansa's room, which is locked. And once you do that, explore the house, you get to go up to his room and initiate dating mode, where he dresses up and you do a couple little mini games. Unfortunately, it doesn't end that well. I won't tell you. I'll let you, the player, go and figure out how the date ends, but it doesn't end well.
Yeah, not a second date, unfortunately.
Well, after you're done with that, you can go buy a couple more items and you're off to the next area. You go into the next area of waterfall, and Sans is there, along with a couple of just like tourist traveler people and a what are they called? The flowers? The echo flowers. There's some flowers out there that are like interesting flora for the area, where if you talk near the flower, they're like a parrot and they will literally vibrate and mimic and repeat whatever the last thing they heard was. So you can go up to it, and anytime it vibrates, it'll just repeat the last thing it heard. Which can be the guy right next to you talking. It could be somebody that was there weeks ago. It's the last thing it heard indefinitely, which is pretty interesting mechanic because you never speak to it because you never talk, so you only get to hear other people's dialogue.
Yes, and you go through that section. I thought it was a neat thing, but there's like the way you get some of the story in this game. You have to pay attention and talk to the echo flowers, and it starts telling you a little bit of something. So two people were walking through that path talking, and you get their conversation. And I don't remember much what it was, but I wish I did because it's important. And I think it was about. I'm not sure who was walking. That's what I mean. Like, I can't remember all of the dialogue, so I'm not sure who exactly was walking through there.
I don't think you're supposed to know who exactly it is. It's a guy and a girl. It's a guy and I mean, it could be a guy and a guy, but it's assumed to be a guy and his girlfriend walking through, and they're talking about their like hopes and dreams and seeing the real sky, because the area in the underground that they're in has like bioluminescent fungus and some shiny crystals and stuff like that. So the ceiling looks like stars, but they both know that it's not the real sky, and that there is a folklore that if you do this certain thing that you can make a wish, and they make a wish to one day see the real sky.
Right. Okay.
which is just a kind of nice little story of, people, just envying the freedom that humanity has because they're trapped here in the underground. There's
Yes, it
there's a
explained.
secret bench that's like off screen somewhere that you have to go, and there's a flower next to that, and it's one of those examples of like environmental storytelling where you don't get the whole thing and you kind of have to put things together and make your own impression and implications on it. So the bench, if you interact with it, has an abandoned quiche. So somebody went out there to be alone and eat a quiche. And when you talk to the flower next to the bench, whoever was sitting there was crying that they weren't ready for this responsibility. It doesn't tell you who, what responsibility, what they're talking about, or anything like that. But they went there, presumably cried, ate some of a quiche, left it there, and talked about how they weren't ready and can't handle this responsibility. Are they talking about a kid? Are they talking about a promotion? Who knows? Who knows? But it's just a nice
Well,
little
that's what I.
random thing.
So that's what it was. Like you refreshed my memory, as you said, it was a guy and a girl walking through, and I immediately attributed it to King and Queen, and you saying that, it works for both of them. I think Asgore wouldn't be ready for being king or the responsibility of children, nor would Tutorial Toriel be wanting to be responsible for uh what we'll later find out. Again, the children, though, like she was right there for our character, and there's more to that.
That's a. I mean, it could, yeah, might as well be them for the
I don't
purposes
know.
of the story. Like, we don't know of another male and female couple that are even semi-prominent throughout the game. So, if you want to characterize them as people that we know, it would be the most likely guess: the king and the queen.
But yeah, in my yeah, that's where I was. Like you said, you got to interpret it. We don't even know how old that is. We don't even know if it's
Is it
10
days,
year old
hours,
conversation
years,
or 10 minutes.
decades?
Right, exactly. So it could just be somebody else that we haven't or realized yet. It could have been two people who don't talk to each other anymore that we didn't make a connection to. Now
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
and that's what the whole community does, because there is just enough details for you to ask those questions and wonder. And there's enough other details for you to be like, well, it could be this, or it could be this. What if it is this? What if it isn't? And you get to kind of make up your own things. And whenever this came out, after I completed the game, I got big into the fandom because of the branching everything that the game is. People would make their own like spin-off alternate universes and being like, okay, well, what if when Sans came to Snowdin, the people didn't like him and they drove him out, and then he had to like be outside of Snowdin, so he has more like waterfall style, just like tiny little
Yes,
altars and stuff like that, because they didn't get to live in Snowdin, so they don't, he's not wearing the winter coat.
exactly that. So you can go through and comb through all these details and try to form uh, what's actually happening. And you brought it up, the fandom. There are unanswered questions, and people are very upset. Well, not upset, but like they want to know. We want to know, and I don't think that there's ever really going to truly be an answer.
A perfect example is the previous royal scientist. He's mentioned by name specifically once, and a couple of other times like ancillarily. So you can get information about him, but there's no real explanation of who he is, what he did, where he went, what happened, nothing of that. And there probably never will be, because it's not actually important to the story. It's just extra dressing and world building that you could be like, well, if that happened to this one guy, could that happen to other people?
Yeah, yes, and it opens up possibilities, and uh, there's other things that are given to us that aren't explained at all in game. Oh, that's just a rune on the wall. I mean, we kind of think it's this, but we really don't know. So that's just kind of given to you, and you get to learn or speculate or collaborate with other fans and try to put it together.
The area of waterfall for me is my least favorite part of a game. Not because I dislike it in really any way, It's just I feel like Snowdin hit hard, the ruins were good, and the next area and the area after that all kind of hit. I
Mhm.
feel like Waterfall is the mid part of the game where it's just kind of like, all right, now walk through these hallways to the next area. It does give you enough to kind of keep you interested. You come across the character that you met in the tutorial once, a ghost named Nats Bluk. He shows you to his house, and you can hang out with him. He also has a job
Mhm.
right nearby doing snail races and stuff like that. So you get to see him and what his life is like. Down the street from him is a big fish house where Undine lives. And down the street from them a little bit more is a shop with a turtle man. And then a little bit further down the street is a small little village of dog women.
Temmie Village.
They're not anthro dog people like the other dogs. They're like dogs that have like human faces and qualities and voice. They're a weird creature called Temmie, which are, like I said, they're like a female dog woman.
uh, Original character, very interesting, um, very fun, and light and secretive. Like the only way you know that that village is existing is because you're told it by a character you don't even meet until later. You don't even know that character's name,
And even
or at
then,
least as
once you
far
know
as
it
I know.
exists, you still have to go find it. It's like the bench
Hmm.
that I mentioned earlier, where it's kind of off screen and you kind of have to go to it on purpose. It's in just anyone that wants to find it. It's in a room in Waterfall in the very bottom right corner of it, and it's kind of difficult to get to that corner because of the way it paths. But once you get there,
Yeah,
you kind of like walk off screen into the Temmie village, and it is the only place in the entire game you can sell items. Nobody else will buy items from you because the first shop is like, I got a kid to raise. I can't spend my money on random pancakes and snowman pieces and candy. Okay, I have a business to run. The next shop is
uh,
a
yeah.
cranky old man who's like, "You're out of your mind." And then later on, the last two shops in the game, one of them is an employee at a fast food restaurant who can't buy things even if he wanted to. He's not authorized to make purchases on behalf of the company. And the other one is
Correct.
some girls running a trash store, and they definitely won't buy anything because they're trying to get rid of their trash.
They do try to entice you to selling them a glam burger, but I don't think uh, they have the money for it. So,
So yeah, Temmie is
but
the
I
only
remember.
place in the entire game you can sell things, and it's a out of everything in the game, it is like the Quirk Chungus zone. The Temmies are weird just to be weird. They're silly. It has weird music, and their capitalization isn't correct when they talk. They're silly little beings. One of them is named Bob. Because why not? The Temmie store is also jacked up and doesn't make any sense. They only sell one item, and there's just varying prices. You have Temmie Flakes on sale, Temmie Flakes regular, price or Temmie premium flakes, and then send Temmie to college. All of them are the same item and just cost different amounts of money. Why you wouldn't just buy the one for $1? I don't know. Just because you want to waste money? Who cares? If you have 1,000 gold, you can send Temmie to college. That's what the fourth option is. Send Temmie to college.
Yeah,
You can buy a
basically.
Temmie Flake for 1,000 and send her to college.
Um, yes. I think that is just an example of labeling. Like, oh, you can this one's more like spending more money doesn't always mean better because, like you said, you found out, and I'm gonna guess the hard way. Like you wanted to know what the difference was, so you bought the premium flakes, and you're like, what does this do?
Two
And it did
HP.
the same thing as the
It
yeah,
eats two.
exactly.
It's not even a good healing item. Yeah, it costs 1 gold, but you're gonna waste a whole turn to heal 2 HP. Even the weakest enemy in the game does 2 damage.
Yes, exactly. So it's just to trick you out of your money. Send Tammy to college so she can run a better store.
Yeah, really.
Also, the dancing
Logistically, the only
mushroom.
purpose of her is to sell things. You go there to sell items to Temmie.
Right. And which is kind of neat because it does. It makes you either have to abandon it or find the area to sell. Otherwise, you're dropping things on the ground for no profit or to make space. or you're hoarding. Yeah, there's Tummy.
So this weird dog creature with a semi-human face and hair, and that's the Tem shop Tem. She's the excited. She wants you to send her to college. It's cute. It's nice. It's a fun little detour in the area of Waterfall. As you head out, the only other thing in Waterfall really is some lore. You get the echo flowers and also some plaques. The plaques tell you about the war between the humans and the monsters in more detail. They let you know that the reason the humans turned is because they found out that monsters can absorb human souls, and they feared that power because a monster that has a human soul becomes like a super monster. I don't want to, like, I don't know. Doesn't necessarily mean they're evil or going to blow up. It doesn't turn them into like evil Godzilla or anything. It just makes them like super powerful. So,
right.
If there's good monsters, then that would be good. If there's bad monsters, that would be bad. It's the same as anything. You know, it's the wielder. So, either way, humans feared it, and they sealed them down in there. And it took 7 wizards to create the barrier. So in I don't know, response to that somehow, for some reason, it requires 7 human souls to take down the barrier. Doesn't require the same 7 magicians, just 7 human souls, so you can take down the barrier. Except you find out later that there is a missing part of that story. It has to be human soul plus monster soul. And knowing that, it is even more difficult because humans can't absorb monster souls. Monsters can absorb human souls. So, a monster, in theory, would have to kill 7 people and take 7 souls, fuse them in together, and then break the barrier. And then, after having all that power, presumably give it up and not blow up the world with it.
Or, yeah, just rest on your laurels and chill out and be king of the monsters on the surface. Also, I think it is brought up a little bit that they can see the sky a little. Like, they're not necessarily jealous, but they know it's there. And don't want to remain trapped in the underground, even though it's safer for them. There's like a lot of weird, because of the different style of endings you can get. Like the best ending, in my opinion, is the one where everybody just kind of chills out and doesn't do anything. You know, no change.
Just the underground gets 1 additional resident. You just stay there and chillax.
Before we get too far, because I don't know, but yeah, though I left, and then Sans called me and then told me, he's like, "Yep, everything's pretty much the way it was before. You know, people are slightly less hopeful now that the king is gone, and slightly disappointed because we're still trapped here. But you know, we'll manage."
Once you finish up the story slabs, you get to meet up with the monster kid, the kid you met in Snowden. He starts hanging out with you and following around and being like, "Ooh, did you hear the leader of the Royal Guard is nearby? Oh man, wouldn't it be so cool to meet Undine? Undine's the coolest. Oh my god, she's so awesome." And as you go through and start walking with him, you come up to a place that only you can get up because it's like a slight ledge. So you gotta climb on top of him and get up. And then he says, "Don't worry, I'm pretty cool. I'll find my way around. I always do." And then he walks left and somehow later comes right because he has off-screen powers. So, doesn't matter. Maybe he went and got a ladder. Who fucking knows? I don't. So you
not answered, yeah.
Right. So you go a little bit further, and then you come across some like brush or whatever. And as you're sneaking through it, you see somebody talking to a suit of armor, and then the suit of armor notices you and throws a spear at you, initiating like what would be combat, except it missed. And then they come down and come to grab you, or like search whoever was in the bush, and then find the monster kid instead of you. They pick up the monster kid and then sits it down and be like, "Ugh, I thought that was somebody. What a waste of my time." And they walk off. I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. The suit of armor is Undyne. It's the royal guard. You're obviously,
Yeah.
whatever.
The kid tells you, basically.
Right. You'd have to be stupid and not figure out the suit of armor is the same person he's talking about.
He does. No, he does. The kid does say it right then. Ooh, Undyne touched me.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep, you're right.
Picks him up by the head. And is super stoked about it. It's like he's a big fanboy.
He's like, if you were just a little bit more to the left, that would have been you. So just another example of just enough luck happening where you're just slightly out of range, and she picked up him instead of you. You two walk a bit more until you. I mixed it up. You get that encounter, then you get separated, and then you're coming across like a long catwalk, whatever thing that's hanging over the lake. And then Undyne starts chasing you. You run and run and run and run until you get to a dead end. And instead of her finishing you off, she decides to cut the catwalk and drop you down to the bottom of the lake, where she assumes you're just going to die from fall damage. Rookie mistake, because you don't. You land down there on a nice soft pile of beds and floating on water, so you just kind of, well, I'm back. And you just keep going through. You're at the bottom of the waterfall, where all the trash kind of ends up at this lake bed, kind of lagoon shit. And there's a bunch of trash and stuff, and you go through the trash pile out of the dump. And at the end of the dump, you see a training dummy, just like the one that you saw in the tutorial. Depending on how you handle the dummy is how this dummy will interact with you. When you came across the tutorial dummy, you have the same options as the rest of the game. You can beat it up, which tutorial doesn't recommend you do, or you can give it a nice chat. And then once you distracted it long enough, she comes and scares him away, so you don't have to deal with the dummy. And she's like, I'll protect you, no worries. You just have to keep him busy long enough, and then I'll save him. Tutorial never does that again. That's just a tutorial mechanic to teach you about enduring fights.
Right. You can walk past the initial test dummy.
Hey, just ignore it
completely.
Yep.
Yeah, that also makes this guy that you're talking about very upset. One of my favorite bright things that happens here. He's angry, and he's angry because he has big furrowed brows, like his eyebrows,
and he turns red, like he's like,
yes.
Yeah, angry eyebrow.
Yeah. I like that. That made me smile so much and those are the things that makes this game. That's the charm. That's why you want to keep playing it. It's just little moments that happen like that. Even when you see it for the second or third time, you're like, "Oh, that's so cool."
So he engages in a fight with you and be like, oh, you're too good to interact with me, huh? Just like you were too good for my cousin in the ruins? The way you fought them, beat them up, ran from them, ignored them. Whatever thing you did to him, he's not happy with however you handled his cousin. And he's like, And for that, you will pay. And then initiates a fight. I guess we'll talk about the fight because we haven't really talked actually about it. When you enter the fight, the world changes from color to black and white, and you have a menu on the bottom, and the top is the attack and defense box where all the action happens. Above that is the character's sprites, so you can kind of see what they're doing and what they look like. At the bottom, you have the actions fight, check, act, check. Yeah, fight, act, item, and mercy.
There you go.
The act has check. And also you can use different little things such as chat, flirt, insult, whatever. All the dialogue option is basically an act. You can check the dummy, and the dummy will let you know that it has infinite defense. It is completely immune to physical attacks because it's a ghost. So what are you going to do? You can't even hurt it if you wanted to. Which is good because if you're doing the pacifist route, it is advisable that you check your enemies because then you get to learn a little bit about them, or maybe about what things they need to coax them into a mercy state. For example, Napstablook, he is an insecure, sad, lonely ghost, and if you cheer him up, tell him a joke, and, just act friendly with him, he'll be like, oh, well, I guess this is pointless, and he just kind of disappears. Because he's shocked that somebody likes him. it's interesting things like that. Not every enemy search does the same way. There's an enemy that loves cleaning, and the only way to get the actual mercy out of him is to tell him you want to get cleaned, and then deliberately get hit by one of his cleaning attacks. In which case, he'll get happy that you're clean, and you'll win. So you never really know how to mercy an enemy immediately, unless you've done it before. So check is an advisable action. You check him and you tell the game straight up tells you immune to physical attacks. Don't bother. So you start. You can attack him or keep checking or mercying. Whatever you do to get to the next turn doesn't matter at this point because he's immune. So he starts attacking, and he, to attack, summons little versions of himself that shoot like cotton balls. And there is just like, same as any other bullet hell where he's just shooting balls at you. Except something you might notice is that his projectiles go through the box and are like, they have like piercing mechanics. So they can go out of the box that normally is not a playable zone.
Well, they're a ghost, right?
Right. It has
ghost projectiles.
Yeah, ghost projectiles. So it has like ghost penetration. It has ectoplasm abilities. Whatever. I don't know. It's ghost. It's ghost shit. So if you dodge around, those cotton balls can go up towards the enemy, which is on the top of the screen, which is, again, outside of the playable zone. And you can start making his dummies hit him with his own attacks. Again, another boss fight that completely is like, remember the mechanics of the game? Fuck the mechanics of the game. This is the mechanics of this fight now. So you have to get the boss to hit himself. There's no other boss in the game that functions this way. It's just a completely unique thing for the dummy. And it's the whole point of it is to just dodge his attacks while kiting him into his own attacks. He starts realizing what's going on. He's like, no, stop. And then starts dodging across the screen, making it harder. You keep hitting him, and he fires all of his minions and replaces them with androids. And then, since they don't have, they're not made out of fluff, they don't have fluff missile attacks, and they literally have homing magic missiles. So he just starts using androids to shoot missiles at you, and they home for like approximately like 3 seconds, basically like one whole good swirl, and then they'll start losing tracking. So you just got to get them all to come toward you and like dodge in a circle, and hopefully they'll arc up towards the top of the screen, and one of those missiles will hit him. And that's how you beat him. You just chip away at him with his own attacks to the point where he's like, you know what? This is pointless. I give up. Fuck it. Fuck you. This is stupid. I'm not fighting anymore. And then he'll just laugh and laugh and then laugh, and then we'll start getting hit by acid rain.
Yes, because Ghost Man does. I just wanted to come hang out. Why did everybody leave? So I guess I'll go too. That ghost is very emo. That guy. Also, he makes some really nice mix CDs, if you didn't remember.
Yep, you can go hang out with him at his house now that you've successfully become friends with him. He plays a bunch of different mixes of the same spooky song. He's got like spook tunes. He's got like a space version. He's got like a Christmas version. Emo ghosts, yes. Napstablook is he is a sad emo ghost who is obsessed with music.
He's into file sharing. He's also a pirate, by the way.
He has a neighbor who lives next to him that you can't get into because it's locked. And like I said, his other neighbor is Undine, who you can't get into right now because she's out looking for you.
Yes. Your public enemy number one. If we didn't mention, there is an APB out for a child in a striped shirt.
Yep. Rumors are that might even be a human. So we need to catch this striped shirt weirdo. You progress through this tiny little bit of town, which is like the town part of Waterfall. You go through a couple more caverns, run through some more random enemies, and then you pretty sure you meet up with Undine one more time before you fight her. I don't remember specifically how, but she like almost catches you one more time, and then you proceed. You leave the kid behind. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, you two meet up on a bridge, and the kid sticks up for you and is like, "No, if this kid's cool. If you want to get through, if you want to get to him, you have to get through me." And then Undine's like, "I'm telling your mom," and grabs the kid and drags him off screen and takes him away. So you get to walk away while she goes and reprimands this kid for stopping her from doing her job. She is very not
The
happy.
kid almost falls. Yeah, he almost falls and you save the kid. And then he sticks up for you after realizing that Undyne is chasing you, that you're the one that like, well, no, the
But this
news
guy's
is wrong.
cool. Like, I've been hanging out with him
Right,
all
this
day. He's
guy's
real
been-
rad.
Exactly. So, yes, and then he gets reprimanded. He gets taken back to his parents' house.
And that's the last time you kind of see him.
And that the kid, yes. And I think that is the end for Undyne for a moment, because you do get chased a second time very far to the next section. I think we're getting close to that.
Yeah, there's a couple of the encounters where she just throws like spears at you and you have to dodge for a bit. One she attacks from the bottom and the other one she throws at it from the top. But either way, once you get through all of that, you're pretty much done through Waterfall. There's a couple more people to interact with and stuff, but I'm not going to give you every detail because then that'll rob any experience of you playing Undertale. So Waterfall is interesting despite the fact that I said it's my least favorite. It's just because the other areas are better. You know, it's not bad. It's just the other areas are better.
Mine ended a little bit different. I was chased by Undyne to the next area.
Yes, because as you're about to leave Waterfall, that she's on top of the rock leading to the next zone.
Okay,
so you have to engage with her.
That's right. That's the part I'm skipping out on, or blanking out on, I should say.
Yeah. So as you're about to leave Waterfall, you have to pass through a big archway. It's like a mountain that's been blown a tunnel through. And on the other side of that is the next area of Hotland. Except it's a perfect place for an ambush. She knows you literally have to go through this gateway, so she's waiting for you. Somehow she knows that you didn't get killed by her dropping you into the waterfall. I'm assuming people told her. I think it was Papyrus, specifically, because he calls you and asks you. Yes. He asks you what you're wearing, because he wants to know for a friend.
Yes, no, that was a good phone call. So what are you wearing? I need to know for a friend. And then he calls you back later and is like, yeah, you remember that friend? I told him what you were wearing, but I know you're smart and I know you changed your clothes by now, so you're not wearing the same thing. You should be okay, all right? And like
being friends with everyone is so easy.
Exactly. Like it was he was trying to be everybody's friend and does compliment you and says, yep, you're smart enough to figure it out. You know, I'm hoping you change your clothes by now, because if you did, you'll be fine. Don't worry. This is great.
It doesn't really help. Not at all. It's just, it's a nice thing, because he's like, I did rat you out, but I did rat you out. So, you know, if you're smart, you know, you're smart. Yeah, I like it. So she jumps down from you and lets you know that you're not getting any further. She is the hero, and she's going to stop you because you are the hope of the underground. Whether you want to be or not, we need your soul because we need to break that barrier we were talking about. So she engages with a fight and another boss fight, so another new mechanic. She tells you that you cannot run. You have to stand and face things head on, which is literal. Your character becomes like a phalanx. You're a shield wall, and you have to face her attacks because all three of your other sides are weak to attack. So you have to hold the shield up and block all of her attacks as she spear onslaughts you. She mixes it up every once in a while and will hit you from green, which is the color of your heart when you can't move, and switches you back to red, where her attacks are a little bit more violent and harder to predict, but you have that same freedom that you do in regular fights, where you can hit your arrow keys and move any direction you want. It doesn't make things easier. There's one attack that's kind of easy, but the rest of her attacks during that like free mode are very violent. She can throw spears from almost any angle instead of just four cardinal directions, which makes it a lot harder to predict, especially when she starts doing like wheel-shaped attacks where you have to go through the pegs, otherwise you're going to get hit by the spokes. It's very difficult with some of her attacks.
The easiest one is the smallest box where the three spears stick up from the bottom. Like that's the
Right, because there's only
easiest one
3
you can
positions
deal
that
with.
you can get hit by. So if you're in, well, there's only one position at a time you can get hit in. So if you're in position 1 or 2, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
So each of the boss fights, they have what I would like to call like a reprieve attack, where it is noticeably way easier and slower than their other attacks. And because, as we've mentioned, the bosses have sort of a pattern to them, if you know attack 5 is the easy one, you can live through 4 attacks, and then on the 5th attack turn, eat an item and do something that you need to do, like talk with them or do whatever the thing that you need to do besides attacking and dodging. It's really good for those attacks. The one we just mentioned where she can only attack you from 3 spots, really easy to just kind of get through that without getting hurt almost any time. You have to mess up to really get hurt on that one.
And I was being cheeky. I think there's a spot like just right in between 2 of them, where if you're all the way at the top, just in between those 2, the 2 spears don't hit the bottom of your heart because the way the. I'm sorry, but yeah, I was being super cheeky on some of these mini games because, like you said, you got to either figure out the pattern and the timing, or brute force your way through by taking the hits and tanking and eating a bunch of healing items. But then, and this is what makes the game good. You can spend the money on the healing items and tank your way through and get through these boss battles. You could get good at dodging and evading the attacks, or you can try to talk your way out of it. And each one does do the different ways you end each fight results in how that person treats you the rest of the game. You mercy them, they're cool. Or I keep saying mercy, but that's the thing. You befriend them, and then they're chill with you, or you can kill them and remove them from the story altogether. In some cases, you can just be indifferent and not finish it, and then nothing happens. So there's more thought. Again, it looks like a Super Nintendo game or a Nintendo game, but there's way more thought put into it than just start to finish story. You're just getting this is the story. This is what it is. I like that it's open for interpretation. There's some other medias that we're talking about where you're getting a lot of detail and a lot of world. You know what the world is, but there's things in it that are always going to be open to interpretation because they're never explicit. There's things in Undertale that are just lost to the history of the underground, or we're not getting that story from another character's perspective. Dr. Fancy Pants, the first royal scientist, he probably knows a lot more that would help us out, but he's gone. Like you don't know where he is. You'll never see that character, but you know he knows some stuff because he did some stuff.
Exactly. This is, for me, the most interesting and the best fight in the whole game. I think Undyne is the best character. She has like the most motivation. She has a great character arc. Her personality is good. She is liked and loved. She is. If you weren't the main character, you'd be playing as Undyne. She is like the main character.
Yes. We're seen as the antagonist, like we're screwing up everything in Monster Town, and Undyne is there to stop you from doing that. You have the potential to ruin our harmonious little villages, and we need your soul actually to help a end game plot that we got going on that you probably don't know about yet.
Exactly. And speaking of the end game plot, a bit of it is the game gets meta in its plot a bit. Throughout the game, there are save points where you can like interact with this little like sparkly beacon and just save your game. And that's a mechanic in like every single game like ever since like the Super Nintendo, and they started putting saves without just like code screens where you just enter like a code and it just gives you a version of the game that you want to play. Ever since saving has been a thing, it's just been a thing. In this game, saving is tied to your character's ability. Your character has a special power for some reason, and that special power is the ability to save. It's not just a game mechanic, and it's tied to your character's determination, your literal willpower, and your will to survive, persevere, win, whatever you think determination is. That emotion thing is so powerful in this universe that it gives you a cosmic ability to save, which is a weird explanation in the game. It's just how the game works. Your character is so determined to get home that they can save their game. With the save, you can obviously go back to your save. If you die, you can go back to the old save. You can quit and reload your save. You have tiny little bit of time manipulation power tied to your determination. Determination is so powerful, it can give you superpowers. I don't know, it's a little corny, but that's Undertale. It's a little bit corny. Undyne, other people have described her as gritty and determined. She is, out of everyone you've talked to and faced, including Papyrus, because you easily fucking broke his will to be a royal guardsman just by being his friend. She is the most determined character you have come across. She has a mission, she has a goal, she has a purpose, she has drive, and she's gonna get it done. Undyne is the first character that you don't have the option to mercy. You can't. It's not a feature that there is no correct dialogue, there is no blocking for long enough, there is no way to mercy Undyne. She is determined to finish her job, and she's going to capture you after almost killing you. Or she's just going to kill you and take your soul, raw form, straight to the boss himself. She is going to do it. She is so determined that at this point you decide, fuck it, I'm done playing with these bosses. Fuck you, you won't let me block and do this? I'm going to kill you. So you start swinging at her because you think, maybe that's the gimmick of this fight. I just have to beat her until she gets weak. So you keep hitting her, and you keep hitting her, and you keep hitting her, and you notice that when you get her low health, she's not giving up. So fuck it, maybe I have to hit 0. So you swing, and you hit her one more time, and her health bar hits 0. And she's like, oh, fuck. Shit. You killed me. Oh, shit. Except, like I said, determination gives you somehow cosmic abilities. And because she is so determined in this moment to take you and bring you to the king, she is able to hold her body together through sheer force of will and heals herself. So you're like, okay, fuck, okay, I'm just gonna keep beating you, and you keep swinging until she literally turns into mush. She doesn't really even have a physical form anymore. She's like goop holding together, stabbing you with a spear, until you have beaten her so much that her goop falls apart and she turns into ashes and finally dies. Which is why I love Undyne. Undyne is the only character that is straight up has the powers that you do. Like, she can live through death. There's another character, but we'll get into that at the end of the game.
That's way meta.
Yeah, so it's really impressive to me that no matter what route you do, Undyne has enough determination and willpower to live through you trying to kill her, and successfully does it at least once. If you do the run where you kill everybody, you get to her, and on your first attack, you almost kill her. So she immediately starts fading into dust and comes back and is able to hold herself together straight up with just her willpower. Well, clearly that wasn't the way to defeat her, because you're not going to win. You're not going to win through force. You can, but if you've been, again, assuming you're going through the I'm not trying to kill these people route, you're going to reset. And now you have to try to beat Undyne again. You're like, okay, well, she will literally turn into dust before she lets me pass. You read her dialogue again, and she lets you know through little context clues that you can't run when you're green. You have to hold on defend. Okay, so what if I'm not green? There's parts of her attacks where she turns me red again and I can freely run. And in the mercy option, there's 2 options, flee and spare. Okay, so what if I run from her? She told me I can't run, what if I do? So you hit the run button, and it literally just like any other fight, you leave the fight. Except, well, she's a boss character. She doesn't just despawn, and she's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And she starts chasing you and immediately engages in combat with you. So now you kind of have your hint. Okay, I can actually leave this fight. And you try, and you keep running, and you keep running, and you keep running, and whoop, oh, you made it to the next area. Fuck, okay, cool. How far is she going to chase me? You keep running, and you run past a big neon sign. Welcome to Hotland. The music changes, and you get to the next area. The whole place is a big bed of magma, and you're on a plateau covered in, like, molten hot rock and everything. If the game had the graphics, the entire area would be distorted with that like heat wave shit where like light is distorted by how hot it is.
Well, I think that's some of the thing. I think that this game does do some trickery of that level. But in this area, it might have been a little much. A little bit of the heat waviness would have been nice. But yeah, Hotland is probably. I don't want to say it's my favorite. Maybe it is. I think it might be my favorite area.
I like Hotland. Just the music is so good.
Yeah. This part of the chase is a lot of fun. I'll let you continue.
I haven't mentioned it, but Undyne is a fish lady, so she's got like gills and fish. I assume she can also breathe air because she does, and she doesn't have like a suit helmet like Sandy. But she's a fish lady. So, temperature is probably important to them, whatever. So you take her into Hotland, she chases you, and she chases you through one area, and you get to the next little load zone in Hotland, and she is clunk, clunk, clunk in her slow armor as she's... And then she falls over, exhausted. Fortunately, right next to you, there happens to be a nice, convenient water cooler. So you walk over to the thing, get a couple refreshments, and you're like, I guess I'll give the fish some water. And you walk over and you pour a cup of water on her head, and it rejuvenates her just enough for her to hop up and ready to fight you again. And she's like, it's too hot, and leaves. So you have successfully run from Undyne because she can't catch you now, even if she wanted to, because she's going to pass out again and die.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, it was very smart of Undyne to notice that, like, all right, even if I do fight you right here, I'm going to get tired out yet again. And there is a little bit of dialogue. There's not necessarily like a friendly thing, but more or less of I'm indifferent to you now because you saved me. And if you call Papyrus did call at one point. I think you and her would be great friends.
As you're running from her, he calls you in the middle of sprinting.
It's not working out in the moment there, Mr. Papyrus. I'll let you know in a few. So real quick, in my second playthrough, again with like discovering things, I just walked away from Undyne. And because I was doing somewhat indifferent like playthrough, like I'm not really hurting anybody, but I'm not helping either. And so I didn't help, and it just shuts off that whole dialogue tree. You're just done with Undyne for the rest of the game. So as we get further on, the choices, you're encouraged to make a choice. Be good or be bad. If you're neither, you get nothing. And I think that was really cool. That was really cool to me.
Right, because you just completed, before we recorded this, you completed a third run, which was a second neutral run. And the ending was super lackluster because you didn't do any side quest, didn't do any side mission, didn't befriend anybody. So nobody knew you, nobody fucked with you, and everybody was just like, okay, that human left. Cool.
Yep, and it changes the ending a lot, though. Because the straight-up neutral pacifist ending, the true good ending, it's much more populated, and the genocide ending, which I watched you play, is well different. So it's so good in that regard.
Now we are officially in Hotland. It's the Hotland. It's got lava, fire, all that, and it's the home of the core, which is a huge machine that uses geothermal power to send electricity everywhere else, and it also runs some sort of computer. I don't really know what the computer shit is for or what it does or anything like that, but there's also kind of a big computer in there. Probably, if this is going on assumption and also hearsay, but presumably it's whatever W.D. Gaster was working on.
Yeah, good point. Because none of that equipment in there is really explained to you at all. It's just the lab, and the main computer that you're talking about looks like a bull skull. If you ever seen one of those, that's what that eye shape is to me. It's like if you look at a bull skull, it's very elongated like that, has the horns up. It's very creepy and unsettling, even though it doesn't really look creepy and unsettling. It just has that feeling to me.
Since you brought up that thing, which we won't, I'm not going to bring it up. We're only going to barely get into it. But that skull is the same skull that the end boss of the neutral route uses. It's at the bottom of the TV face. Is that skull?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Which is just interesting that you can find the physical thing in it. So it's like, did the boss replicate it, or did the boss literally take that skull and use it? Interesting. Wonder.
That's what I'm saying. Like already, it starts gears turning. It's like, well, what's really going on then?
So you make it through, and when you get to Hotland, the only real thing to do so far is to go through just the basic lab. You get in there and you meet Alphys, and at the same time you meet Metaton, which is a android. Well, I wouldn't call it android because it's typically human shape. It is a robot.
It's a straight up robot.
Yeah, it's a robot. It's basically a cereal box with arms and a single wheel. So, like Claptrap.
Hang on. Yes, that's the form factor. But Metaton on the front, there is a old. I say old, but it's Tiger Electronics. I don't know if you ever heard of that company, but they made like these little handheld games. And one of them was called Lights Out. And it was literally like a square like that, like Metaton. And it had 5x5 rows. And they would all light up. And you had to like systematically turn each light off. Like you would press a light off and it would turn other lights on.
I was like a reaction speed game.
Yeah. I'll show it to you later. It's very much what Metaton reminds me of being like a handheld playable game. Super cool character. Probably my second favorite character because of the way you interact with him.
Metaton. Yeah, I was gonna bring up a picture of him. Metaton comes. You can actually see him very barely. I have a Metaton poster right there. It's out of frame, but he was a robot designed to hunt down and capture and kill humans. But due to the lack of how often that happens and how hard and annoying it is, and the fact that they have a whole royal guard to do it, and also a group of skeletons, he decided to kind of do other things and became like an entertainment star. I haven't pulled it up yet.
Yeah, that's his job.
This is an image of Metaton in his robot form. So he lights up these things to make different shapes, like a 1 and M. He's got dials on it, arms, a microphone to talk into, and just a wheel he rolls on. Real simple design for a robot.
Very cool. And I like his each character has a different sound for their voice, and his is very cool. It sounds like an old school printer. Where it's like I can't remember what they're called, but they have like the perforated edges and they alternated line colors too. It would be like one green line, one white line, and those things would just print for a long. If you can't print a page without it going for 10 minutes. It was so cool. So when I heard that, I was like, wow, that's awesome.
Looks like the Maid from the Jetsons. Yeah, it's a very Jetsons like 80s style robot where it's just like it's all function, no form.
Yes, Rosie as the trivial robot maid from the Jetsons. But Metaton, hilarious, entertaining. entertainment for the monsters.
And that's how he ends up attacking you. So he busts out of the wall and he attacks you with a game show. He starts out with combat, letting you know that you're going to get violently electrocuted if you fail to answer any of his trivia questions. So he starts playing trivia with you and asking you random questions, being like, what is the king's name? How many towns are there? You know, just stupid random questions. And then some of them are absurd and like, okay, he's like,
how many flies are in this jar?
How many flies are in this jar? What is 1 billion times this divided by this? And it's like, they're all multiple choice, so you don't have to type something in, fortunately, except that there actually is an essay question. So he asks you an essay question, and then for the first time in the entire game, the entire keyboard is usable, and you can just type out whatever you want to his essay question. I typed in a bunch of slurs and called him names in the essay question. He didn't grade my paper well. And after that, he's like, all right, well, I'm bored. And he just kind of leaves. And he lets you know that he's not done, but this segment is over.
Yes.
Alphys lets you know that, she's willing to help you get through Hotland, and she knows of a shortcut through the core directly to the king's castle. And I'm sure if you are cool, then you can work with the king and maybe you won't have to fight him. Awesome. So I'm going to help you. She upgrades your phone and allows you to, like, access the internet. She basically gives you Twitter. Yes. And then you go out through her lab and get through the rest of Hotland, which is just a series of hallways and minigames. Which the whole game is, but Hotland didn't feel like shit. I don't know how it did it differently in a way that I liked it. I feel like the big thing is it broke up the monotony with the Metaton encounters. The second time you encounter Metaton is a cooking show. You walk into a dark room, and then you walk into a stage, and the lights turn on, and he makes you become his chef assistant as you do some, typical chef things. And then he's like, okay, now can you go get this ingredient? And you walk to the other side of the stage, and the shelf that it's on turns like into a vertical conveyor belt and just starts shooting into the sky and becomes like a tower of cabinet. And Alphys calls you and being like, oh shit, crap. Oh, you only have a little bit of time to do it. Quick, open your phone and press this button. And the phone turns into a jetpack. And then you fly to the top of the thing, avoiding Metaton, who's throwing like baked goods and eggs and dough and stuff at you. And bags of flour, which is meant to slow you down. Doesn't do any damage, but it's meant to slow you down so you don't reach it in time. You get to the top and you get the ingredients, and then he insults you because he's like, you're an idiot. This is a baking show. Haven't you ever seen one before? I already made the cake 40 minutes ago. And then he brings the cake out to you, and that section's kind of over. But Metaton is just a shitpost. That's all Metaton is. He is just a living shitpost.
Yeah, side note, even if you could get to the can, it's glued to the table, that jerk.
Yeah, so even if you get to it, it's glued, so you can't grab it.
Yeah, no, that's... But this was a fun section. I agree that, the other sections that we've been through up until this point have been corridor, then puzzle. It's definitely broken up, not just by the Metaton thing, but the arrow platforming puzzles. I think that helps too, because it's just something different to get you to interact with the environment.
There's a couple of interesting NPCs out throughout Hotland. There are the final two members of the Royal Guard, Royal Guard 1 and Royal Guard 2, which one of them is... It's hard to like tell what one of them's like a fish guy, and one of them is like... I don't know. It's like he's
ripped.
He's like made out of like porcelain. It's weird. But either way, so how you encounter these guys is you notice that there is a little bit of chemistry between them, and you get one guy so hot that he breaks out of his armor, and then the other guy gets so hot because his bro is so hot that they end up falling in love with each other and becoming gay bros. So, yeah,
cool.
So they go and have sex and stuff instead of fighting you. That's pretty cool.
Out of nowhere too. It was just like there hasn't really been much relationship stuff, and that was the first one. Like it just came out of nowhere. Like I was like, all right, we just fixed up a couple. Let's be on our way then. And that isn't the first, or not the first. That isn't the last time that you can potentially play Cupid's arrow in this game. And I thought that was very cool too. Um, I like the smelly dogs. The same thing, you know, like they work in tandem. These two work in tandem, so it makes these boss fights. I guess I would say
It's a
a
mini
halfway
boss.
boss fight. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Mini boss. I was gonna say half stage boss too. But anywho, uh, it's fun. It's fun to go through their dialogue because the one dude is like I can't say anything. He's like super shy. He doesn't want to say anything. And you gotta get him to be like, I just can't. I gotta say something now. You drive him to the point where like, dude, I got a boner for this dude, and I need to let him know about it. Scared or no, and then he's like, yeah, bro, that's cool. You want to go get some ice cream? Hell yeah, I want to get some ice cream. You know, and I was like, all right, let's do it.
And it's funny because the
That
ice
was
cream isn't random too. There's an ice cream shop guy that has moved from each zone and charging progressively more and more. As you progress through the game, even items in the first town cost more and more because the game knows that you have more gold to spend and you're going to need that item more. So supply and demand. Oh, did I cut out? Did you cut out? I don't know. Let me check the internet. Okay, looks like it was Snake that cut out. Okay. I'm going to continue then. So, after you get past the two Royal Guard bros, there's only a couple more NPCs that are just like of any sort of importance. There is one little guy. He's like basically like a living candle, and he asks you to remember his name, and his name is Heat Flamesman. Remember that name. It's super important. You make your way through more of Hotland. As Snake said, there is some cube puzzles where you essentially play like Space Invaders, where you have like a gun and you have to shoot to the top and blow up a ship, but there's blocks in the way. So you have to move the blocks in specific ways to get them to move out of the way when you shoot the one bullet you have to hit the ship at the top, and that'll activate the switch for the next area. Then there's also like sort of jump puzzles where there's little launch pads on the floor and they'll like bounce you and you have to find the correct way to get through it. That's pretty much the only difficulty in Hotland, really. I would have to say. As you progress a little bit more further, you come across the next Metaton encounter, which is him doing like a news broadcast sort of thing. One bullet switch, jump puzzle, that's all. Yeah. Wait, so hold on. Let me ask you. So you said you wanted to play this game, Major FOMO. Have you played this game or have you not played this game? Or are you just having FOMO because you want to play it again? And to follow up that last question, if you are into games, then maybe you could come on a future episode. We could find something that's simple and silly and easy, but also interesting and intriguing. There's plenty of small little indie games like this that are easier than this, because Undertale is not necessarily easy. There's some parts that are easy, but it does get randomly difficult. Give me 1 second. I'm going to reply to Snake. Yes, but first poker. Yes, absolutely. We'll get you on one of these poker nights. Anyway, continuing. You come across Metaton again, and it's a bit of a news broadcast where he is... It's not quite live. It's like where it's before about to go live, and you have to go around as the reporter and find a news story worth reporting on. So you walk around, and there's like a basketball, a cup of water, a dog. There's a bomb. I don't know. There's just like a bunch of random objects. I think there's like 6 or 8. Um, when you decide whatever one that you want to interview, you lock in on it and you start doing the interview. You tell a story about whatever this object is and why it's here, whatever importance it is. I think I picked the dog because the dog is, I don't know, a recurring theme in the game. They're in Waterfall. I guess I'll go back to kill time while Snake is here. In Waterfall, there is like a mini puzzle that you can do where you find an umbrella and then you bring the umbrella to a statue. And when you put this umbrella on the statue, it will like dry it out and it'll start making music. And if you get the first 8 notes of that song and go bring it to a different room, you can find a piano. And if you press the first 8 notes on the piano, you open a secret door. And in the secret door, you go in there and there is a legendary object. The legendary object is like a red orb or something. And you go to pick it up and it lets you know if your inventory is too full, that your inventory is too full. So, unfortunately, you have to go out and put something out of your box into storage and go back in there to go pick up your legendary object. When you go to pick up the legendary object, it again lets you know that you have too many things in your inventory. Specifically, you have too many dogs. So, you have to double check your inventory, make sure you know how many dogs in there. Because even if you have nothing in your inventory, if you have 1 dog, you have too many dogs. So, open your inventory, double check you know how many dogs, and unfortunately, you probably are carrying 1 annoying dog, so you're going to have to get rid of it. There isn't a trash option, so unfortunately, you're just going to have to drop the dog, and, we'll just make sure you don't want to drop the dog. You got to go back outside and just put it in the box, because then at least you get to keep the dog. You're not going to throw it on the floor. Except when you leave the room, the dog isn't there anymore, which is confusing. So you go back into the room where the dog is now in your inventory, you drop it on the floor, and the dog trolls you, because now the dog is on the floor, and he goes, bark, 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 and takes the orb, absorbs the orb, and then, like, no clips out of the screen. Because now he has a legendary object, and he can go through walls.
Okay, I was wondering what played out there, because I remember doing it my first run, but this past time, I didn't want to get rid of the dog, and I did that. I was like, where the fuck is he going? Because I was trying to, like, put him in my inventory, and it wouldn't work. And I was like, because there was another thing. I was like, well, maybe if I take this artifact too, and I couldn't work it out. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't just get the artifact. Damn this dog.
No, it's just Toby Fox trolling you. It's just a troll room. You go in there to solve a puzzle to get trolled.
Yeah, I did. I got completely trolled, so that worked.
Yeah. So because
apologies about the internet.
No worries. So because of that, whenever I am given the opportunity to interview something, I'm going to interview the same dog. It's the same sprite. I don't know for sure it's the same dog that absorbed my legendary object, but I thought it was. So I wanted to interview him. Sound. No sound. Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know how long there was no sound. Thank you for catching that. I may have hit my hard mute button. Okay, so we're just gonna recap the last little bit we said. The dog absorbs the object, no clips out of there, which is the power that it gets from the legendary object. Knowing that the dog has this legendary object, when asked by Metaton to interview one of these people, I interviewed the dog, assuming it might be the same dog. Plot twist, the dog is a bomb, the cup of water is a bomb, the basketball is a bomb, the bomb is a bomb. Okay, well, it seems like everything in the room is a bomb. We're getting trolled again by Metaton.
Yes. Again, the comedy beats are spaced out just perfectly for me. Like, it's like, all right, cool, great. We got it. This was funny to me. Also, the Toby Fox troll room with the artifact. That was ugh. I got trolled, man.
Yeah, I like that because there isn't another point in the game where the game kind of like just makes fun of you or anything.
Not directly like that.
No,
They make fun of you for being a quitter.
yeah, they make fun of you for other things. But yeah, the room is armed with a bunch of bombs, and Metaton's like, "Oh shit! Well, you better disarm them." And you get about 2 minutes to disarm the bomb, and you have to run around the room and catch each of the objects, which are floating around in random different patterns. One of them is like moving in a circle. One of them is going across the top of the screen, across the middle of the screen, across the bottom of the screen. One of them is just like teleporting in random places. And you just have to go catch all of these objects and disarm them. Each time you interact with them, you get a mini game where you have to like kind of like when you're attacking and getting a bullseye, you have to stop the bomb in the correct location to disarm it. Every time you disarm it, you do get a little bit of extra time, and the timer starts moving a tiny bit slower. At least maybe that's perspective, but you do definitely get extra time. So even though you only have 2 minutes, every time you disarm one, you get like an extra bit of time. So as long as you're not just AFKing, you should easily be able to disarm all of them within the time limit.
I was gonna say, it either it gives you extra time or it deliberately slows down as you're running out of time. Because I was like, fuck, man, I only got like 5 seconds to get to and I had plenty of, I like by the time I actually got to the main bomb, you know, like where it was back at, or no, it was the one on the conveyor belt that slides back and forth. Like if you miss it, you got to go all the way back. You got to make that loop. And I was like, you know, getting tense because it was counting down 10, 9, 8. But I had made it back around with plenty of time. So yeah, if you're not in front of the game, that's the only way you're gonna fail this. Like you said, AFK. You got to be like in the bathroom.
I
And you
don't know
didn't
what
have pause
happens
or
if you
something.
do fail. I've never reached the fail state for this objective, so you know it's another one of those things to replay
Another
just
pin.
for that, right?
Yes.
So you disarm all the bombs, and Metaton's like, "Well, that was boring," and he leaves again. I guess you at least got an action-packed segment, you know, running around disarming bombs. You know, it probably put out a good TV show for the 4 viewers.
Being mean. He's got more than 4, maybe.
I don't know. Based
I
on the
don't know,
amount of
maybe there's only
callers he
4.
gets, he has at least more than 4 fans.
That's true. And who you talk to. He is beloved in the Undertale underground.
Now that you're done with that, you only have one more encounter from Metaton where he's doing stupid shit. You get through the rest of the spiraling shit in the underground, and you come across Heat Flames Man one more time, and he asks you, "Do you remember my name?" And if you do, then he is absolutely astonished. He's like, he's brain blasted. He is so exploded that you remember his name, and he will never forget that you didn't forget.
The second best sprite reaction. First, the angry test dummy. Now this guy, like, just like, you remember my name? Like, his sprite just the instant change. You know, he goes from like he's just like instant surprise, and he stays that way for the entire rest of the game. He's just so his eyes go boop. A lot of fun.
And then you come across the final encounter. I may have mixed up the order of them, but it doesn't matter. All the encounters are accurately depicted. You come across the last encounter where you walk into a room and it becomes an annoying soap opera where Metaton starts coming down in a dress and singing about his story and how much he loves you and that he has to kill you and you're going to die and all this stuff. And then it kind of
very GLaDOS.
Kind of annoyingly ends with him dropping you into another room, and dun dun dun, the Metaton puzzle turns out to be the puzzle that Sans and Papyrus had all the way back in the beginning of the game. So, like I said, you remember to write down all those colors, right? Because Metaton's not going to bother describing it to you because he knows that you know the rules.
Yes, you know, you should have wrote it down, done your own due diligence. We told you once. So if you don't remember what happens when you have a yellow square next to the blue square, good luck.
Yep. So unlike Papyrus, he rolls random, and the entire room becomes an assortment of squares, and you have about a minute 30 or something like that to get through this room.
Yes.
Not a whole lot of time at all. And as I said, this room does actually have a legitimate solution. You can go online and look at the path, and if you had the time, you could go to this room and get to the end. So it is legitimately it's not the fact that Toby Fox made sure to make this nonsensical puzzle and being like, okay, yeah, but there actually has to be a solution in it. Because it can't just be, because I might as well just put an invisible wall, because, it's the same mechanically then.
My original thought is that the bridge doesn't end. Like, you just get onto the colored part where you're walking the path, but like the long corridors, it's just too long to get to that end of it, or the timer runs out, and it would, thus, no matter what, you can't finish it. He gives you, and this is something else that I was impressed by. It's extremely difficult, and you're not going to be, unless you are determined, you're not going to be able to finish that puzzle on your own. You're not, unless you're just brute force doing it over and over and over, loading your save over and over and over, which is kind of the point he's making. You can do that. That Suikoden game that I mentioned before, there is one battle where it's a attack, defend, special. And if you pick the right order, it's paper, rock, scissors, if you do it correctly, you can win that fight. But it's stacked so hard against you that if you don't pick correctly every single time, you will fail it. And so that's what this kind of reminded me of, that if you don't do this floor puzzle exactly correct in the amount of time allotted, you're not going to get it.
Right, because of the way the tiles are laid out, there's also like sort of soft lock states where you can get into a spot that's like almost impossible to get out of because of the mechanics, and you have to like backtrack a long way, which wastes all of the time.
Which also, the effort of making each square actually do what he said it does. They do. The blue ones are water. The yellow ones, I guess, are lemon juice. There are shocky ones, which are green, maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
And I was just doing that. I was just walking my way through, just like trying to find. I was like, damn, can you really get through this? And so when I was watching your playthrough, you showed me the other end of the bridge, and you can. It's long, but not too long. And it's not impossible. Amazing.
The most important tile that we didn't mention either time, and I'm going to mention now, is the green tile. The green, no, whatever. I'm pretty sure it's green. But either way, there is a tile color that when you step on it, it makes a noise. And then you have to fight a monster. So
I did not get to that. See,
so you go through the puzzle, and you have the minute, and we're going to assume that you didn't cheat and get the route, and you're not going to beat this puzzle because it's asinine. So you walk through, and you probably get maybe 5 or 6 blocks deep before you get stuck in a puddle, and you keep getting bit by fish or electrocuted or running into a tile that you can't walk through, and you just keep getting zapped and everything, and the puzzle ends, and Metaton's like, whatever. Something happened. I have to go. Oh, except you did forget the rules, clearly, because you didn't beat the puzzle. Every time you step on that tile, it made a sound and a monster. So then you're supposed to fight a whole bunch of monsters, except Alphys comes in and saves you, and you're able to get out of the room without like anything. So, glad you had Alphys, because otherwise you would have had to fight at least one, but presumably probably 20 to 40 monsters there.
And this is the third time that Alphys has magically come in with a swooping in, hey man, you're in trouble, let me help you out, yay. And I'm not kidding, I was very suspicious by this point.
Right, she knows the route, she knows the traps, she knows the solution. It's like, why are the traps even on then? Like, what's the point? If you just get through all the traps, what's the point? So you make it through, and now you're pretty much done with the Hotland proper, and You get through one last area that's kind of decrepit of the core area, the outer core, not the inner core. The inner core is the computer area. The outer core area is covered in like spider webs. It's more of a decrepit area, and you walk through it and you see another spider bake sale, same one that you saw in the ruins at the beginning of the game. Except these are premium prices. It is 9,999 gold for a spider donut and 9,999 gold for a spider cider. If you're struggling to get 600 gold for the key at the end of the game, how the fuck are you going to get 9,999 gold for a donut? The trick answer is you don't. It's just supposed to be impossible. There's an NPC there that is like staring at a donut because he's shocked how much it cost, and he wasted his entire life saving, and he didn't even really want it. He's kind of got pressured into it.
Not even that good. Yeah, right. They are expensive donuts. This is probably one of my more favorite sections of the game. I know I keep saying that about a lot of stuff. Well, specifically, Papyrus is number 1 for me. Metaton is number 2 for upcoming things. And this one, like, it's this battle that's coming up was probably one of my more favorite ones, even though I sucked at it completely.
You keep going through the room, and you get caught up in spider webs, and the spiders in the room are basically giving a warning and rumoring to each other that there is a person who hates spiders that's coming through, and they're all icky, yucky, and, we're gonna show them for hating spiders so much. And then the Spider Queen comes out. It's a anthropomorphic spider lady named Muffet who comes out, and she is pissed off because not only do you hate spiders, but you're stingy and didn't bother to spend any of your money at the bake sale, so fuck you. And then initiates combat with you. As I mentioned,
time through college, bro.
As I mentioned, this is one of those things where you do have a secret turn 1 victory thing if you bought an item from the spider bake sale at the beginning of the game and pulled it out of your box before this. You can eat it turn 1, and she will accuse you of stealing it and get all upset before a spider comes in from the side of the screen with a memo all the way from the underground in the ruins and lets Muffet know that not only did you not kill any spiders, you like spiders, and you helped with the spider bake sale. So she's like, well, this has clearly been a misunderstanding. Whoever told me that you're like a piece of shit is incorrect. So you can come back anytime you want, and I will imprison you anytime you want. And she lets you go. She'll mercy you turn 1. If you decide not to do that, she has a really, really fun boss fight. Of course, like I said, all bosses have unique mechanics. She turns you purple. And what does purple do? She pours a bunch of tea into the attack box, and you get covered up, and now you're covered in purple tea, and it forces you onto strings. Both like music strings and spider webs.
Stanza.
Yeah, so you're on 3 strings, top, middle, bottom, and when she is attacking, you can only move vertically. You can move a little bit left and right, but it doesn't really help. But mostly you're just moving vertically, dodging her attacks.
Yes. The only time the lateral moving, like left to right, is when later on she summons her pet. It's time to feed. And then so this giant guy comes out and starts trying to eat you from the bottom. And so it becomes like a vertical platformer where you're like moving up. You got to keep hitting up to go up, but move left and right because there's things coming down, and this guy's coming up from
It's
the bottom.
such a good attack.
It is, and it is... I got good at it. That was one of the ones that I did get decent at. But I don't like the fight altogether. It's just so long, it seems like. But it was so fun. Probably one of the better songs in the game for the soundtrack. And I'm a fan of spiders. I don't know why. I like spiders. I like snakes. Those are the things that scare people most, it seems like, other than falling from high places. A good character design too, and the fact that she calls you stingy for not spending 10 grand on a donut is great.
You're not wrong, but you're also fucked up for that.
Yes.
So, yeah, this fight unfortunately doesn't have a whole lot to it. Something that I love about this fight is the theme of her minions. She's like the only boss with minions.
Yes.
She has her pet, which attacks you from the bottom, as Spurg mentioned, and she also has little spiders that will come on the side of the screen and let you know what the next attack is going to be, kind of like in Tetris, letting you know what the next block is going to be. So it'll be like, this attack is crumpets and jammy dodgers. This attack is 2 crumpets. This attack is 2 jammy dodgers. So like, it'll let you know what the type of attack is going to come up.
Yeah, the weird boomerangs were the ones that got me a couple times. Because of the way the pattern works. I was like, how am I supposed to, what am I? And then it like with any puzzle, when the solution comes, you feel so dumb for a second. You're like, oh, because it really, you just go whoop, 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 and that's it. And you could dodge everything. And I was like, how did I not see that sooner? And so I'm yelling at myself for not seeing silly things. Specifically, like you said, there'll be a crumpet, but then there'll be like 2 little boomerangs that come this way and then one that way, and they cross all the way across. So you got to time your up and downs correctly. And I wasn't seeing it for like a long time. And what a dope.
There's only one attack in the entire game that I can say with confidence that is like actually bullshit. All of the other attacks, even the ones that are intentionally bullshit, are like performative. You can do things around it to get through it. There's like a frame perfect pixel that you can get through. The attack I'm talking about is when you finally get to and fight like the 1 or 2 Temmies in the entire game. She has a attack where she becomes like a cartoon, like she becomes like a stilt dog, and she has like legs that are to the top of the screen, and she becomes like a hot dog, and she just walks left and right, and you're underneath her legs. Yeah. I have never, ever figured out a way to dodge that, because you would think that when she like picks up her legs, you can like go under them, but she doesn't. They're like big spaghetti noodles. They're just 2 pillars, and they just like push you to the edge of the screen, and then you take 1 hit. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but I have never ever figured out how the fuck do you block the Temmie attack. That one's bullshit.
Yes, I that was my second run. I was looking for the Temmie town, and you fight one in on the way looking, and I was like, what the hell? Yeah, giving up Temmie flakes don't help either.
No, she wants them, but she doesn't. She doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly. Another fight that was pretty fun, and yeah, that is a bullshit attack. There is no getting around it. I didn't figure it out either. I didn't see any way. Now, as soon as you brought it out, I was like, "Oh, the long legs."
Yeah, stupid long leg attack. I don't know how to dodge that. It's a skill issue, I guess. I don't know. Perfect attack.
Correct. and it makes sense that it's only that one character.
Right, because she is the bullshit like entity. So if she's the one with the bullshit attack, I'm like, all right, well, it's fine. Not everybody has that attack. Yes. It's fine.
Exactly. Right.
You have to go fight Temmie basically on purpose too. It's not like she's jumping you the whole game.
That was I was gonna say. You seek that one out. Because of reasons too. You got a good reason to go see Temmie. You got to make some sales, man. Want this toy knife? $350.
So you tank through her fights long enough before she does get a memo from the underground Bruins. Either way, you live long enough and she gets a memo being like, oh, this has been a misunderstanding. I just got very valid reports that you made it through the underground and you didn't step on or squish or kill a single spider. You didn't donate to the spider sale, which you should have, but you are friendly to spiders, so go ahead and have a good day. And she will open up the mercy option. So you can kill her if you want, but again, we're assuming you went through the mercy option wherever possible. So you mercy her and you get moving on. And you get through the rest of Hotland, which is very, very short, and then you get to the Metaton Resort, the MTT Hotel. It is a nice, fancy hotel. When you get there, you meet up with Sans, who will ask you if you want to go have a little dinner. He asked you this earlier in the game, where you could go to Grillby's, and you just kind of hang out and chill. There wasn't anything really important in that conversation, which is why I didn't bring it up. So you meet up with him for dinner, and he talks to you for a little bit, and he lets you know, basically, like, hey, So one time I met a lady on the other side of this door, and her and I became really good friends, telling knock knock jokes to each other. And one day, randomly, she made me make a promise that when a human comes through this door, I need to help them and get them to the king. So, you're lucky I made that lady this promise, because if I didn't, you'd be dead where you stand. Which is the first and only time so far we've gotten any sort of anything from Sans where he's like, "No, dude, I would have killed you. If I didn't make that promise to this random lady that I've never seen and I don't even know her name, I would have killed you."
Exactly.
And it makes you think. It makes you think, being like, "Oh, can you? Your brother was a pushover. Can you? You know, I'm not inviting you to try, but come on, really?"
He changes his tone from being like jovial and kind of funny to like, "Hey, yo, you know I can hurt you, right?" You know what I mean? Like he gets real gangster real quick in this kind of I don't like saying an exposition dump. It really isn't that. He is having a conversation
Yeah,
with
he's just
you,
telling you his story.
right, and letting you know that humans aren't typically allowed to even be down here, which we kind of got a little bit here and there, not because of the monsters fighting, but because like the plaques and stuff on the wall and the human monster war we've been told about. So yeah, there's naturally going to be some, "Oh, we got to get rid of this guy. He's not one of us," you know, and we just want to go home, man.
Right, and Sans seems like he would have just done it because he's a good soldier, or whatever the hell fucking his job technically is. But because of, as Loophole Lady said, loyalty. He made a promise to a lady that he had feelings for because she would tell shitty jokes, and that's his type of love language. So he ended up falling in with this lady that he's never met, and she said, "Please protect the next human." And he says, "All right, fine, all right." And he kind of does. He made sure that you get to the end. Whatever he did to assist or not assist you or stay out of your way, thanks, because we made it this far. So he wraps up the conversation being like, "You know, for what it's worth, I hope you make it, you know? So, you know, just keep it up, because you don't want to
So
have a bad
real
time."
quick,
Basically, just he's saying, don't fuck up.
yes, yeah. And this is what leads into my question because I didn't play the genocide run. Does that conversation go the same both times?
He doesn't talk to you.
Okay.
After you kill Papyrus, he doesn't exist until the final
It's-
hallway.
Okay, I should have known that. I should have been able to reason that out. I just wasn't thinking.
Which is why, out
makes
of
sense.
every experimental run I've ever wanted to do, that's the only run I actually want to do, is I want to kill everyone in the entire underground except Papyrus. I'm pretty sure, however, though, once you abort a genocide run, there isn't a returning to genocide run. I don't know, though. I haven't seen anything specifically saying you can't re-enter genocide mode.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I'm getting it. I'm internalizing. I'm like, did I see anything? Do I know anything? What do I know? I mean, this is the part that's. I think I brought it up to you before, and we're getting into like a 4-hour fucking talk now, and I don't want to keep you up all night, but it's so I can do this all night. This is something I can do all night.
Don't worry about
Lost had a
time.
community-
This is the one chance where I get to really talk long form about a game. I get to talk about it here and there a long time, but you know, I've been wanting to talk about this game with somebody who actually appreciates it, that I appreciate, for a long time. So don't worry about the
Yay.
time.
And so the point I'm making is like the community around the game, like this that you just said. You get to talk to me about it we'll talk about it for as long as we can. There's fan theories. There's just enough lore to pick apart, and Sans' character. I should have reasoned that out. Like that's one of those things. I should have known he wasn't going to talk to you, and finding out if Papyrus. How does he feel about being in the underground all by himself? Holy shit, you know, like that's yeah, it's interesting. It took me a minute to really absorb it and soak in, but yeah, I'm here for it now, you know. But I wanted to make the comparison to Lost. There's just a huge following about the mystery behind a thing, and It's a good feeling. Feels good, man.
And this whole area kind of feels good. You're in the fanciest, nicest area of the entire underground. It's the resort. It's like gold and fancy and placard out
Except
and
for the fountain.
uh well, it could be better, that's for sure. The fountain is a nice gold ornate fountain that's been there for like thousands of years. And then in the middle of it is a Mettaton statue that's like busted and bent and then spitting water on the floor. That was added last week.
Yes, that's funny.
Yeah, the plaque is like established, whatever, Mettaton statue last week.
It's so good.
There's also a couple of
Those
weird
little things
side
make me
quests
so
here.
happy.
To the side of the resort is the last shop of the game, the Caddy and Bratty store, where these two girls will just sell you random trash, including a key they found in the trash, for 600 gold. If you buy the key, it will unlock the house next to Napstablook, all the way back in Waterfall. For purposes of this episode, I didn't bother researching what's inside that room, so you can go figure it out. Go to the end of the game and make 600 gold and buy the key, and then go open the room and find out what's in there.
I can't remember everything, but yes, it's supplemental. It's not super deep. It's not super story. But it is for you. Like you go do that and you find out some cool stuff. Forget whose house it is. It is somebody you've spoken with too. So there you go. A little bit more mystery. That didn't help at all.
No worries. There are some residents staying in the hotel, and they require room service. A couple of them require different items for you to give them. One of them wants food, one of them wants a tea, and one of them it doesn't necessarily want anything, but you can slide something into the door. Again, for research purposes, I didn't bother figuring out what that is. The only thing I can think of is Undine's letter, but I don't know why you would slide it under there instead of to Alphys.
See, that's the other thing. Like the first two kind of lead you into what. So the first one is a food item. The second one's a food item. So I was thinking the third one was a food item. Like is there a pancake in the game? Can you slide Metatron's?
The quiche, is the quiche flat enough? Yeah.
Good point. That was, you know what? That did cross my mind because it. And speaking up, and here we go. The quiche, butterscotch pie. That's all I'm gonna tell you. They go in almost the same style of dish. What's that? Why I was thinking what I was thinking.
Oh, okay. Okay. They make more like platter dishes. Interesting.
Yeah.
Once you've exhausted the little bit of dialogues you have here and done all the little bit of side shit, you head into the core, and Alphys is full in gear now, helping you navigate, lets you know which way to go and what traps are coming up, and basically, because she has a map, and she's just gonna like kind of guide you through it because the core can be dangerous and it's got some powerful guards in it, so you want to kind of avoid the ways if you don't want to get into a bunch of encounters for no reason. So starting off in the very first room, it's a 3-pathway. On the left, on the right, and in the middle is an elevator. The elevator is currently not working because it's in use, and the other two are a fork. She calls you and lets you know to head to the right. You go to the right, and it's wrong. There's a fight in there, and she's like, my bad. I meant left. I apologize. Sorry about that. And you go into the next room, and you go a little bit further, and you come across some lasers, and it's not the first time you've come across the lasers. The game taught you this earlier in Hotland. Orange lasers you have to move through. They have like motion sensor. They only deal damage to stationary targets. And then the blue ones, you have to stay stationary because they only damage moving targets. This mechanic is persistent, and any enemy that has color-coded attacks matching that will follow that same formula. The King Asgore, he has attack that is red, blue, blue, red, orange, sorry. Red, blue, orange, orange, red, whatever. He'll rotate the colors, and you can use that same pattern to dodge his attacks flawlessly. You just have to remember that simple rule. Stay for blue, dodge for orange.
Correct. And you say flawless, not me.
No, because he does rotate those attacks stupid quick. It's really hard for me personally to go from moving to suddenly stopping to removing. It's like difficult. I feel like it'd be easier if I was using a controller, but with a key, it's binary. It's either pressed or not pressed. There's no like unpressing it.
Right. It was a little easier with the joystick. But it's still Asgore is quick. He's a very fast mofo, and that third attack. So if you got to stay still for the first two and move for the second or third one, cool. But if it's still move still, I can't.
Yeah, I get hit by the orange one too often.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm supposed to be moving, but I'm still like technically stationary because I haven't started moving fast enough from the last one.
Exactly. Okay, so yes, all right. So it's not just happening to me.
No, yeah, the game does choreograph it, but it doesn't make it necessarily easier. So she lets you know it's going to be like blue, blue, orange, and no problem. Here they come, and it's orange, orange, blue. It's opposite of what she just told you. So she's like, fuck. Okay, I got this under control. It's fine. You go to the next room, and it's another fork, but it's 3 ways this time instead of just 2. And she's like, go up? And you go up, and it's another encounter, and she freaks the fuck out and is basically like, hey, man, I can't do this. I'm fucking up, and I'm out of here. I got stuff to do. And she basically has a panic attack and dips out because she doesn't want to watch her fall apart in real time while we listen. So, as I mentioned, she did give us Twitter, and this entire time we've been reading her updates, and she is freaking out on the internet, and we get to see her freak out in slightly real time through Twitter, and she's not having a good time. It turns out the core, which I don't know how she didn't know this, but the core is able to change its layout. It's like a labyrinth. It's able to shift its rooms around to make it more hard to get through the core. And apparently Alphys didn't know that and didn't have the current map because Metaton fucked with it. So
okay. See, that went right over my head. I missed that.
That's why she doesn't know which way to go, because the labyrinth got switched before you got into it.
Okay, I was already distrustful at this point, so when Alphys said go up into that room to get into the fight, I was like, nah. And I went the opposite direction, and then immediately was like, don't you trust me? I'm like, no, bitch, I don't trust you.
No,
you made that robot. That robot tried to kill me. You saw that. You could turn him off. Don't you got a button for him? You know about these lasers.
That is a very good point. Hey, can you deactivate the killer robot that's making me go on a game show?
That's what I was getting upset about. Like, I was like, you made Metaton, but I got to keep dealing with this, but you're helping me out. I know what an abusive relationship looks like. I know what it looks like.
Yeah, so you get through the rest of the core, kind of without her help now, because she bugged out. And you get to the end, and you get to the final chamber, where it's either go into the final chamber, or you get to the elevator, which is now your fast travel through the core back down to the resort, so you can backtrack if you want. The only real thing at this point to backtrack for is if you escaped Undine and gave her the cup of water. Much like Papyrus, you can go hang out with her. And if you do, she will... I think it's the best hangout of the whole game. There's 3. You get to hang out with Papyrus, Undine, and Alphys. Undine's the best one because she does not know how to people. She like blows up her house trying to one up and impress you and shit, and you end up having like a silly duel with her in her house, and it's super Undine coded, and the entire thing ends with being like, all right, you're pretty cool. And she lets you know later on that she wants you to deliver a letter. So it'd be nice if you did that. She wants you to give a letter to Alphys, and it has been hinted at through both of their dialogue that they both have a crush on each other. It's mutual, but neither of them has really admitted it fully. They both kind of assume and know, and it's a will they, won't they, but neither of them has said, hey, I like you.
Metaton posed it as a quiz question.
Who does Alphys have a crush on?
and I guess in time, real quick, but I didn't get to mention that's where my internet cut out. That quiz, somehow I got all of them right. Like I literally guessed like all the right answers on one of the playthroughs because the flies in the jar. I was like 54 whatever, and it was like, oh, you're pretty smart. And it does that long paragraph when two trains coming in, and it gives like all these great
Yeah,
answers.
it gives you a whole
like,
ass math
C.
puzzle.
Yeah, and then I was just like B, and it was like, oh wow, you are smart. I got lucky as hell, and I was like, oh man. And so yeah, it was kind of neat that I got. You only get that dialogue if you brute force it or look at a guide or get. I got lucky, and it was those are the moments that make the game.
Right, because you probably couldn't do that again if there was another one of those in the game and just get lucky and get the correct outcome. So just first time rookie luck.
Mm-hmm. But like that was the only hint of Alphys and Undying having a crush, or Alphys having a crush on Undying. That was like my first and only hint of that. Because I'm a goofball and I don't remember anything. Hold on 1 second. I'm still here. I'm listening. I'm off camera for a moment.
You're all right. Once you finish the sort of hangout with Undyne, like I said, she gives you the letter and you have to go deliver it to Alphys. You can deliver it to Alphys, but not really until kind of like the end of the game. So once you finished up with that Undyne date, you head through and get to the last chamber of the core, where it's essentially, it's like a dueling room, but in the middle of it is like a slightly raised stage. So it's like a arena stage room, and you walk in there and Mettaton confronts you, locking the door and cutting off radio communications, being like, hey, if you haven't figured it out yet, Alphys is using you. She's like setting up all these traps and coming in being the heroine and magically solving all your problems, and she's trying to like do this shit to earn your trust. Just so you know.
Yeah,
and to prove it, I'm gonna unjam this shit and let her walk into this trap. So here it goes. Ready? Boop. And then it happens, and Alphys basically does exactly that. She's like, oh no, there's only one way to defeat him. Just turn him around, turn his button off. Like, okay, sure, why not? Fuck it, we ball. And you tell Mettaton to turn around, that there's like a worthy distraction behind him, and he's like, oh, okay. And turns around and exposes a big switch on his back. And you switch it on his back, and then he goes into a second phase. We'll cover the first phase first. Mettaton opens up with just standard fight. You're in, your red mode, so you can move around freely. You check, and he immediately lets you know his body is invulnerable to physical attack because he has like indestructible metal. Kind of similar to the dummy, where you can't really hurt him, but that's because he has super armor, and he's not.
Ghost dummy.
One's a ghost, one has super armor. So you at this point, your most powerful weapon you possibly have is a frying pan. So you're probably not going to beat a titanium robot with a frying pan. Probably.
I'm using your knowledge here. Is that true? Like, that's what you've discovered is the most powerful thing up until that point? Like, you couldn't buy anything from the turtle? No, yeah, because he only has the glasses. And then see, now I'm doing
it's subjective. It depends on your type of weapon that you like. The frying pan has 4 strikes on it and has a higher attack rating. But if you're unable to hit 4 consistent strikes every time, it has a lower attack rate than the one that does 2 swings. Because you only have to hit 2 attacks. So it really depends, and depends on how high of a level you have. So assuming you hit every single hit perfectly in the critical zone, the frying pan is the best weapon. Up until you get the Worn Dagger or Real Knife. The Worn Dagger / Real Knife is an objectively better weapon. And it does more damage, and it only has 1 swing, so you can't fuck it up.
Yes, and it would be nice to have it in the beginning, but because of some of those other fights that are really tough. But I understand why it's at the end, and also you get the last defense item at the very end as well, the locket.
Yeah, which gives you 99 defense, which at that point you don't need it anymore. So there also isn't a new game plus, so you can't carry this equipment to a new game anyway. So the game gives you those pieces of equipment when you need it. Otherwise, honestly, what I would recommend for anyone is to just get to Waterfall and get the 2 items from the turtle. It gives you less attack and less defense, but anytime you hit, you get an additional 2 seconds of invincibility. So it's really, really good.
I also do like the frying pan and apron for the health regen that it gives you. The frying pan, maybe
The apron, yeah.
Is it the frying pan?
The apron, yeah.
One of them gives you 4 points back per healing item, and one of them gives you 1 point of HP back every time you get hit during a battle phase. And I can't remember which other item that is, but for me, I had the glasses and the apron. So I would gain a little bit of health back and had a little bit of invulnerability. But
I like that there are
split them.
Yeah, there are little slight builds like that where it's just kind of what works better for your particular dodging style. But just because of the straight up invincibility, I would personally recommend the turtles items because it just gives you invincibility. There's some for example, when fighting Undyne, it's not necessarily advisable, but if you take just the first hit, you can block the next 8 attacks in a row just for free.
And which did help me here with Metaton. A lot, by the way, yes.
And the Metaton fight is again another boss fight with unique mechanics. Alphys calls you and tells you to hit the big button on your phone, which turns you into yellow mode. Another different color heart. So when you know what the shape of a heart is. So instead of being the heart shape, you flip upside down, and now you're kind of like a little gunship. And you get to move left and right, and the mini games you've been playing in Hotland, where you shoot the laser, it becomes that in full form. All of his attacks now come from the top and fall down at you, and you get to dodge left and right and shoot things at him while he attacks and defends. Really cool fight. There is a lot of really tight timing on the fight that makes you feel good, but there isn't another way to get through it. One of his most common attacks is he drops it's a 2 block wide attack. So you either are on the left side of the block or on the right side. And he drops 2 at a time. He either drops 1 with a bomb, or it's always 1 bomb and 1 block. He mixes up which side it is. The block is unkillable, and you also can't fly through it, so you have to dodge around it. And the bomb is a bomb, except it's not just a bomb, it's kind of like Bomberman bombs, where it explodes in a cross. It explodes all the way up and all the way right. So if you blow it up, you have to dodge into the block that's indestructible and unblockable while the explosion passes you, and then you have to dodge back into the bomb's way, and you have to zigzag through these attacks. Like I said, really tight timing, but it makes you feel good when you do it, even though there's not another way to do it. The only way to get through this attack is go left, shoot the bomb, move right, wait for it to explode, move left, go through that line. Repeat. It's a really simple thing, but it makes you feel good for doing it.
Another one that took me a minute to figure out. I was like, what the fuck am I doing wrong here? Why? It's I just wasn't putting it together to dodge behind the block, dummy. Because I was waiting too close before shooting the bomb. And that wasn't giving
So you didn't have enough time to dodge, yeah.
You got, when you shoot them when they're still way up at the top, you got...
Your bullet has travel time, so you have time to move, yeah.
Yes. And the other one that I got decent at was the variant of that, where it's 4 blocks wide, I think, maybe 3.
Yeah,
4?
It's 4 blocks wide. Yeah.
Then there's the reverse of it. You shoot your way through the path, and then he hits the rewind button, and then the path comes back at you in reverse.
Yeah, I think that's in the second phase when he gets rewind. But because the entire thing is being broadcast. For whatever reason, he's able to rewind the broadcast, which is currently live, and he is the only enemy in the entire game that can be shown to manipulate time in any way. Nobody else can rewind an attack. It's a really nuts thing that a Mettaton can do, but it makes the fight very cool for that fact.
Yes.
What?
That's how you roll your eyes. It wasn't fun at first.
No, because it you don't expect it. Like you get
no,
through
you don't.
because you get through the dodging left and right like 2-block attack all the way to the end, and then suddenly he goes and you're like, shit, which way was left, which way was right, which way was the first attack? How do I replay that in my head? Okay, I got hit 4 times. Cool, great.
Yes, exactly that. Which back to the armor, why the iframes in this fight helped me out so much.
Right, because then you can just dodge through 4 blocks at once, and you're like, all right, only took 1 hit from that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really, really a good fight. You get him to the point where Alphys tells you to distract him, you flip him around, and you hit the switch, which is supposed to deactivate him. Except, again, Mettaton was completely correct, and Alphys is playing you, and unlocked his second form. It's the second form button. So,
yes.
Mettaton becomes... I'm just going to pull up an image of it, but like, how would you describe this Mettaton?
Mettaton EXXX. Oh, no, like it's weird. It's like Transformer almost. It goes from being a what I described as a Tiger handheld game into being a, well, fabulous dancer.
A flaming gay Michael Jackson robot.
This guy.
I do not know what his deal is, but that pose is what he does. He just, and then he starts kicking his legs
He looks like
and
a fan. Yes, a fan of Ghost Party, 100%.
Absolutely. That is what Karmic should dress as. Is that guy?
Oh, I like, because that's who I'm making fun of. But I wonder if somebody gave him the character, would he do it? He likes doing characters. He said so.
Yep, so you enter the
Look like
second
a
phase,
clown.
and it is where things really get kicking off. He now has the rewind ability, and he can, he has, now that he has legs, he has leg-based attacks. And on top of that, there is now, the whole thing is like fully being live streamed, and there's ratings going up. So it's like how many hits are going on, and the ratings are going up, and again, we're assuming you're doing the pacifist run. You can't attack him and destroy him in his metal form. The second form you can. It lost his super armor, but he's a lot faster and stronger now. So it's something to deal with. But you can deal damage to him. So you can now take him out. But the way to get through it is to just literally perform for him. There's, in the act option, you have dance, you have pose, you have like brag. There's a couple of things you can do to like play along. And, like, there's, like, the boast one, where it's like, I'm not going to get hit a single time this turn. And if you do, you lose ratings. And if you don't, you get, like, mega extra bonus ratings. Anytime you get hit, you lose some. Anytime you hit and dodge and successfully complete a turn, you get ratings. The goal is to basically get enough turns and get at least 10,000 rating. If you get over 10,000 rating, that's great, but you have to still reach X amount of turn count.
And here's the thing, I struggled with that. I got to the 10,000 rating before by doing the pose. And like you said, if you boast and dodge and you get a nice bump, it will get up to 10, 11,000. And I didn't know what was going on. And I died a couple times. And the second run that I went in, I went through all the turns. But I didn't. I was at like 9,988. I was like, because I didn't know if that was a thing. I was like, why is this not going? Why is this not? It has to be 10K plus. As soon as I got 1028, it immediately ended the fight. Wow, look at these ratings.
Right, he has to finish his basic monologue, which is like the same with mercying any boss. They have to finish. The whole reason you're listening to them is to get something out of them, like lore-wise. So once Mettaton's done talking about whatever he's talking about, he will reach the point where the fight just kind of drags, and you have to reach 10,000 rating. If you reach 10,000 rating before the end of the dialogue, it still has to go until he reaches his turn count.
Correct. Yes, and throughout the fight, you are doing damage to him. He's like, "Oh, I will reveal my heart to you," and then you get like the cool heart attack. And you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to like. I'm getting ahead. I don't want
No,
to.
you're good. That's
If
where
you're
we're
gonna
going.
talk about it, yeah, but yeah, you get to shoot his arms off, and he's like, "That's just a scratch," and then he keeps dancing at you, and then you eventually get his legs off, and then he's just kind of like the torso.
This is the
Excuse me, the
torso.
torso hanging out there, and that's where I was at, and I was like, "Why is he not giving up?" And it was because
It's
I was
only a
right
flesh
there. I
wound.
was just
No,
right
it's not.
there.
Your arm's
Yes.
off.
Yeah, exactly. And he wants to make sure everybody sees it. That's the extra part. But yeah,
One way or another, he
the
wants
next
he
part is
wants
great.
everyone to see it because he either wants to be a star, or on the chance that you are the people that everyone says that you are, then everyone will watch you murder the star of the underground, and there will be no question.
Yes, you will be caught in 4K.
Yeah. So once you reach the artificial victory, Metaton is gasping because he's like, "Holy shit! I've never been this popular. This is going amazingly." In fact, we reached the milestone where we actually take a caller, and he takes a caller, and the call is like a little melancholy and a little sad because it's like, "Metaton, no, this can't be your last episode. We love you." And he's like, "Oh man, that was such a good call. Well, we'll take another one because it went so well." And he takes another one. And it's basically the same thing, being like, "No, we love you. We miss you. No, we need you." And then he just starts like taking multiple calls at a time, and like 10, 15, maybe even 20 people call in, all basically just being like, "No, we love you. We need you." And he's so happy and finally got his dream of being a true, real star, because before, he was kind of a hit, but not like, now everyone in the underground is basically watching right now. And he's
Right.
he even if he doesn't hold the record, he finally hit that number that he wanted to, that whatever. So he's like, "Screw it, if you kill me now, I don't even care. It's over."
Well,
And he opens up his
and
mercy option.
what he doesn't know that you kind of do is that he's beloved amongst the rest of the monsters throughout the underground. Because in passing, some of them mention, "Oh wow, he's so cool. He does like a good show." It's like, we're miserable down here, but he's the only one providing entertainment. Uh, so yeah, I felt like it would be like, I can't murder entertainment. Who's that heartless? Jesus Christ.
Right.
You can't. I'm not canceling everybody's show. I'm not that guy.
So he ends the fight after you mercy him, and he runs out of battery. Alphys runs in now that the room is no longer locked down because I'm guessing, was like dead man switched. He had the button held down the entire fight, locking the door, and now that he's turned off, the switch activated
Right.
or unactivated, and the door's now unmagnet sealed. That's my guess.
I'm with you.
Because now the door opens, she rushes in, and she's like, "Oh no, Metaton! Oh, he's just out of batteries. Oof, awesome. Oof, cool." There is another example of why is this in the game other than Toby Fox decided it to be. If you have the entire game held out on eating your cinnamon butterscotch cinnamon pie, and you eat it here in this room and talk to Metaton, for some reason he gives you a bonus against Asgore.
I'm glad you told me that, because I would have never ever guessed. I knew the butterscotch pie was a thing. I knew it.
It also,
with the lore,
this is why it's so confusing to me, and it's because this exact thing also happens if you just eat the pie in the fight with Asgore, because he recognizes the pie and he's like, "Oh shit." He gets that like memory shit, and now he no longer wants to fight as much because he's thinking about his wife. Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, so
why doing it with Metaton? Does he give you a power up? I don't really understand. I've never experienced it myself. I've only heard and read and seen it. I would have to go and do it for research purposes. But again, I wasn't going to scrutinize every bit of this game because then I would never want to play it again. And I do want to play Undertale eventually again one more time. So I'm going to save the last couple of things I haven't done for that playthrough. Now that we're leaving Hotland and we're basically getting to the last part of the game, is there anything you feel like we've left out?
No, not really. I mean, other than discovering Easter eggs, which I don't, like you said, you don't want to get too deep into because you want to leave it for other people to discover for themselves. the soundtrack has been fantastic so far, and there are other songs that are hidden. I didn't get to hear the one track that I wanted to hear because I can't pick a fight with a certain person that I like. So no, I don't think we missed anything. You got it. The undying letter, the dating, going to. Did you talk about going out with Alphys?
No, because you can't really fully do that until the end of the game.
Okay, that's okay. That's why because I was gonna say I did it a little different. You went back and talked to Undyne prior to.
I
did
actually
it
didn't talk to her in this
even
playthrough
after.
at all.
Okay.
I saved her, but never went back and talked to her. So even if I was going for the pacifist route, I wouldn't have been able to do it because I didn't talk to Undyne.
Got it. I did that whole scenario after the first playthrough.
Right, yeah.
Because
you can do Undyne's anytime, but you can't you can do Alphys's part, but you can't do the post Alphys part, the end game part until the end of the game. So logistically speaking, it doesn't make any sense to go on the date with Alphys until you have to go on the date with Alphys.
Got it. All right. So I am getting a little bit ahead. That's why
you can though. Yes, you are completely correct. If you wanted to, now that you have the letter from Undyne, you can go out on the date with, hang out with Alphys. You help her prep for her date.
Correct. Yes, correct. Because that was also a fun part I didn't want to miss.
Once you leave the room with Mettaton and Alphys, you head down one elevator, a real long one, into a weird. It's like a monochrome cloned version of the tutorial ruins that you're in at the beginning of the game.
I believe in lore it's referred to as the city, or in fandom.
Yes, and then
I should say
you progress through that area to the new home, which is a monochrome clone of Toriel's home in the ruins. Without getting too far into fan theory and shit, the reason this area is uncanny is because it is a duplicate, and duplicates, for whatever reason, are monochromistic.
Okay. That was something I was going to talk to you about off after the show, because it is getting into fan theory, what's really going, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it has something to do with Gaster. I don't know what though.
Okay, yeah. See, that's what I mean. There's like just what did the numbers mean? Like, there's just bits and pieces that you just don't know what it's supposed to be or mean, or. I like that. Who built the pyramids? I'm gonna say humans, but we like to speculate.
You walk through another series of really long, fucking perfectly silent, boring hallways with nothing in them, to reach the end of it, where you come across like I said, you come across the clone of the house. You go through it, and it's a clone of the house, but it's a little bit different. Things are slightly out of place. Things are a little bit different. One of the doors is open that wasn't open in the other house, and vice versa. It's got an eerie quality to it. You pick up the last two items in the game from here: the worn dagger and the locket, or the real knife and the locket if you're on the genocide route.
Okay, that was also, I did catch that.
Yes, real knife is genocide only.
Which is neat. Like, it doesn't. Just one of those things. If you're not gonna pay attention, you're not gonna catch it. And I tend to be somewhat detail oriented, probably to my detriment, where I'm noticing all these silly details, and some of them don't mean anything. But that one, I was like, oh, real knife, eh? Somebody's really getting killed this time.
Yeah. So, like I said, you notice that things are very similar, but you keep pressing on, and you come across the last fork, which takes you to the throne room, or you can go down this staircase into this like storage hallway, which has colored coffins of all of the hearts, minus two that you've been, no, minus one that you've been in the whole game, because I don't think you ever becomes cyan. There's no boss that turns you cyan. Because we'll go through them. You are red. Papyrus goes blue. Undyne is green. Metaton is yellow. Muffet is purple. There's nobody that turns you cyan.
No.
Let me just double check with that
No.
image I sent you earlier and make sure I have all the colors. Yeah, yellow is Metaton, orange is Undyne, blue is Papyrus, purple is Muffet, cyan is nobody, and orange is nobody.
Green.
Green Undyne.
Oh, you said that. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, that's
so
right.
Orange and cyan, as far as I know, are not incorporated into a boss fight's coloring mechanic.
Right, and they're off screen when you go down those stairs. Like you.
Yeah, the coffins
see
are
them
longer
later.
than the hallway is for your camera because you can't walk through the first coffin.
Yeah, you're blocked, which is weird. It's like you put one way in the back and then put the next one right in the. Not very logistical storage, I suppose.
So you see that there's coffins for human souls, and all of them are filled except for the last one, which matches your soul's color, the red one. So it has also been mentioned by Undyne earlier in the game that Asgore has 6 and he needs 7. Interestingly enough, you are the 8th human to fall down here, which leads to the question of, well, if there's 8, then how did you not already have 7 souls? What's going on here?
Right. And again, more lore and theory.
How do you
and
drop the ball
story.
with number 7? Why am I number 8? What happened with that other guy?
And you gotta dig to find out too. You know, like
As you're walking down the last big hallway before the throne room, the monsters that you haven't killed throughout the playthrough will come, and it's unclear whether it's like a hallucination, kind of like psychic thing, or they're actually encountering you, waiting in the hallway for you. Because they don't have physical sprites, they're like random encounters that aren't fights. They randomly encounter dialogue. Very weird. Kind of suiting for this area, which is also very weird. The monsters come and tell you about the first human who fell down into the underground, confirming you are not the first. You are told the story of a child who fell and was greeted by the king's son. The king's son and this child become great friends until the child became sick, which it is revealed. Whoops. It was the buttercup pie. Y'all accidentally poisoned your kid.
Right. Yes.
Whoops.
They misread the recipe that said butterscotch, and they used buttercups, which are the yellow flowers we see around everywhere.
Yep. So they accidentally poisoned their kid, and he died of sickness. And the kid's last wish was to go home, which he wasn't able to, and kind of just resigned and living into the underworld. Wanted to go home and see the flowers from his village. So after he died, he was in close enough proximity to his friend, the king's son, Azrael. And Azrael, being a monster, and the human being a human, the human died, soul comes out of the body, Azrael absorbs the human soul. So now that he is powerful enough, he can cross the barrier. It requires 1 human soul and 1 monster soul to cross the barrier. It requires 7 human souls and 1 monster soul to break the barrier, which is what Asgore is trying to do. He's trying to break it so everyone can leave the underground, not just one person.
Right. And that's what got a little confusing for me. Like, that was a little trippy in the lore, like, or it tripped me up, I should say. Like, I was like, well, what did he need the 7 for? And because I wasn't making the connection that he was like 1-to-1 exit and then 7 to destroy the barrier, which is way more. And we'll get to it later why he's trying to destroy the barrier and what his motivations for that were. Real quick question: do we get the name of the child that Azrael was hanging out with? I can't remember if it was here.
I don't know where that name is ever actually given to you in the game, because your character, the character you play as with the purple shirt, is named in the true pacifism route. At the very, very, very end of the game, your character is named. However, at the very beginning of the game, when you name the fallen child, it is referring to the first child that we're talking about right now that died and Azrael absorbed. For anyone that wants to know, this first human's name is Chara, Chara. Where it's given to you, I don't know. Again, I didn't do full research for this episode. It is, for whatever reason, that is the correct name, and it is confirmed 100% if you're curious. If you type in that name at the beginning of the game, it does, instead of asking you, is this correct? It just tells you the true name. Continue, and you can go with the true name of the fallen human, which is Chara. How we learn that, I don't know. The game literally tells you your character's name at the end of the game. I don't know when we learn his name.
I thought it was in the tapes.
It might.
I'm not sure.
It might be. It might be. I'm not sure. But either way, the human we're talking about is revealed to be named Chara, and Chara and Azrael fuse, and Azrael leaves with Chara's soul, and goes to the humans' city and goes to find the flower bed, and the humans being like, "Holy shit, Goat Man, kill him!" So they basically start throwing spears at him and shooting him with arrows or whatever time period weapons they had were just unloading on this goat boy. The goat boy was basically unsuccessful in being able to make it because he didn't have the durability to live through enough of an onslaught to get far enough to fulfill the wish, and didn't have the determination to kill everybody to wipe out the town to get to it. So he just says, fuck it, and turns around and leaves.
Going back home.
Fuck it. Guess I can't do what my bro wanted. You guys suck. And he's kind of bitter and angry about this and gets all the way back to the underground, and he dies because he took so much damage that he's not
wounded.
He's not recovering. You know, he was able to live through that damage, but just because he has a human soul doesn't mean he gets magical healing powers. So he dies, and both the soul of Chara and Azrael spread on the bed of flowers that is in the underground. Very, very similar to the flowers that Chara wanted to see anyway. It's not exactly the same ones. They're golden flowers, they're yellow flowers, whatever, similar. Who cares? Good enough. The body is kind of sitting there as dust, as monsters, even if they become goopified, once they actually die, their body turns into dust. There is no corpse. It becomes instant decay, like Thanos style. Dust.
Yeah, you just dissolve.
And after that, the royal scientist Alphys was not necessarily tasked, kind of just did it because that was her job, and she has no concept of boundaries or ethics, really. So she, through research and shit, figured out that determination, as we mentioned, is a sort of cosmic power that humans are able to have. And monsters can also kind of harness it, but not exactly. Their bodies can't really handle it. It's such a powerful force, it rips them apart. Which is why when you fight Undyne, she starts becoming liquid, because she can't handle her own determination. And even though she is determined enough to stay alive, the body can't handle it and is disintegrating, which sucks. So she was trying to find a way to make these monsters live through that, and basically distilled determination to a liquid formula. And now is able to experiment with it. Still can't really find a usable result on it, but is trying other things. She goes to the deathbed of Azrael and injects pure determination right into the flower bed, which forces all the dust to kind of reconstitute into a flower. It kind of just like amalgamate, fuses, because it has enough determination to reconstitute, but again, it can't really hold it and stuff, so it's incomplete, and because story, he becomes Flowey.
Right. So that I wasn't exactly aware of. I'm glad you filled that little gap in for me. It's both souls, both souls that enter Flowey.
Correct. Flowey is not just Azrael. It's Azrael plus the dead soul of Chara.
Okay.
Which is why the first human soul to fall down there is not in a bank.
So that would also explain why 8.
You're number
Like
8,
7.
which is
Or
7
s-
collect. You would be the 7th
6
collected. They dropped the ball on the first one because the first one got absorbed by the sun.
Got it. Well, weren't they friends? Weren't they besties?
Yes.
Human and I mean, to the point where they were considered siblings, and Toriel and
They
Asgore
adopted
was like,
Chara,
"Oh,
yes.
okay." I'm just making sure I get it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
A lot
I'm
of this
into it now.
is
Like, I
through
wanna
like single
know.
sentences, so you only have like one sentence to go off of.
And I'm so self-doubting, like, personally, that, like, did I read that? Is that what that really means? Do I know? That's why I need you. That's why I need you, kid. I need you to here to reassure me or correct me.
Yep. So through alchemy and I guess I would call it necromancy because he did die.
Yeah.
Through alchemy and necromancy, Flowey comes to life, and he describes that, you know, he panics and calls for his parents, and they come and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm so horrible. I love you, but you know, your flower, you know, it doesn't change anything. Whatever, blah blah." And he realizes that the process that created him fucked up, and he doesn't have any soul. He doesn't have his soul, and he doesn't have a human soul. It's just kind of a husk, and it's just the consciousness that exists. So he can't really feel anything exactly. He can feel things, but they don't like, they don't resonate. They don't like leave an impact on anything. So he like feels things, but then it's immediately like just water brushing off. It's like, okay. So
it's not lasting.
he just kind of gets fed up with pretending and just going through the motions and pretending to care and be excited about shit, and runs away. Fast forward a bunch of time, and a bunch of humans fall and all this crap, and Flowey evidently just determined to be persistent and was a product of literally raw determination, has so much of it that he is able to save up until we fall into the underground. Our human falls into the underground and is so determined to get out of there, it overwrites Flowey's cosmic power, because there can be only one.
Right.
Again, it's not delved into because it kind of, when you explain things too much, it can ruin things. So, does determination have other powers? Is it just time manipulation? Is there like somebody who can be so determined that they do have a healing factor and they can't take damage? Doesn't matter. Who cares? No point in speculating. The determination power in this game is time manipulation. That's specifically the power. And Flowey lost it and was upset about it, so he came to find out who stole it from him. And since he now only technically has one go at this, he has to play this right and manipulates you into doing various different outcomes. The pacifist route is a manipulation. The genefist route is a manipulation. All of it, you're being manipulated by Flowey to get the outcome that he wants, because he's played enough of this game to be like, okay, you're a variable, but I know all the other variables, so I have to contain the one, and I'm pretty sure I can fish it out of you because I know enough about people.
And that's it. Like, it's told to us that Flowey has been through every iteration due to his determination. There's only one thing that hasn't happened because of that. Like, and that was like seeing something that Asgore had. I don't want to get too much into that, but anyway,
it's the souls he was storing in the coffins.
Right. So Flowey has run every iteration of every scenario imaginable, as far as we know.
As far as he knows as well.
Trying to, right, and is trying to get us to
get Asgore to drop his defenses.
And right, so that way he can become all powerful and be the one that is, in my opinion, and you went through it in the genocidal route. It's to end it all. You know, I'm done. I'm ready to check out.
He's so fed up with everything. He doesn't even want his own existence. He wants nobody's existence. He wants literally everything to be over so he can finally be done.
I get it. I flipping get it.
I wish.
I get it.
I wish Flowey told us how many years. You know,
That's what I mean.
Because
could have been
it may have been
10, it
only
could have
like
been
literally X
100,000.
amount of times, but how much time is it for you?
Yes,
Because
that's what I
Flowey's been
mean.
around at least for the first 6 humans to fall into the underground, and none of them are powerful enough to steal his power. So he just let them go. You came to the underground and you stole his determination, cosmic ability, and he's pissed about it. So he wants it back because he's like, look, this is literally all I have. Okay, I don't have friends. I don't have family. I don't even like me. This is literally the only thing I have is this time power. So fuck you.
Yeah, well, he can't have friends or family. It's like it doesn't mean anything to
Mm-hmm.
him. He can't feel any connection to these people. So, yeah, I think you put it correctly. You said something before it, but it's straight up nihilism. It's just or nihilism, however you want to say the word. Um, it's time to just make oblivion happen and be nothing, because it's better than being this pathetic something.
If I had to just guess, it'd probably be 100,000 years.
Wow,
If I had
that seems
actual like if I had like actual immortality, I don't think I could make it that long. I think I'd probably go for 5K and then self end.
you know what I mean? Like, how long before you just get bored of life?
Yeah,
Right?
I would
For
say
some people, it's
I
about
could probably
45
stand for
years.
5K. There's a lot I could do and
You know what
think
I
and
mean?
keep myself entertained for a long time, but even I will eventually get bored. I don't think I could do 10,000. That's too long.
That's a that and that's time.
So yeah, how long has he been suffering with this? Because it is
I don't
at
want to
that
get
point
in.
suffering.
We're going to get into that philosophical of time perspective and how long things are, and then that right there, uh, life basically is suffering unless you're trying to actively achieve and maintain a level of happiness. You know what I mean? Contentment and boredom really you just become miserable from it. You got no challenge, none. And that I think when people aren't challenged, it's real easy to become miserable. When he was determined, he went through every scenario, like you said, 10,000 years. How many different changing one sentence, you know,
Hmm.
throughout a run, just to see, okay, what if I say this? And then Groundhog Day kind of thing,
And
or
and
Edge of
from his own
Tomorrow.
words, it just at that point became a spreadsheet. It's just inputs and
That's
outputs. Like it's just results. And what really sucks for him is time is going forward, so he does eventually get new experiences, but even then he burns them out completely because tomorrow will still happen and maybe Sans will finally empty his mailbox. Okay, he emptied his mailbox today. Great, cool. So what am I going to do? Watch a million times him empty the mailbox and see how I can alter the mailbox emptying? This is stupid. Like even new
yeah.
experiences become pointless because then you just gamify them. And I get his nihilism. I don't agree with his I'm gonna just destroy everything. Okay, can't you just find a way to kill yourself?
I fair.
Why do you have to end everyone? Everyone else is having a good time. And that's why
What are they?
at the
Are
very
they?
well, Sans and
Or
Papyrus seem like they're having a good time. Alphys
Well,
and
let's not.
Undine seem like they're enjoying it. The dog people seem like they're having a good time. The wolf man throwing a block of ice, he's got a job. He seems like he's chilling, Most of the people, even though they don't have like they know that their entire life is going to be in the underground, and the people that make do with that are living fine. Like the lady at the inn with her kid. She never had a single complaint the whole game. She was just a lady making her way with her kid and having a good time. So that's why, even though I can agree and understand with Flowey, I'm like, nah, Starry, you're still a villain, and I still have to fucking get rid of you because I can't let you end literally everyone because you're having a bad time. That's not fair.
You're right. It isn't fair. Uh,
It's not fair that you are
it's
suffering with this, and it's not fair that you want to blow up the world. The world's not fair. You have to get over it, okay? Sorry, Flowey, you're a villain.
Yeah. That's so. Like you said, he's got to figure out a way to be not determined, and then just turn to dust and be honest. Oh wait, that was it. Doesn't Flowey say something about not having a soul?
Yeah.
And being afraid of what's after, like he's afraid of actually just dying and letting everything go on.
Right, because
he won't.
The game never talks about religion or anything, but it's like the one time it's brought up, it's like, okay, so if there is an afterlife, are you allowed to get into it if you don't have a soul? Because I don't want to find out.
That's why. Well, that's why he wants to destroy everything versus just ending himself. So it would be easier or more guaranteed, I should put it that way. I can end everything, and I know that
if I delete existence, there is no afterlife or pre-life or life, so it's all good because nothing existed.
Right. Exactly. I will be for sure gone instead of taking the risk of existing miserably in some purgatory-esque afterlife.
Like I said, I get it.
I think that's it.
I don't agree with you though. Sorry, you have to get out of here. You gotta go, bro. you gotta go.
It's not fair to the Scritchers, to the dogs. They are too happy doing their job. Which the indifferent ending is the most boring, but probably the most correct in a way. The monsters are safe in the underground, and the humans are just indifferent, and on the surface they have no idea, and we're just waiting for another kid to fall. You know what I mean? Like
it's sad though because the neutral route is still a bad ending though. So we'll get into it now since we've preambled along everything up until it. You walk into the throne room and you finally come to Asgore. Asgore is the king, and he was tasked, unfortunately, after losing both of his kids, of freeing everyone from the underground. He learned through the lore in the text that he has to collect 7 human souls, fuse them with his, and blow the barrier open. Through the years, he has successfully collected 6, and you are number 7. So he very politely tells you that that's how it is, and that's what's happening, and I really wish there was another way we could do this. But I'm going to walk into the next room. Please prepare yourself, and you know what comes next. So he walks into the next room, suits up, and you follow behind him after getting your last save in, getting any items you need. If you're on the neutral route, make sure you grab your snowman piece here, if you carried it. I won't tell you anything more about it. If you have the snowman piece, make sure it's in your inventory now.
Right. That was the only thing that I will divulge. It needs to be in your inventory.
Yep, make sure it's in your inventory, not in your box.
In the space box.
Yep.
Right.
So carry that with you and 7 other healing items. Definitely want to have your cinnamon butterscotch pie if you didn't already do the Metaton thing. Eat that first turn, and it'll lower his attack and defense. So he'll be easier to deal with. Asgore, like I said, every boss has a gimmick, and Asgore's gimmick is that he doesn't really have one. Asgore is straight up very, very straightforward. He starts the fight out, and the only thing that really makes him different is he crushes the mercy button. He breaks that literally off the screen. There is no longer fleeing, and there is no longer sparing. You are fighting Asgore. That's really the only gimmick, is that there isn't a mercy option. Everything, he doesn't have any special ability. He doesn't turn you a special color. He can't flip the battlefield upside down. No, he just attacks you with his spear and shoots fire magic at you. It's basically the Toriel fight, except he has a spear.
With the movement.
And he actually wants to hurt you.
And he will. He'll finish you all the way down. And then you got to do it again. I've heard that a determined music so many times.
Right, you can just hear Asgore's voice just do. Yep. So yeah, you get through the fight, and if you're like me, you're like, nah, this can't be it. I'm gonna try everything. You act, you do all these things. You get Asgore to basically give up the fight, and yet he's still coming at you. He's throwing weak attacks at you. His defense is all the way dropped. He's basically like, I don't want to do this. Please, just die, please. I'm sorry. and he keeps coming at you, and you keep coming at him. It's like I said, because he broke the button, it's the only fight in the game now that you have not been able to mercy option. Even Undine, which it wasn't really a spare option, you could run from her and at least like get it to a point of spare ability. Asgore's not having it. You unrelent and you get him all the way until the point where he is like at 1 HP. He drops to his knees and he's like, all right, I failed. You can leave. Kill me, take my soul. It won't last long, but it'll be long enough for you to, break through or walk through the barrier and you'll be free. And you're given, finally, the option of fighting him and the recobbled, pieced together mercy button. Again, we're going to assume you hit mercy everywhere possible. So you went and pressed the mercy button, and Asgore is like, really? With everything I've done, with all of this, maybe you can stay. Maybe we could be a family. And then that circle from the tutorial where Flowey had all the flower bullets, he does that to Asgore and just goes boop, and explodes him. He steals your kill. If you decided you were going to fight him and press the other button, he still does the same thing. Flowey's a fucking bitch. Fuck Flowey. All my homies hate Flowey. He steals your kill, and as Asgore's soul is floating there about to break, and because boss souls persist a little bit longer than like regular mob souls. So they are absorbable by a human soul, even though they will fade in and they're not like permanently absorbable. Which is why a human can leave.
Also told.
Yeah, so
that is what was. Yeah.
To make sure he can't, and you can't, he follows up another attack and splits Asgore's soul in half. And now Asgore is dead. And that's why I say, even as a neutral route, you've done literally everything perfect up until now, and Asgore still has to die. The kingdom is dead with Asgore. There is no one else that's going. I mean, unless Undine takes it up, but like nobody else is going to collect souls and try to break that barrier. Even on the neutral route, it's bad.
Yes, but in my ending, well, we're gonna get into it because now Flowey is super pumped, and I understand why everybody, at least at this point, why you would hate him. He's very arrogant and is now determined to also kill you.
Because he still does want
ruining all the fun.
He still does want that power. So I'm just going to ignore this one plot hole here of I don't understand. Okay. I don't understand how Asgore, like, he shows them to you in the fight. I know they're there in the room, but like, why does Flowey now suddenly have access to the souls, but before he didn't? He just, like I said, I know they're in the room, but like,
yes, Asgore brings them up out of the room.
Why can he not break into the coffins, but he can break into these containers? Like, is it not made out of the same material? Does it not have the same protection? What is the point? Like, it just seems like it seems like a massive failure point for you to have unbreakable vaults and then to open the vault and then be like, okay, now you just got to break this tiny little glass and then you get what's in the vault.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't think Flowey ever got the information out of Asgore on how to open that vault. Ever.
But he didn't, but that's my point, is he didn't even open it right at the end. They're in the little, like, containers, and it doesn't show us Flowey breaking the containers with an attack or anything. He kills Asgore, and then suddenly he has the souls. I'm just going to write it off as, I guess he threw out another attack and somehow blew up the containers and freed the souls while he was killing Asgore. I don't know specifically how it goes from souls in containers to souls in Flowey. I don't know where that jump goes. Doesn't really specifically matter, so that's why I said I'm going to ignore this plot hole.
Like you said, don't look too deep into shallow ponds, otherwise it ruins the fun for the whole thing.
And it doesn't really specifically matter. So Flowey has access to the souls now. He absorbs 6 of them, and it gives him enough power to take back the save. Not enough to give him full power to become God of Hyperdeath. He doesn't have that power yet. But he does have enough power to become a horrifying amalgam creature known as Photoshop Flowey. The game crashes. Literally, the game crashes. This is where the game gets double meta. Flowey steals the save file from you, deletes your save file, and crashes your game. If you're streaming, it literally doesn't matter what you're doing. The game injects a code to Alt F4 your game.
That's what I was going to say. It's a forced close. Again, with like the long corridors and stuff, this fight with Flowey gets ridiculously annoying for me. Because I kind of knew it. It was either going to be... And I remember bringing up the example. It was at the Family Guy joke where Peter skins his knee and he's like, for like 30 fucking seconds, that goes on. And it's like, it's supposed to be, oh, it's funny. And then, oh, it's so not funny. And then, oh, it's going on still, it's funny again. And
hey, it's funny again.
First close thing. I was just...
Okay. The first time the first close is fine. The second time it's fine. The third time it's okay. You know?
Right.
I get it after that.
On for like 5 more.
I get it.
For like 4 more.
You know, kick me to the title screen.
That's what I mean.
Especially if you're streaming this game, every time it crashes, you have to reopen it and target the application to be streamed. So
That's what I mean.
If you're streaming this fight, it's annoying because he's constantly just closing your game.
That's what it was. I was more annoyed that I had to stop. It was taking me out of the story at that point. You know what I mean? It was like, okay, I just want to get to the next line of dialogue now. I understand you're trying to piss me off, Toby Fox. I get it. I'm pissed now. I just want to find out what...
Flowey is attacking you with a unique way. He's psychologically damaging you.
That's exactly right. And that's also why I was like, is this game being extra meta the whole time or not the whole time? Because there's only a couple times when that fourth wall gets broken, and this is one of them. And I was like, now the game's literally fucking with me.
The game is pressed up against the fourth wall a lot, but you're right, it doesn't break it very often. Sans breaks it occasionally when he tells a joke and like winks at the camera. You know, there's a couple things where it actually breaks the fourth wall. Flowey is a straight up fourth wall break because he's become a god entity. God adjacent. He's not quite God yet.
And it's a deliberate deterrent from the story. Stay determined and get through the story or don't.
Yeah, I remember you asking me questions about it, and I was like, okay, I don't want to tell you literally how to beat Photoshop Flowey, but it's the theme of the whole game. It's just, it sucks, but you just keep fucking at it. You will beat him. You will beat him. You just have to want it. And that's it. And getting into it, the Photoshop Flowey fight is the definition of bullet hell in the game. There's more bullet hells in other games that are way more of a bullet hell and way more insane. But in the game, it makes every other bullet hell look like trash. Flowey has like 10 different attacks, and they're all completely nonsense. So just to name a few, he has like finger guns, where he just goes from the left to the right and just shoots fingers at you. He just shoots the tip of the fingers left to the right. He has atom bombs that he drops from the top of the screen, and they drop and blow up. He has ones where he shoots like a million vines at you. He has one where he has 2 flamethrowers that shoot things at you.
That one.
And then he has his most bullshit move, which is the worst looking out of all of them, despite the fact that he objectively looks shit because he's Photoshop Flowey. He just shoots like, he shoots a billion Lucky Charms default cereals at you. So you're just shooting tiny little white, not even shurikens, not even stars. They're just like weird, shittily drawn crosses, pluses signs that are like circular. Like I said, he's just shooting cereal at you. And he just shoots hundreds and hundreds and hundreds at a time at you. While he's doing the other attacks. While you're doing the other attacks. So he's shooting things from the left, dropping from the right. Vines are shooting at you. He's throwing flamethrowers at you. And shuriken. So the gimmick of Photoshop Flowey is it's bullshit. That's
Yeah.
the fight gimmick. It's fucking bullshit. You're meant
it was
you're
literally
meant to
bait.
absolutely if this were a different game, this would be considered like an unbeatable boss. It's bullshit.
If you had to literally fight back and drain a health bar down, yeah, you would. Again, if I wasn't, even if we weren't doing this right now, and you were able to push me to play the game more just to talk about it for fun. If I didn't have that, I would have quit.
I don't blame you
because
because it's such a bullshit, nonsensical fight. It's not fun. It's not interesting. And then, like we were saying, every single time he kills you, which is going to be a lot, he crashes the game.
And it happens a lot. It's like,
and it's not just a nice crash either. Because assumably you're playing in full screen. It shrinks the game. The game goes like into a red screen. He makes a noise and then it crashes. It's not even a smooth, just like you're dead, boop, crash. No. It makes it ugly and horrible, too.
And it's the time that you got, okay, now I got to go fucking open Steam. Well, not open it, but I got to right-click on Steam, start the game again.
Skip past the stupid thing, hit my file, then talk through Flowey, continue the fight. Yeah, it's... He's doing psychological damage to you, the player, by doing bullshit to you and to the game. It's really annoying.
Exactly. And that, you're either going to walk away or not. And... Again, if I didn't have other factors motivating me, I would have walked away. If I was just a gamer at home with it, I would have just been like, fuck this.
Yeah, you might have done like 10 or 20 tries, and then after that, you're just like, next time you close my game, it's staying closed.
Exactly. That's it. If this happens, because I'm just annoyed with the gimmick. You're gimmicking me. But like you said, it's torture. And I did. I took a couple-day break and then went back to it. And got through the fight by just being patient and waiting.
The entire pacifist run up until now and throughout the rest of it is a test of endurance. And this this Photoshop Flowey fight is the culmination of that. The only way to beat Flowey is to just tank through it, is to just live through long enough of his attacks until there is like a reprieve zone where the souls that are inside of him will start to like rebel against him, because it's not a perfect fusion because he doesn't have the 7, so he hasn't fully ascended and like merged them. And because Flowey is not like a true being, if he was like just a regular monster, it'd probably be a better fusion. If he was just a human, it'd probably be a better fusion. But he's like a soulless husk creation, amalgamation, abomination thing. So it's not going well for him. And you call out to the souls, and the souls respond back to you. Even though these humans have been long dead, their soul resonance is still doing its thing. And you call out to them, and you get like sort of transported into a pocket dimension, which is like inside of their soul. During this, you play like a separate little mini game. They'll like, one of them shoots words at you, one of them is hands, one of them is like gardening tools. And you just have to like dodge through them. And then once you get through the dodging part of it, every single attack on the screen turns into healing. So you have to do the opposite and take as much hits as you possibly can during that phase. And not only do you have like 1,000 health, these things heal you based on percentages. So you only need to heal grab an X amount of them anyway to get to full health. So we'll say that you fucked up and you only picked up 2. You still got enough health if you are decent at dodging. You don't even have to be good or okay at it. If you're decent at it, you'll make it to the next part. The real objective, or the real like speed bump in this fight, is getting to the first soul encounter. The first, I don't know, 2 minutes of the fight are just an onslaught of Flowey bullying you and making you feel that experience of being like, I quit, fuck you. Until you get to the first soul. Then the first soul gives you enough of a heal to be like, holy shit. And it doesn't tell you, but it gives you a checkpoint. Each of those souls is a checkpoint. So you do not have to endure it anymore. You only have you get a checkpoint up until that. So the hardest part of the fight is over. And even if you die now, you don't have to do the hardest 2 minutes of it. You are past the first healing zone, and you just have to get through the next onslaught with full health because you've died to the next. So after the first thing, it kind of becomes easier because even if you died, then you have full health, and now you still you have full health instead of like low health, and it's even easier to get to the next healing section. So you just repeat that over and over and over as you call to these souls, and they heal you, leaving him kind of making him weaker and giving you more strength, healing you throughout the battle. You go through it and defeat Flowey, and that's pretty much it. He resorts back to flower mode because the souls left him, and he, I don't know, doesn't have mutant powers anymore. It's not explained, doesn't matter. Who cares? He doesn't have the souls in him, so he can't turn into
Yeah.
Where they went, what they did, and why he was able to turn into Photoshop Flower. It doesn't matter. It's not important. It actually, like, I'm not saying it just because I want to hand wave it away. It actually literally doesn't matter, and that's why it doesn't matter.
I think they say that the souls just kind of evaporate.
They probably finally died because they were out in the air long enough to like fade into dust. They were probably kept preserved in the containers.
Dan says it in the end, I think.
Yeah, so they probably
last run that I did,
went to the afterlife or whatever afterlife it is. They're no longer just chilling around as souls.
They're not trapped.
Flowey returns to flower form, and you're given one last fight or mercy. I chose to kill him because A, I knew how to get the true ending, and I didn't need his advice. And B, I planned on the next playthrough murdering everybody anyway. So I might as well start now. You did decide to mercy him, right?
Okay, so my first playthrough, straight pacifist. Yes, I mercied him, and then you get more lore, because then he's like, even just like with Asgore, you are gonna let me live? Cool, man, cool. And then he reveals himself to be Azrael, Toriel and Asgore's goat son. I don't know if they're goats or cows, I'm not sure. Anyway,
they're definitely goats.
Yeah. So he then starts explaining to you what happened. And maybe this is where you find out the name of the original person who came down. I'm not sure, but I know, and it's again, a lot of the lore that's really deep is drawn out in one line. It's like you're just getting this one thing and you're like, oh, that's important. Because not just with this game, but other games that do the intro thing, and you've seen what happened. You've seen that person fall down. I'm not smart enough to realize that isn't me. That's not your character. That is something that happened prior to on a different timeline. So it is important to find out that Azrael had a human friend. And I think, I mentioned earlier, this is where you get a lot of that lore where they kind of hung out and they became near siblings and they were adopted and everything was cool. And I think this is where you explained what happened a little bit, but Azrael was holding the dead human, and that's why they attacked. It wasn't just the fact that he was like weird looking goat man.
Mm-hmm.
It's that he was holding a dead kid. That's not good. That doesn't look good. And they chased him back down, and he died, and then they all came together, and here we are. Almost in a way where it tries to make you feel bad for him trying to wreak oblivion on everybody and end the entire world and everybody in it. Awesome. With the pacifist run, the Flowey fight goes a little weird because he kidnaps everybody, basically. Like you, not only are you getting the human souls back, you get their souls back as well.
Yes, we will get to that because now we've officially finished the neutral route, and Flowey gives you a hint on how to get the true ending.
That's right.
You're given
done better.
Yeah, he lets you know that there's something you could have done better. You missed out on something. He doesn't specifically tell you, but he basically just tells you, if you've done any killing, that you can do it without killing, and if you haven't done any killing, you can still do better. You're now given the option of a true reset, which is the only way in the entire game without manipulating files or uninstalling and reinstalling which is manipulating files. It's the only way to get a actual reset. Even though true reset isn't a true reset because it leaves flags in your save file that you have done a true pacifist route, it doesn't really change anything, but true reset doesn't actually mean true reset because it doesn't delete your save. It still exists. It still happened. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't really strictly change anything. You could do a million pacifist routes over and over and over, and you're going to get like the same dialogue. Doesn't matter. But Flowey lets you know that there is a way to get the true ending, and this is now we're going to go finish the date with Alphys. You go to her lab, you slide a letter to her, you meet up with her, and it's basically Undine confessing that she kind of has feelings for her, and letting her know, like, let's hang out. And maybe you can show me your anime or some stupid shit. I don't know. Whatever fucking stupid cringe shit you like. I don't know. Baka. Very sundery about it. I don't even like you, Alphys.
Anime and comic books.
Yeah. So, you help Alphys prep. You get her up in a dress. You teach her some stupid dating skills. Do you have any specific comments about the date with Alphys?
I thought it was funny that we go hang out in the dump. Like, well, let's go to the place where I like to hang out. And I didn't really make the connection, but like, it's because Alphys kind of, I think, feels like garbage, right? Like, is upset with herself and how everything had went, disappointed Asgore, didn't come up with a way to break the barrier that didn't cause problems for a lot of the underground, which I think we find out here later. I think I jumped the gun a bit with my, because of the way it happened to me. The Flowey encounter after defeating him, Photoshop Flowey, I was like, oh shit, he's like, yeah, you can just, and I didn't do a true reset. I just reloaded my save, which did the same thing almost, and let me go on this date.
Right. What it does is it takes you right before the Asgore fight, and you can continue after that reset and just do Asgore and do another neutral route ending, sort of, just over and over. Or, since you had already done pacifist up until then, you now have all of the checks for a true pacifist. You did not have to reset your playthrough. If you would have killed one single enemy, done literally one thing wrong the entire game, you would have had to reset your game. But you specifically had every single flag, and when you just hit reset, reload, when you just load your save, you had every check mark except for talking to Alphys and getting into the true lab, which is only accessible after a neutral route and having all those checks. You got all the checks before finishing the route, so you're automatically grandfathered into access for it. So because of that, you didn't have to reset anything. You just went straight to the lab, and you're able to access it now, which is nice.
It was very lucky for me, because it just happened. It felt right, like the way Flowey explained it to me. Like, I didn't need to do a true reset. He's like, just if you go back a little bit, you could have made better friends, basically, is what he said. And I was like, oh, you know what? And
here's a really good
RPG
example of how you could have fucked it up, is if you would have done the fight with Papyrus and you would have gotten him so weak that he gave up, and you never did the flirt with him option, you would have never gone on the date with him, which is one of the check marks for the true pacifist route. You can still successfully do that and do a pacifist route with him, but you didn't get the true pacifist route because you didn't go on a date with him. So you can fuck it up that early, so which is why the true reset option exists, is because if you did fuck up one single flag, it's too late to fix it.
So it's almost like a contingency.
Yep.
And after going through this whole talk, it seems like I made it very difficult on myself for a first playthrough anyway. Because
you did a double pacifist.
It's a pain in the ass. It is such a pain in the ass.
You could have made your playthrough so much easier if you would have killed a couple of mobs and had like a little bit more health for Undine or Muffet or the puppet, because I know you were struggling with the puppet for a bit just because of the bullshit RNG on the attacks, So like, if you would have had 40 more HP, it would have been no problem. But,
Exactly.
But if you would have done that,
Or
if you
really?
would have done that, you wouldn't have been able to do the pacifist route on a first run because you would have invalidated it by doing that.
And
So you made it harder, but
that's
you also made it easier on yourself because you didn't need to do a second playthrough.
But which ironically made me not play for a couple days. I was trying, I got it done in a shorter amount of time or shorter amount of runs, but in a longer amount of time because dude got me. I got trolled, man. I was frustrated as all hell with some of this, and turns out kind of worth it.
We touched on it a bit earlier as the theme of the True Lab, but once you get in there, you realize that what Alphys has been working on as her job as a royal scientist is distilling and alchemizing determination and experimenting on it to see how it can be used to make monsters strong enough to pass through the barrier. She's trying to basically science her way through the magic part of the barrier, which is theoretically possible, but it's not ending up with positive results. And as I mentioned, monsters can't physically hold determination. They can harness it, but it does drastic damage to them. Undyne being a great case. She was able to literally use it to become immortal, but destroyed her body. So it didn't do her much good for that long. Awesome, shitty. If she could somehow reinforce her body, so there's a lot of science that needs to get done into it to actually make it way. If Alphys had another 500 years or whatever, maybe she could do it. But she started having kind of regrets about it because she kept making horrible amalgamated creatures that are just like goop monsters morphed into each other that have just enough determination to stay as goop but not die because they haven't taken damage. So they just become horrible amalgam creatures like a long dog with an eyeball head, a really fat like dog with a bunch of legs. There's one that's like a tentacle. There's just a bunch of random horrible amalgam creatures that are sometimes like 5 different creatures you've encountered morphed in together into one horrible sprite. But of course you're on the pacifist route, and despite the fact that these are horrifying monsters, you decide to mercy all of them as well. You get a couple more lore things that is stuff we've talked about here in the lab, such as who Azrael is, who Alphys really is, what she's doing, Asgore's kind of dichotomy of being like, look, I want to do the right thing, and to do the right thing, I have to do fucking horrible things. So exactly. He's got that like Thanos thing where he's like, I will pay every fucking price to save my people. So Asgore's a good dude on that, and you'll learn a little bit more about that. You get to the end of the lab, and as you said, all of your friends kind of show up. Just people are there, and you get to the last room, you turn on this generator, you power everything back up, you basically, instead of destroying all Alphys's research, you get the lab back into prime working position. So she could do it if she wanted to, everything's back up and running. She says, no, I'd rather just kind of turn myself in because I don't feel good about any of this. It's just...
Yeah.
Maybe it'll work,
fact,
but I don't want to lose my soul in the process of this. So I'm quitting.
Well, also feeling guilty for what happened with the amalgamates. Those were volunteer monsters that were trying to help the cause. They gave up their literal bodies to help their village and I guess whole nation. It's not just a village, is it? But all of them get back out of the underground. And yeah, a lot of bad science took place there. And Alphys is right to feel guilty and not want to continue that research because it did a lot of not good things.
A lot of incidental pain was caused. Unintended consequences. It was a really good way to sum up everything that she did. Unintended consequences. Flowey being a prime example of it. All she wanted to do was resurrect the king's son and ended up making a demon.
Right. And was trying to figure out how to give monsters determination and not turn them into what was going on there. And it isn't told to us explicitly, right? But is Alphys picking up where the other royal scientists that we barely know about left off?
I don't know. Based on the clues that we get, my assumption is that Gaster was going with a different method entirely, that involves space-time shit. So maybe he was
based
trying
on
to
what
like
I seen
teleport.
later.
Maybe he was like trying to teleport everyone out of there. Maybe he was trying to rewind time to like get before the barrier was put up. I don't know, but I'm assuming his method involves space and time based on the little bit of information we have about Gaster. It is implied and, well, literally directly told to us by somebody that we can't necessarily trust, that he has been like scattered in space and time, and some guy is just holding his head. And it's like,
yeah, that was the weird thing
very,
today.
very weird thing. So maybe she picked up on stuff that he did, but my guess is he was doing something differently entirely.
Yeah, you're right. I think there was another avenue there that led to his disappearance.
Yeah, I don't think he resigned willingly.
Yeah, not when some guy's just standing around. And by the way, it was the donut guy, right?
Yeah, it's the
same
donut
that was
guy.
holding the He was like totally surprised at his.
Yeah, so you meet up in the last room there, and basically all your friends are there and letting you know that, you know, they love you and they want you to stay in the underground, all that crap, and blah, blah, blah. They're basically having like a mini party, send off farewell shit before you go and meet the king and leave. And then somebody asks, like, how did you know to get us all together here? And Papyrus is like, oh, well, of course, the little yellow flower told me. Duh. And it's been mentioned at least once before that he does talk to a flower, and it's inferred that it is a echo flower, but it is heavily implied that it is actually Flowey.
Correct. He makes it sound like
because
he heard
occasionally it
from an
talks
echo
back.
flower. Right. And he uses the phone in the end, though. He's like, "Yeah, a flower called me. That little yellow, you know." And of course, as the player, we're just like, "Oh no,
Oh fuck,
It's
you
great. Yeah,
idiot!"
something
So
bad. Yeah,
Azrael makes his appearance as Azrael and grabs everybody with flowy vines because, I don't know, somehow he has... I'm guessing while we were in the lab, somehow he used intel based on the last playthrough to get to the vault anyway and get the souls. So while we were ransacking the true lab, he was ransacking the king's castle, grabbed the souls, and then comes to our place in the lab, and then not only has all the souls, he grabs all of our friends' souls, who some of them are bosses, and has a bunch of boss souls now, and monster soul, and human soul, and becomes powerful enough to reconstitute his body. His actual body. So he becomes Azrael Dreamer. And it is a silly fight where he's literally changing the background and fucking with your eyeballs and doing... That's his gimmick, is that he changes the battlefield. Like, he throws color effects at you that makes it hard to see the attacks and your own heart. He fucks with your eyes.
Yeah, no, his secret is epileptic seizures. That's what he's trying to do, is get you to just fall out of your chair and bite your tongue off. That was the first thing I noticed about this Azrael Dreamer fight, is that it was quite bright and very rainbow RGB.
Which is super weird because every fight in the game I mentioned is like monochrome. Whenever you enter a fight, it turns black and white, and the enemy sprites are black and white. The only color really is your heart.
And the orange on your buttons, which is... Orange is what color again there? I think it was, what, bravery?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, your actions would make you brave. But, yeah, it went from being very... Other than the Photoshop Flowey fight, pretty regular. Purple was the color from the... Oh, might have been a little bit of background color there. There might have been a little bit of background color in the Metaton fight where there's... Oh, there was just gimmicky stuff, the ratings thing and the phone popping up.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like this. And Azrael has an attack, which I'm pretty sure we'll get to more of that situation. But there's like that cannon. It's just like... And it just like shoots out a huge rainbowy one laser beam and sweeps it across your whole defense box. It's kind of fun.
He
Not really, but
and
yeah,
another character both have a blaster attack, and they are called Gaster Blasters. For whatever that's worth, that's what those are called.
Okay, so that guy made a lot of science.
Why does Sans have Gaster Blasters? Good question.
Yeah, where did he get them?
Something that's not really answered, just one of those things that they put in there for you to think about and ask.
Yeah, no, this game does. This guy's smart because it does push you. Now that I know that, Deltarune is like 4 chapters deep. I think they're coming out with 5 soon here this year, or within this year, not
2026.
Like 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I'm with you. I'm on board. I need to wait until it finishes though, because I'm not going to sit there.
I'm not going to blue ball
I can't,
myself.
Exactly. I won't do it with television. I'm not doing it with a game that's going to take forever to come out. So, we're getting closer to being able to know everything.
The first stage of this fight just kind of is just tanking it. You fight back a bit. You maybe you don't. You just keep checking because, again, presuming you're going pacifist and you're sticking with it because you're all the way to the literal end of it. Why even throw an attack? So you're just gonna hit check or mercy or another button to go through a turn. So you just keep blocking attacks. You run out of healing items, and your only real only way to heal is you have like an act where you can like hope. Yes. You get through a bunch of this, and things still don't go well, and Azrael enters his second form, the God of Hyperdeath. Now he's fully assimilated to basically everybody's souls, and he is ready to full on kill you and then destroy everything. Because he, like we said, he is done, and now he literally has the power of 6 souls plus like 6 monster souls. So he's got a lot of power going on, and even though he doesn't have that 7th soul, fuck it. He only needed that to break the barrier. He's just going to delete existence.
I mean, I hate that I see it his way a little.
That's why he's a good villain. Every good villain is somebody you can be like, I get it. I don't agree. I get it, man. I get it.
And yeah, you're right. I get it. And it does make him that's what makes a good character a good character. Really identifies with you at your core somewhere. Just like, yep, I understand this person.
And that's why I really don't like Flowey's, because he is a good villain. He is well written to be fucking hateable. He had every opportunity to still be a good guy and chose to be a scumfuck. Sorry, man. I get it. Fuck you, though. So he ascends to his God of Hyperdeath, and basically he has you dead to rights. You can't even really fight back anymore. The only real option you have left is to save, which is weird considering that. Shouldn't he have your save? I thought that was he had enough power to save now. What's going on? Okay, I'll hit the save button, and it asks who you want to save, not what you want to save. It's like, oh, okay, it makes sense. So you get to pick one of the souls that he has absorbed, and you call out to them, and kind of like with the Photoshop Flowery, you are determined enough and have high enough soul resonance that you reach out to them, and you're able to bring that soul back out of him. And you do it over and over and over, depleting him his little army of souls, up until there's one last option to save. And it's him. Because, I mean, he still needs to be saved, even though it's not, maybe he didn't earn it, but everybody deserves a second chance.
I get you. I agree.
You can burn that second chance immediately, but you do at least deserve one.
And that's it. I don't like, a lot of people are even more lenient than that sometimes. They'll be like, oh, 3 strikes, I'll give it. It's nope. You get a second chance, and that is it. How quickly you burn that second chance with me will determine if you get a third or not. You know what I mean? Like, all right, you fucked up. I can handle that. The second time, it's shame on me. It's like, now it's a pattern. 2 times is not coincidental necessarily. 3 times is 100% my fault. I fell for the pattern too many times. So yeah, I get it. And you can't let them just destroy everybody else. I suppose if everybody else is enjoying themselves, quit letting your emo-ness. Don't take it out on everybody else. You know what I mean? And that's something else I try to. If I'm having a bad day, I definitely don't want to be around people I know who are already in a better mood than me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to lower anybody else down, and that's exactly why uh Flowey is kind of a good villain to me, because like he is trying to take it out on other people, and I deliberately don't, to my own detriment, and I think that's probably just as bad in some cases, but at least I'm not hurting anybody else.
Right. And at the end of the day, that's the power you have, is to be like, yep, I decided not to. And, sometimes that's all we have, without getting philosophical, it's just that little bit of choice. So once you reach out and you save Azrael, you kind of like rip the last bit of soul out of Azrael from the human swarm soup soul thing. So since you pulled him out of the soup, he no longer has the soup power, and he kind of just becomes regular Azrael. And he's no longer the god of hyperdeath, and he's just little goat man again. And of course, he asks one last time, mercy or fight? And of course, you're going to mercy him because you haven't killed anybody except for Asgore. You didn't kill it, you got kill stolen, but I digress. So yeah, you mercy him, and the scene kind of ends. I haven't played this in 10 years, and the quick recap I watched, I was listening, not watching. So the scene kind of ends with some talking and crap, and it's basically told to you that you can like leave now or go back and check for anything you missed. So because it's the end of the game, of course, you're going to go back and talk to everybody and see anything that you may have missed or post-game dialogue or anything like that. And you go all the way back to the very first room in the entire game where you woke up. And Azrael is there. Azrael is there, and he is... Again, it doesn't matter. But through him becoming the god of hyperdeath and being reverted, he apparently had enough soul juice to reconstitute his body. And presumably his soul?
See, that was the thing. Like, was that permanent? Like, because you leave the room and come back. He's still there.
I don't know if it is permanent. It may be like a temporary thing. Because he mentions that he wants to just stay here. Somebody has to tend to the flowers. And he doesn't want to break their hearts again, so it's best that they don't see him.
Okay.
So, if it isn't temporary, then now he still has the same problem where he's going to live alone in a little prison of flowers for whatever. So, if it is permanent, whoops, sorry about that, buddy. You're still fucked, I guess. I mean, you could just go and apologize to everybody, and aside from Undine, I'm pretty sure everybody would kind of forgive you.
Yeah, Undine is not very forgiving if you are mean. What do the monsters age? Because there are kid monsters, and Asgore's grown up, right? Was he a kid at one point? I don't know. So
I'm guessing
Azrael,
if I had to guess, their body ages up until a certain point, and then their body stops aging, and then they can live for X amount of years. That's what I guess. I don't know.
So
But like Sans, can Sans die from aging? Because he's already a dead skeleton, man. Like, I don't... What about Napstablook? Does he have a... Can he expire? He's a ghost.
Yes, now we're getting into weeds.
Yeah, none of it matters. None of that matters, but it is good questions. So that's why I'm wondering, is Azrael permanently reconstituted, or is he going to become goop whenever the soul energy fully resides and it's out of battery? Because if it is permanent, sweet. We stole enough of the other human soul energy and all of our friends to give you just enough to reboot your body. I still don't know if you have a soul. I don't. It's not my problem. I'm leaving. So you can leave the underground now, because he won't have any more dialogue from you, no matter how much you want to try. So you leave now, and when you get to the very end, you're given one last final choice, which is to stay with Toriel or to get. I gotta go, bro. And if you decide to leave, you kind of take everybody with you. You take them to the surface. You get a nice like shot of everybody holding hands and being all glummy and shit. And that's kind of where the pacifist run ends. You're given the option to reset and do it again, or you can reload your save and be back into the underground before you left, but you're still in the post game even if you reset or reload. So your only option really is to reset.
Yeah,
which is funny because it really leaves you with the question of should I? Because if you, the player, go through all of it and get a true pacifist run and leave the underground, breaking the barrier, because Asriel does that with his last mode of hyperdeath. He does break the barrier. Again, another little plot hole I'm just going to ignore for convenience. Why he can break the barrier at the end when he doesn't have 7 souls, and I don't know. I'm guessing all the extra monster souls gave him enough soul juice that he had the correct threshold to break the barrier. So does that mean you can absorb enough monster souls to break the barrier? Is there like an invisible threshold of Again, doesn't matter. Who cares? It's a small plot hole. He breaks the barrier at the very end. He breaks the barrier at the very end, and you all can leave. However, Frisk, which is your character's name, you are Frisk. You are the last fallen human named Frisk. And you still have determination and you still have control of the save, even though you've left the underground, which confirms that it is a cosmic ability and not just an ability of the underground. Because once you leave the underground, you can just close the game and never open it again, and Frisk will go live their life. And all the monsters will live their life, and you never get to see it because, whatever, they're living their own life. Or you can reset and do it again.
Well,
so the only actual end of the game is to never play it again.
Yes, exactly. And that was what I was coming to.
Which is poetic.
And that's when we were talking prior to, you were like, yeah, that is one ending. And I was like, well, yeah, that's one ending for any game, really, which it is. But yeah, you get a nice credit roll a little bit right after that. Sans has a nice card, by the way. So they are living their life, but you don't get any closure. They just go. There's no. It's a credit roll, and there's just a couple of quick scenes. There's not. And Asgore and Toriel got back together, and eventually Azrael Dreamer came to his senses, and they were all one big happy. It's none of that. It's just what it is. Everybody. An event happened. That's all you know. You know what I mean? There's no nice wrap up. Frisk went back home and had pancakes with Dad, and none of that. You know what I mean? Like, you pick either to stay with Toriel, who says, well, it would have been smarter if you would have just stayed and saved us all the fucking trouble from the get-go.
Sorry, that wasn't an option. The game didn't let me do that.
Or stay true and be like, no, I thank you for all your hospitality, but I have my own home and family to go back to. And that's it. You just go home and go back to you had an adventure. And for us as the player, it's the real ending is just not. If you don't want to be a genocidal maniac, then that's it. Or if you don't want to do what Flowey was doing and run every iteration to see what things you can make happen and become your own villain of making these poor monsters, because as soon as you hit true reset, you take it away.
You take away everyone's happiness, everyone's gain, everyone's arc, everything. So, yeah, I think it's... Whereas most games just end when you end it, this game literally only does end when you end it, because that is the only way it gets closure of any kind, is when you stop opening the game, because then it's the only time where it's in a ended state.
Correct. And like I was telling you before, because I didn't do anything and just got straight to the end to see what would happen if I only killed Flowey and Asgore, you literally don't get any closure. Oh, guess what? Undyne's pissed you didn't give her water, and she says she's going to come through the barrier and get you one day. That's it. That's all you get. 2 lines. A call from Sans. He's not even pissed at you.
Right.
You were able to take.
Like, all right, see ya.
Yep, basically that. Oh, and it does say everybody went back to their jobs. Everybody's, oh no, that was the other. Here, spoiler alert. If you're still watching, click away. It turns out that Undyne loses her house and is sleeping on Sans' couch with Papyrus. Like she moves in.
That's hilarious.
Papyrus is happy about, but yeah, and I'm almost guessing because things continue to go on that Undyne burnt the house down or something, possibly giving Papyrus a cooking lesson. You know what I mean? Like
or
can
it's
do that on my own.
Or it's because Asgore is not doing the thing anymore. She doesn't have a job. Like, who is she going to make money from? Like,
oh, you know what? That might have been actually exactly what happened. Because Asgore's gone, Queen Toriel's there. There's no more royal guard needed. Toriel says that humans are allowed to be there and will treat them nicely.
Yeah, so she just kind of loses her job.
You get and really, it's right for the rest of the monsters to stay underground, except for them to go through the barrier, and hopefully we all live happily ever after. But we don't get that, do we? We don't know if there's going to be another war for monsters and humans. We don't know, because we saw how humans reacted the first time they saw Goat Boy. What's going to happen when they see one of the amalgamates?
It's a good question. We are approaching 5 hours for this episode, so I'm going to touch on one last thing, and we're going to just quickly touch on the genocide route, which is the third one. So the route plays pretty much exactly like you'd expect it. You kill everybody, there's not a lot of people, nobody likes you, you're kind of seen as a big evil douchebag, all the way up until the very, very, very end. The last enemy, the last boss, I guess, because you don't really fight after that. The last boss, you beat him. I'm going to leave that for you to go figure out. Once you beat the last boss, you enter the throne room, just like you would in any other run. And before you get there, you have a long conversation with Flowey, who basically tells you that the first human that fell down was Chara, as we mentioned. But even though they were friends and stuff, it was kind of like a rivalry. Neither of them were really... He says it in a way that says, like, if either of us got in the other one's way, neither of us would hesitate to kill each other. And that's why I like you. When he says that, he realizes, oh, shit. I'm in your way, aren't I? Fuck. Okay, so it was, can we abort this? Yeah, I know I told you to kill everybody, but could you, like, not do that? Yeah, come on, it's me. Remember, please? Hello?
Yes, he actually backs out, like, realizes his plan wasn't so smart, was it?
It turns out that everyone, I guess except for Toriel, basically, has confused you with Chara. Everybody thinks you are Chara. Anyone that knows who Chara was thinks you are him for some reason. Because you look basically identical, except for your skin color and your shirt. That's about it. You kind of exactly the same. The entire game, whatever character you named is Chara's name. So everyone that has been referring to my character's name was Chadley, has been referring to Chadley was talking about the first human, not been talking about Frisk. It's not all the way until the very end of the game where anyone even realizes to ask, hey, who are you? What's your name? Oh, Frisk. Oh, okay, cool. Right. Guess I should have asked that when I met you. Whoops. Even Flowey thinks that you're Chara and is confused that you're not because of how much you act and do exactly everything like Chara would have, which is apparently kill everybody in the underground. I'm personally still confused about this, even though I know the story, because it's told to us that Chara fell there and instead of leaving became like friends and was adopted and had a good life and stuff like that until he was poisoned by his mom. At what point and why did Chara become evil? I don't know. Go do research on it. I'm sure somebody out there has an answer for it. I don't care. So, Flowey gets into fear and gets in your way, and realizes, I'm out of here, and leaves. So the game kind of ends up to the normal. You go fight Asgore, and of course, you are cracked out of your mind. You're level 20. You have so much attack power, so much health, that even if he's gonna fight you, it's not gonna be a big fight. And in keeping with the theme of the genocide route, you have so much power, you just kill him in one hit.
With the real knife.
You kill him with the real knife. You stab him, slice him in half, and get him to like one hit, exactly like in the regular fight, where he's like, okay, I give up. I'm sorry. And then Flowey jumps in, just like that, and steals your kill. Be like, hey, look, Mancy, I'm on your team. I helped you. We're best friends. I love you. You're, please don't kill me. And you don't even get an option. It like pops up, and you just immediately go, swing. You hit him 8 times in a row and turn that guy into dust. Well, you turn him into goop and then dust. So you killed Flowey, and I had to go and re-experience this after we experienced it this morning. What happens is after you kill Flowey, because both of those souls are merged together, Azrael is the one that dies. And Chara is now reborn out of the hate, malice, all the demon energy you've been throwing everywhere. Was apparently so powerful, it's like the opposite of determination, and resurrected this guy. Again, why he's mad and evil, I don't really know. But he's basically like, okay, cool, now I'm alive, let's destroy the entire world. And you have the option of erase it or don't. Doesn't matter what you pick. Chara has been unleashed and does 234 nines, which is over a Googleplex, which is a real number, over a Googleplex of damage. So he swings and does over a Googleplex of damage, destroying the universe and your save file. The game is now completely unplayable. You open the game and literally doesn't even have a .exe. The little favicon at the top is broken, doesn't have text in the window. Nothing exists on the window except for the howling wind sounds. Fortunately, I was in debug mode, so I did have a timer, so I did get to see how much time was elapsing in the window. And now you're just in the void. You're just in the void because the universe has been destroyed. And you have to wait a painstaking 10 real-world minutes, actually a little bit longer because seconds are longer in the game than in real life. You have to wait a painstaking 10 real-world minutes. And then Chara comes back and asks you, why are you here? You think you're so good? You think you're above consequences? And you're given the option of yes or no. Doesn't matter what you answer. But either way, they're just like, you want to go back to the world you destroyed, don't you? You did all this and you still want to go back. And you don't really answer. But Chara says, well, fine. I can bring back the universe. Just give me your soul. I don't have one. I want it. Give me it. And your only option is to do it or to not do it. If you don't do it, the game closes again, and that's the end of your game. You can open it back up, and again in 10 minutes, Char will ask you, thought about it? Have you thought about it? Can I have your soul? So literally at this point, you have blown up. The game is completely unplayable. You have to do save editing now at this point to restore the game to a playable thing, or completely uninstall, reinstall. Either way, you have to edit the files or give him your soul. It's the only way to play the game again. So you give Char your soul, and the game crashes one more time and opens back up like nothing ever happened. It's like the first time you open the game. You get the intro, you start the game, you have no save file, you create a save file, you get to name your character and everything. Well, you know the main character's name now, so might as well name it Chara. Well, the fallen character. You're Frisk. Chara is the fallen. So, you name the fallen Chara, and you might as well just continue, and you are now officially in post-genocide soulless route. It is the half ending I was talking about at the very beginning of the podcast, where now your save file has permanently changed forever, unless you save edit. Everything is unless you save edit. You permanently change the save file, and you can do a neutral route, you can do a genocide route, and you can do a pacifist route. Although all of those endings have now been permanently altered. If you want to figure out what those permanent ending alters are, go ahead and do a genocide route, and then go do the additional routes. Figure it out. Do exactly what Flowey did. Experiment. You have the power of immortality and time manipulation. Fuck it. We ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was like. I had it was the journey to coming to realizing that that's how this game is supposed to be played. It's the wheel of time turns and blah 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 blah, and so like everything's gonna happen in this contained environment of Undertale. And you as the player, you Annie or me Spurg, gets to sit and now make decisions on how to push Papyrus or kill him or not go on a date with him or try to figure out other things to get him to spill other dialogue. Same with Sand, same with any of the other numbers of characters. Just like Flowey said, I did as many things as I could, and the only thing I couldn't get Asgore to say is how to open the vault for me or whatever it was. So it's like he's telling you there's literally any possibility you can think up as long as you can try it. Like you could try any of flip that. You know what I mean? If you can think it up in the game and it works with the game's rules and you know what rules you're playing with, save files, blah blah blah, time travel. Try to figure it all out. And we know because of the button on the tree that gets you past the one puzzle or some of the there's other hidden things that's told to you right away. There's more to look for. And just being a gamer, there's Easter eggs. There is. There's especially with something that's put together, but with this guy that is doing existential things. I don't want to say high concept because it's like sounds tacky too, but it's more than a game, and it's to get you to question things more than just video gaming. This is the equivalent of go touch grass after playing this game. You know what I mean? Like, or you can leave it in the limbo state. That's it. Like you say, you quit playing it or leave it in the limbo state, right? Chara destroys the whole world for you. You get to live your life out here in the real world, and Chara just kind of fill in the void.
Sucks that even after that, he didn't get what he wants. He wanted to destroy everything so he didn't exist, and yet he was literally the only thing that still existed. Whoops.
Well, half, right? Well, see, that's the thing. Only half.
Well, Flowey's dead. Chara is still alive. So you killed Flowey and Azrael. That version is dead. So now it's just the angry, mad soul of a guy who destroyed the universe, who's now just floating in the void, waiting for the one other being who's still alive to walk into the void. That is,
and
you played yourself. You fucked yourself.
Yeah.
At least when you had the universe, you had stuff to do, even if it sucked.
Ooh, now we're gonna get into Eldritch stuff because then it's just like dormant, just floating in the void, waiting for somebody to come wake Chara up and start it all over again.
All right, we have officially hit the 5-hour mark, and we are going to wrap up with our final two segments, of course. What was your favorite part of Undertale?
You coincidentally getting frustrated and having to push through it. It was totally worth it, and I'm glad I got to see the genocide run that you did. Like, I was kind of watching you play that today, a little bit more speedrun style. I don't want to go watch videos to get the lore. I mean, I want to play it first and then like come to you for reassurance now. You know what I mean? That's not, it's lazy and very Chara-esque to just, take that route and be done with it. The one thing that really weirds me out is that the genocide route is probably the most interesting. But with all the real world reflection you're supposed to be doing, why am I getting rewarded more for doing the wrong thing?
Because sometimes that's how life is, I guess. I don't know.
I can tell you that, in fact, that is what I think. that I watch people act up and do what in my opinion, is something I would never ever do, and they get fucking rewarded for it day in and day out. Uh, that's basically my final thought on it. Like, I really like it was this. Thank you so much for this, because it was worth the trip.
Well, I'm glad you stuck with it, because it's something that I really did fall in love with when it came out, and I fell in love with playing it, because even though there were so many things that I already knew was coming, it didn't change my enjoyment of getting to watch it play out. Like, it is such a great experience. Yep. And what I find fascinating is that my favorite part of the game is something you can completely ignore. You could play the entire game on mute, and it doesn't really change anything. The only thing you really lose out on is kind of like, we said characters have voices, but that's not necessarily true. They use like a beep tone, and they change it to a different inflection, and then they use that repeatedly beeping as their so-called voice. So when Sans talks, it's
and it's tones. Yeah, it's not a voice. They have different sounds for each of them, and there's a couple that, like, it's the play on words. Sans, Comic Sans, and Papyrus is a font also, which was also neat. You can see that in the text box. But the soundtrack too, like
I'll say that is my favorite part of Undertale, is the soundtrack. If you have stuck through this 5 hours and we're like, I don't know, the game sounds fun, I don't know if I want to play it though. You talked about everything in the game. What is there really to experience? The soundtrack. If you don't play the game, go on YouTube right now and look up the Undertale soundtrack. Listen to the first track in the list and just play down all of them. I guarantee there is at least one song that you're going to be, holy fuck, that's a bop.
Dude.
Even if you don't like Megalovania, you have Papyrus's theme, you have the Muppet track, all of Undyne's themes, all Asgore's Hopes and Dreams, the background music when you're in a shop. There is so much good music. Like I said, I guarantee, I am willing to bet every piece of money I've ever earned in my life, there's at least one track in the Undertale soundtrack that you will like.
Fun fact, and you're gonna really be shocked by this one. Toby Fox used a lot of AI making that soundtrack.
I find that hard to believe. That was 2015. I don't think that was AI back then.
No, I know. Wait. You're like, wait.
I don't think so.
No, that's straight up just a shit post I saw somewhere. And of course, everybody's like, no, except for one person who's like, you're a garbage person. No, we didn't. Like, totally, like, gotcha. So that's like, I thought that was a funny thing. And guess what? That's probably my second favorite thing, is the community around Undertale. There's a lot of people that are really in love with this game.
There are so many beautiful and passionate fan animations, songs, mini games, mods. There is so much to it, and you could argue all of it can be canon because of the branching alternate timelines and shit that in Undertale. It's so good. Like, if you leave Undertale and you're like, man, I want more of that, it's not officially canon, but go check out, like, Underswap. Underswap is so fucking cool. Glitchtale is amazing. There are so many good fan projects based on Undertale that even if you don't like Undertale, there are so many cool fan projects, there might be one that you like. I will stand by the music, but there's probably still a fan Undertale thing you'll like.
Oh yeah, that's a good note to end on too, I think.
All right, why don't you give out your plugs and we'll get out of here.
At Spurksnake on Twitter and YouTube. I'm pretty chill on social media, so it's not, I don't run an Instagram or anything like that. Come follow me on YouTube for Game Nights on Monday, and follow me on Twitter for this kind of stuff. I posted this out there today and other shows that I hang out on. And that's pretty much it. Just, dude, thank you so much for having me here and keeping this show going. Our boy's been going through some stuff, and so hopefully we can get him back in here too.
Absolutely. Look forward to having you back on, Dylan. And thank you everyone for joining. Hit the like button and have a good night.